Sorry I was gone for so long, guys. 10 a.m. Okay, yeah, so that should be good. Is she gonna file your nails and cut them too? My nails are not that bad.
I have the stuff.
I cut my toenails. I missed you. Welcome back. Did you sleep, bro? A hole on spa. Bro, she has so... Look at this. Wait, I gotta make us less white. Give me a second.
Hey.
It's stuck.
Okay.
That's what she's... Thank you. Turn it off. Hey, you got first. Nice. Okay. Actually, we don't need the light at all, huh? What? I'm trying to make it amazing, perfect. This is our natural color, I guess. All right. I'm gonna pass out. All right, nice. All right, see you, Jessique. Thanks for the applause. Oh my god. So many cucumbers. Oh, look.
You should choose a color.
Show them the colors.
You got show them everyone. Okay, holographic.
We got 20 hours.
Purple. I don't know.
They can't hear you. Speak into the mic.
I don't know.
But they didn't hear the other ones. I'll just... You want me to say it? Okay. I don't know what the colors. Gray. Is that gray? Pink. Purple. Oh, that's purple. Just tell me the colors. I don't know what these colors are. We can't hear or pause music. Let her talk. You want to switch seats?
No.
She doesn't want to switch.
Yeah,
Oh. Just... Why would you pretend I'm Tom Holland?
Yeah, that's weird.
Alright, sit down.
Tom Holland waved at me. Yeah, they're weird too. Hello.
You want to listen?
Oh.
I feel so weird without a headset. Should I put another camera to show what's going on? No. Alright, come on! Come on!
Yep.
Say the color.
I don't know what it is. Violet? That's clear. Like, this is so loud. How do you hear me?
I put one on and one off.
Oh, LOL.
You could lower it.
That's making it louder. Light blue, sparkly. Ooh, sparkly. Cinderella.
Sparkly's mad good, actually. Sparkly?
Purplish, bluish. I don't know what they call that. Again, a light green. There's so many colors. Just say a color and I'll take it out.
That.
Oh, say a color. Say a color.
They hear you.
Okay. Cyan, purple. I have more purple than...
I'm ready!
Can you do a poll?
Which colors?
Purple and cyan.
Emily's streaming. I'm leaving. Yeah?
Black or black. Can
Why
you
is
do
it
3?
unstable? Black. Like black.
What's wrong with black?
It's just like I put on all caps.
Black and purple. Yeah, let's do black and purple. Light purple or like dark purple?
Painting boys' nails to become man. That's beautiful. Alright, let's
Light
do
purple? Light purple or dark purple? Red and blue. That's...
Oh, because ping pong master.
I don't know. Alright, I'll prep the nails. I'll prep them. Let's go. Okay. Got clear nail polish. No, I want to do it for you.
No, I want to do it.
You could do your nails. I'll do your makeup.
Um.
How about you do half your face and I do your other half? And we compare. things. Yes, prepping nails.
You're gonna cut my hands off?
Yes. Yes. LOL. Put this on the floor.
This is heavy. Oh, a seafoam green. True. Should we lower the music? Take out the
Why?
because it's loud. Because I'm yelling, hello! And they could barely hear me, I think.
Dreams are made of
Alright, come on.
things. Who had in mind? Give me your hand.
Wait, they don't see it.
Guys, like my band-aid? Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. Oregon? Oregon.
Oregon. Where's the camera?
There's another one? LOL.
Another one.
And another one.
We'll be back. We are back. Wrong one. You guys see everything now. That's right. Press the right thing with your foot. The way on the right, yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god. Why is there two webcams? Alright, whatever. Yeah, we'll just do this. Let me set it up real quick, Emma.
Tough to move.
Muscles.
LOL.
Is this?
Your mom.
Press the right thing. Ah! There we go, okay. Sorry. Oh, you gotta put on a hat. And you had muscles. You didn't say hi with the muscles.
Hi with the muscle.
Alright, there we go. Sorry, I'm trying to make the content.
The hat?
Yeah, I could put.
Where's the ping pong masters? You're gonna do it like that
I
the
cut
whole
off
time?
the muscles? I'm sorry. Nah, I should figure out how to put it, right? Messy. No, it's not messy. It is kind of messy. Still have your stuff.
No, I made it cleaner. It was messier before.
How do I put this?
In your vision, though. It's in the... Okay.
Okay. Well.
I'm gonna mess
So
this up.
close to the feet. RGB. Oh my god!
I'm gonna do this wrong, by the way. Go. Let me inspect. Can you stop? This is so weird.
Why is it so brown? Sorry. My hand's not that brown. Oh, yeah. They don't see the pinky.
Honestly, okay. Honestly, your nails are... Let's go.
Hey, my nails aren't bad. You heard that? What looks green? Oh, yeah. It's the colors from the keyboard.
Can I move this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at this. This is our voice.
Okay.
This is the music.
Okay.
You want to be louder than the music.
Okay.
Or you could lower the music.
Okay.
Should we lower the music?
No.
Muscles. I have to be in the camera, ow. Here.
Muscles.
Look at my muscles.
More muscles.
Yo, muscles!
Let's go.
Let's go. I can't do that. No, I needed the camera.
Okay. Look at that.
Yeah?
No.
Oh, like this?
No, like.
I don't know. I can't. It's not.
Yeah, like
ah.
It is.
So hairy. I'm insecure. Rosie said it's with M and.
Huh? Muscles. Or this way.
Delete message. That's my sister. Stupid.
Anyways.
Mods, delete message, timeout for 10 minutes, and strike 2.
Guys, Tom Holland is my boyfriend. Tom. Clear.
Oh. That's it?
What's the bottom coat?
Guys, how does that look?
It's the bottom coat.
I don't know. I am boss man. Which hat? What? Messed it up?
What's the song?
I don't know what song. I'll make you mod, you won't miss them, bro. I have, what song? Hat.
What hat? I'll get it. I'll get it.
We have Taco, Pokemon, and like a sombrero, not sombrero, like I don't know, we have a lot of hats.
Okay. I like the hat.
I can't put it on. Why'd you hit me? That is true.
Okay. We have a lot of purple.
Come on.
We have a lot of purple. I don't know what they want.
Is it purple?
Is that purple and black?
I do, Dinell.
There's this one. This one. This one. This one. And this. so it's 1, 2, 3,
How long does it stay?
4, 5.
How long does it stay? No, I mean this.
Oh, stay on your hand? Huh.
Seriously, how long does it stay?
2 days.
No, you could take it out, right?
Oh.
No, seriously, can you take it out? Okay. No, because I have to tutor a Japanese kid tomorrow. You know, it's. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
What's cosmic? Not a good
Just put. It's okay.
one. I'll go pastel. Pastel? Thanos purple.
This is Thanos. Yeah.
This is matte.
I don't know, man.
Like smooth.
Okay, whatever. They don't hear you that well. Close.
Hi.
Yeah, put it. Okay, put them at.
Wear gloves to tutor. Got a point. Alright, Thanos purple. Let's go. Just purple? I want to do a design. Let's do a design. Not designs. Okay. We got a peace sign. We got like squigglies, leaves, hearts, owls,
I don't know, bro.
flowers. Can someone pick one?
Just pick whichever one you want. Hearts.
Hearts.
The pink.
Yeah, it's fine.
Owls and hearts.
Owls? Both? Got you. Okay.
Feels
What
weird
colors
not hearing
again?
the music.
Alright. Alright, let's go. Starting with the purple. Squiggle. I want everyone to be happy. You good? Hearts on his. Stop!
It has to be.
It is in the view. Just plant it.
It's purple. Yeah. Because I am.
Dude, I can't see. Yay! Yay! Next.
Say something.
LOL.
But
Can't see. I got some in your cuticles.
ah,
You're
What'd you-
fine. Chill.
mix up those nails are Thanos AF. Yo, true.
I'm concentrated.
Too late, right?
No, I could. One light how? Like light purple? What if I'm doing design. What color did I do the design?
I feel like an object. Is there no song playing? You are, bro. True.
Light purple.
Black.
There's so many different colors. I feel bad if I don't. Black won't come up good, I think. What if we just do purple and light purple?
Is it dangerous? It's
What?
dangerous.
What? No, go for it.
Is it actually? You can do it? Wait, can you actually?
No!
Player, what's up?
Should I do another black heart? Guys. Hearts?
Whatever you want.
Alright, I'm doing another coat.
No, I'm not drunk.
We good for light purple and the black heart. Okay.
How you doing, player? We're doing a subathon, and this is one of the sub goals. Thanks, bro.
Yo, this looks mad good. You're admiring them?
Didn't do anything.
Let me finish. How am I supposed to reach there?
It has to be in the camera.
It is in the camera.
No worries, bro. It's okay.
Hi.
Gonna
Just
touch
show
the-
them. Don't touch
Ah.
the table. Yeah. Good. Bring it down.
Oh. I don't see it. Bro, it looks exactly the same. I don't know what she did.
More opaque.
Talk to chat. All right. See you clear. Thanks for the gifted subs. Thanks for sticking around. And have a great one. I can't press buttons. I'm going to try.
I was with the
I'm pressing. Bye. Let's go, player. It's not a camera.
Huh? Whatever, it's the last one. And now for the design.
See ya. Wait, dude, I'm not putting makeup. This
No, I wanted to make up.
takes forever. Okay, go. I've been painting my nails. I'm doing a subathon now. Sorry. Tutoring Japanese kids in English. That's about it. Don't use the...
So we're
It
doing-
is pre-recorded. See you clear. Come on.
No, wait. Hearts? Hearts. I don't know what they want.
Can we change spots? So I could talk to Shan.
Damn it. Alright, go.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Hello.
How long it takes to
I don't know.
dry? But like, yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna play anything after this. How long would it take, do you think? She doesn't know. Wait your hands around. Okay. What's jazz hands? We're playing Minecraft before, but I don't know, we're playing everything like Fall Guys, Minecraft, Gartic. So yeah, we're still planning to. Yeah, I want to take a trip to Japan next year. By the end of in like a year, in at least by the end of the exclamation point goal in chat. My bad, King, for the timeout. It was just a bit weird. You gotta think about what you say, you know. Cause just react to videos while they dry. That's true. That's true. We might do that.
Yeah. Which one is the hearts?
Hearts? What?
Whatever.
Just put where you want. I don't know. What is that?
Hearts.
Huh? She just
Hearts,
she
I'll
just
read
put a
it.
she put a sponge on my hand. It's like a tattoo. But they don't see it. They look man nice, those nails. Thanks. I worked them out. Some cut videos, yeah, maybe. It doesn't get bad. I just watched the Mega Evolution Battle Royale that came out a year ago. Ooh, cool.
Chill.
That hurt. What is that? Is that supposed to hurt?
Yeah. Well, not
Yo,
really.
skip
You're
this
just
song,
okay.
bro. That hurts. That's a lie. That hurts.
It's not supposed to hurt.
You're like digging into my
Fine,
finger.
Fine. Fine.
Bro, skip the stupid song, bro. If you're planning to do it, yeah, I think we might do that.
Other hand.
All right, I just need to scroll up for chat. Thank you. Sorry, Ace. They look black down there. It looks fine. Mods, tell him.
Alright, I did hearts. What's next? Owls? What color owls? Owls. What color owls?
They don't hear you. I'll ask them. What color owls? Thank you, Rosie. Why does it hurt? I don't know. Look at this. I'm not a baby. Look. Look what she's using to cut into me. It's like, it's a good design. What color owls though? She's asking. Sure. White owl? Yeah. It's torture. She's pushing my cuticle. Well, it hurts. Why do you guys do this? It hurts. I don't get it. Or going under your nails to get the dirt out? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I was going cuticles.
Oh, yeah, she's doing cuticles to get the nail polish out. Wait, could it get
Infected? Yeah.
So could it actually get infected? No? Oh. Okay.
White owl.
This is
Nice.
amazing, yeah. I tried that a few weeks ago for the first time. Really? How'd it go, player? How'd it go, Michael, I should say. Which finger? It has to be in the camera. I am E-boy. I hated it at first, and then my fingers were all sensitive, which sucked at work. E-boy professor! Thing is now in the Dream SMP. They felt clean. Nice. They look kind of cool. But it's not really worth it. It's okay. Which finger? Wait, didn't they say ring finger for hearts? You screwed up. Soft.
What finger for owl?
Oh wow, player. What finger for owl? I don't think they care. Just put it wherever. Unless you guys care, in which case I apologize. Wait, it's not on camera. It's not on camera. Oh, it doesn't matter. Why? Okay. It's not gonna be centered because she can't see. It's okay? Okay, cool. I got a nasty burn on my thumb and my fingerprint reader doesn't like me anymore. Oh, that sucks. Ring finger owl is good. Okay, cool. Oh shoot, that looks cool.
Camera is like bad lighting.
Is this music supposed to match what this? That's how it's going. I don't know the song though. Can I actually lick it?
No, why?
Is it illegal? I mean, is it toxic?
It's illegal.
Is it toxic? Is it toxic?
It's illegal.
Guys, is it toxic to it
That's
is.
so cute. Wait, let me clean up the
No, it's gonna hurt.
It's not.
My roommate's got me hooked on the song I requested and I kinda hate it. I like this song. Go and do a show. Damping goo off. It's cute, yes, right?
Alright, what next? Color, what design? What color squigglies?
What color squigglies?
Orange?
That's not playing it. Alright, just do what you want. It's okay. They got their hearts and their owls. They're gonna get their squiggles. Is it always white or you color it after? The designs.
They asked for white.
Oh. Oh. Green now. Do we have to do makeup after?
Yep.
Technically, it didn't say makeup. It just said nails, so no makeup.
Green squiggles.
I wanted a green leaf, bro. It's okay. Put the squiggle.
Right here, I'll do green.
But damn, she's doing green leaves for you. My hair looks so bad. Give him those cat eyes. You said makeup. No, I do have anime figures. Yeah, I got all of them in Japan. You said it. Own up to. I don't want to go to sleep with all this on. Do I have to go to sleep with all of it on? What finger leaves? Do I have to go to sleep with all of this on?
Yeah.
Do I have to go to sleep with all of this on? Why?
It won't like.
No, it's gonna dry up.
Yeah. What time are you going to sleep?
Bro, I gotta do it, bro. Michael, I just gotta do it. Thumb leaves? Damn, she's wasting so much ink for this, bro. Or what is it? Polish. Wake up and you'll be beautiful. I don't want to wake up beautiful. Wait, seriously, when I wake up, can I wash it all off in the shower? Just saying it doesn't wash off in the shower. She's joking, right? Seriously, how do I take it out?
From the shower.
Oh, nail removal, right? Right?
It's not gonna come off, guys. What are you telling him?
No, as she isn't. Huh? Seriously, will it? I'm looking this up.
Yes.
Hydrogen per. Wait, can I? You need pliers. Wait, if I take shower, it comes out?
Just acetone.
Acetone.
This.
I'm putting acid on my fingers. Wait, how about my face? That'll wash off, right? How will I take it out from my?
Show them how I do.
I can't hydrate at the moment. Can you pass the water bottle?
Can you give me-
They don't see it. Okay.
Fix it.
He sucks his fingers when he sleeps. Purple tongue. Yes. Oh my god! Alright, can you pass my water bottle?
There's one more finger for a design. What's your...
You didn't get this thumb.
Yeah, I know, but after.
Oh.
Oh, there's two fingers. There's two fingers left.
2 fingers left for design. You guys want something? Slay Queen! What is this song?
I don't have a PP.
She doesn't have a PP print.
Thank you.
She said thank you.
I said,
I'm waiting.
wait.
I think this is uncensored. It's okay. As long as they don't say N-word with hard R. Huh? Oh.
Ah, that's all.
If they do, just skip it, Michael. Gaslight gatekeep. Alright, I have no idea to be honest.
Wait.
In this song, they don't? Oh, yeah, still don't know. I know I'm fine. I'm not letting her clean it with the thing because it's like killing my finger. I don't know how, bro. I don't know. That hurts. I'm sorry. It just hurts. It looks good enough. I'm not going out anywhere.
What color next? What flower?
Oh my god. I have nothing left to hydrate.
Flower. What finger do you want?
What finger for flower, guys?
What color?
I need to get water. Ring is taken by the owl. Pinky and index. Flower on pinky. Okay.
What color?
Either
Pink?
this or spam
Okay.
TT.
Pink?
Fair.
Sure, pink.
Can you put water in this, please? Tap water, just from the bathroom. Yeah, I know. I remember I used to do that with the knocking on the water. No. I want tap water. No. Tap water is better.
Fine.
What's up, pigeons? How you doing? We're we're doing nails. It's very enjoyable. I got an owl. I got hearts. And I got a leaf. Yeah. Hell yeah, the Fender amp, right? Bro, I gotta hear you play on those drums, bro. I have so many amps back there. Thank you. What happened? Uh-oh. What? That was... Yeah, I don't want that. Why are you bringing more stuff to put on the table?
It's water.
I don't want water. I have water.
It's water.
What, mother told you to hurry up or something? Yeah. You could do exclamation point wrong song, Jake. Everything was red.
Jake is here.
Huh? We're gonna play music. That's one of the sub goals, to play music. Oh, that's part of the song. How long it takes to dry? I don't know. What?
What do you do?
Wait, seriously, how long does?
I don't know, like 10, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, flower. Flower. Oh, that emo.
No spaces. Ow! Hurting my fingers, hurting my knee. I have these ones on the side already. What if we left one of them blank?
No.
Part of the design.
No.
Look, this looks cool.
No.
It's the design. It's blank.
No.
I think it's cool. Just lightly tap the paint to make sure it's not still wet or tacky. Okay.
Yo, professional.
I really want to just taste it a little. Can I honestly taste it a little?
I worked so hard on it.
Bro, opening this bottle every time is like freaking the hardest thing in the world. It's not that hard, but I can bend my oh yeah, I can bend my finger. I don't know why I'm not bending my fingers. It just feels like I'm gonna get it dirty. I don't know.
Pinky.
Stop banging the table. You're gonna break the table.
Light, Zach.
Why is it so light? I can't see anything. This is terrible. I can't believe you did it this bad. Oh my god. I don't even know what this is. What is it? How long do people usually keep their nails done? My food is like waiting, bro. I want to eat. I didn't know.
You did know. I said
No, I didn't know this was gonna take so long.
How long has it been?
I don't know. It's been like an hour.
No way, really?
Did I? It had been. I restarted the stream 46 minutes ago. And we were streaming before then. Bro, hydrate again. You have finger pads? What's a finger pad? Oh, is it that? What you're using now? What's a finger pad? I don't know. Oh, this?
Your fingers.
Oh, this is called a finger pad? I don't know, okay? Jesus. As long as they can, I think. What about the makeup? Nails take time.
Let's do makeup tomorrow.
Does makeup take a long time? Alright, we'll do makeup tomorrow, guys. Sorry. I didn't realize it would take this long. The part you feel things with. Oh. Finger pads. I thought that was like a device. Or something. So glad I'm not a girl, same. True.
Give me. Finger. Oh.
Yes, 1 second. Here.
Other.
Oh.
I messed it up. Whatever.
You.
Over it.
Bro, I feel like my nails are gonna deteriorate.
Alright, last one. What's the design?
What's the design for the last one, guys? I am uneducated. I don't know this stuff. I could bend my fingers, right?
Yeah.
I just don't want to touch anything with the fingers, that's why. Hydrate. Okay.
What design? I'm doing squiggly.
She's doing squigglies for the last one. Bro, there's no way you could bend your fingers. If you bend your fingers, they touch everything. No? I just...
How you... Don't ruin that.
Gotta wash down that food. Okay. Bro, oh my god. This is coming off tomorrow morning, guys. So you better like it for as long as you see it. You screwed it up?
White. I'm doing... Oh, the other colors are not...
Oh my god, it smells like alcohol. Oh, it's expired. Until Subathon. I can't. I'm not gonna go to the... I can't keep this until the Subathon ends. I can't go to the kid. Look, bro, they won't hire me ever again. They literally won't. They're Japanese, bro. This is not a thing in Japan. I am not keeping this on for until I can't. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take it off tomorrow morning. But hey, I'll sleep with it on. I've never had it. Oh, that looks cool.
You clean it. Hold on, it's not...
Ste dir ordentligt din angelben lassen? I did let my nail getting made. Well, close.
Hi. Hi.
Wait, are you talking about me, Michael? Who are you talking about? Nails, painting, and feet, Nani? We're not, no feet. Almost perfect. Yeah. Did you let? Oh, really? I actually said that. Okay. Let's go. I don't know German. Damn, it's been a year and 5 months. Wow. Yes, you. You thought I was hacking? Yo, let's go. I didn't know. You see, I'm pretty good at Call of Duty, right? You don't, but sounded actually good. Did it actually? Damn, let's go. You know how to kiss up to streamers, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But I'll take it. Yes, I've told you this. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. It's just been so long. I do remember that night when you were showing me the drum playing. It was mad nice. So now a word. Not even anybody spelled it right. You didn't even spell it right, bro. You had to respell it. Sanitizer. I feel like you're gonna make me say some curse word or something. Sanitizer. I know. I'm surprised you remembered all that, to be honest. I remember, I don't know. Certain things stick in my brain. Yeah, I remember playing with you, Michael. Like, oh my god. I'm let you say basically hard German words. Oh, thank you. I don't need food. I got you shaking ass. That is true. I remember when we played against each other 1v1s and stuff. That was a lot of fun. I think I have like some videos uploaded on channel on that too. Maybe privated? I'm not sure, but Bismarck. Is that a German word? I didn't know that. Now we top code, I am being told. Top code. We're going to coding school. Yeah, I think I remember those. I'll check the YouTube. Yeah, if it's not on the YouTube, it's unlisted or privated, but it's definitely there somewhere. And I recorded some separate stuff too. Otto von Bismarck. Battleship Bismarck. East German. Oh. Kindergarten. I know that one is German. Sorry, Emily, that the mic is weird. I should have used the other mic for this.
Oh, wow.
So everyone could hear everyone. Wait, now what?
Give me a second.
Oh, a top coat. Nice nails. Thanks, bro. Are you jealous? You could have had this if you came over, but no, it was too expensive. I'm just joking. Look at that. Oh, it's so beautiful. Okay, this one is like not even shown, but the others are beautiful.
Pretty good. I'm not. LOL.
What do I have for you? Make it hard for me. You're actually good. Pulsi controle. Bro, I'm not good at German. Don't say that. I feel like I'm stupid. I don't know. Once I finish school, bro. True. Didn't you say you get your toenails? I never said that. What's up, Epicuro? How you doing? Look at my nails, bro. They're mad nice, right? I did them myself. Go. Where are we going? You messed up. She didn't go. You have to have a streamer spirit. The second you see the chat, you gotta react. How you doing, Epicuro? There's one COD video, VOD, like 2.5 hours tilted, talking with strangers. So maybe. I know for a fact I have recordings of us playing against each other somewhere. You look gorgeous, but you didn't do it. True, bro. Like.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm always ready.
Makeup tip? Sad.
You literally say no. You gotta watch that food down. I will. I still have to eat more food. Yeah, I just ate like 5 French fries. It's off camera, guys. This is the stuff that's behind the scenes. If you tier 3 sub, you get to see this content. The pinky nail getting top coated. And then the hydrogen peroxided. Wait, why are you using nail polish remover? I'm so confused. Ah!
Why is it
You're
hurting so
hitting!
much?
You're hurting!
It really shouldn't hurt that much. Kind of unhealthy.
How do I make my cuticles better?
Go to an actual nail salon.
Bro, I can't hydrate. But you're right, I gotta wash that food down. Bro, how honestly, is it okay that my cuticles are bad or whatever? Gotta wash that food down. Ah! Ah! Why you're hurting me?
It's not. I'm not even. I'm barely touching you.
You hurted my nail.
Don't ruin it.
You hurted my nail. I'm suing. That's what they do at nail salon when you go?
It doesn't hurt as much. Maybe.
Well, maybe I'm not used to getting my nails poked at and prodded. I don't know how I'm gonna hydrate, bro. I can't do this with one hand. They do, it sucks, right? Did everyone forget about Area 21? I don't know. You messed it up?
Yeah. No?
Yeah, it's blue.
No, it was blue to begin.
Oh. What is oh.
Hydrate and then I.
Why does this take so much energy out of me? I'm not even doing it. It's like so. I'm sorry for complaining so much. He's gonna hydrate right now. Oh my god, the top coat layer is done.
It's bad.
Rawr.
Stretch.
Rawr.
Stretch.
No, my lips don't need painting, bro. Alright, stretching is better. I'm complaining a lot. I'm sorry. To them and to you.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Okay. Fabulous shirt, by the way. My shirt, right? Kakashi
Me?
Sensei.
Thank you.
No, my shirt. What? Bro, it's so powerful, that smell. Okay. Now what?
I didn't finish.
I remember I did this in Japan. Or someone put like nail polish on me and it was very cold. It doesn't feel that cold this time. Why? Oh, yours are bad nail polish? Oh. Not your shirt? Emily has an AC/DC shirt on. So yeah. I never went to sleep. I haven't been to sleep in 2 days. Bro, you should go to sleep, bro. Or I could wait till I go to sleep. I'm so tired of hydrating, bro. I don't understand what you just did, but it's done, right? What?
Take a picture.
How? Here, picture. Oh my god! Look at my nails! Yeah, take a picture.
Ah, he's so cute. I like that. I can't.
Wait. Okay. You took picture? You're happy?
Say cheese.
Okay. How long do I have to keep it like this?
Forever.
I have to look this stuff up, bro. I don't know how this works. Can you tell me seriously? How long it takes to dry?
Like
Sick
10
nails.
10 minutes.
Thanks, good vibes. Sick name. I had to do it for the sub goal, bro.
Whoa, whoa.
Makeup tomorrow, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright. Thanks for the 100 bids, bro. And thanks for the follow, Andrew. Jesus. I gotta play guitar. How am I gonna play guitar for him? For cheering? Ah.
I'll play.
By the way, bits makes the timer go up as well. Emily will play guitar.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, she's
I'll
joking.
play for
1 sub is 30 minutes. 100 bits would be 5 but 7 minutes. I don't know, 6 minutes. Yeah, I think 100 bits is 6 minutes. Because 500 bits would be half an hour. Okay, can I eat my food now? Well, not really, right? I'm gonna let it dry. Oh my god!
Am I leaving my makeup here?
No, take the makeup. I don't want it here. Why? No. Oh, makeup.
Here. You should open.
I can't open the window. Bugs get in. Alright. Alright, guys. We're gonna react to some videos as this dries. This is my notes pad. Oh, bro, give me a second before the hydrate. Emily, can you take this plate? Ah. Or you could just like leave it on top of the washing machine. She's saying bye. You gotta watch that food. I'm so mentally exhausted. Go to sleep, bro. Bye. Player says bye. Bye bye. Thank you, Emily. Bro, I look mad cool. What the hell? I mean, thank you. Bye. Be careful. It's okay. Yeah, you can just leave it. Yo, let's go. Jesus. Oh my god, bro. Like, oh. I did not think it would be that much work, bro. Like, what? I thought it's a 1, 2, 3. Aw, thanks for the 100 bits again, bro. Huh? What just happened? I can't see anything. Sam! Thanks, bro. Thanks for the subs. Wait, I can't. Bro, I just. Give me a second. Kilowa's boy. Andrew, hey! Good vibes. You just came in. You got a sub. That's pretty cool. Damn. Wait. Thanks, I guess? When you sleep, it's almost nighttime. It's 10:59, so almost 11. Huh? What does that mean? When I sleep, it's gonna be 2 a.m. Alright, I gotta turn off the phone webcam. Bro, I can't, bro. My fingers don't work like they used to before. I almost deleted it. Oh, I like this song. This is a good song. Hydrate. Alright, guys. I'll see you guys next time. No, I'm joking. You got an ad? Oh, that sucks. Thanks, Sim. Wait. Why is this so low volume? This song should be regular volume. Repeat everything you said in the past minute. Thank you for the bits. I don't remember what else I said. Thank you, Sam. I'm gonna try to play guitars with my nails. Like, bro, look at these nails, bro. My sister actually did a good job, bro. Look at that. Well, I don't know what a bad job looks like, but bro, look how cool this looks, bro. This looks mad sick. Like, look at that. My fingers are nasty, bro. This makes it look nicer. Drip out. Yeah, they look nice, right? All right, now comes the hardest part of the stream. How the hell am I gonna play guitar for Sam and Michael? All right. They forgot about me. Ah! Oh, it tapped something. Okay, cool. Let's do this. I gotta... Bro, this is actually insanely hard. What the hell? I mean, insanely hard. What did I say? You don't need to right now? No, I do. I'm about to fall asleep. Bro! Wait! Good night, Emily. Thank you. All right. Okay, I could do bar chords. I need a pick. I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm sorry. I lied. I lied. I lied. Good night, bro. It's not, bro. It's so hard. It's so hard. Triple G made his return to streaming tonight. Hell yeah! Just finger it. I can't. Yeah, that's my sister. Ugh. Okay. There we go. This is what we do. This is what we do. I will play music for you and Sam later. I'm sorry. Mom, I'm on TV. You were. Just finger it, like finger taps. Bro, I don't know, man. Give me a sec. Let me see if it dried. It probably didn't dry, right? I heard the song. I'm sorry. The song was Jake. The song wasn't playing loud for some reason. I want to talk to Triple G. That's what I want to do. I want to see what he's doing. Bro, no worries. I got you guys later. Do the Pokemon battle? Yeah, first I have to see Triple G. I love this guy, and he just returned to streaming. It's gonna take a while for me to get there, but I'll get there. What is this?
I like that it pauses. I forgot.
Alright, we got this. I'm just gonna type yo. Okay? Just yo. Yo! I typed yo.
Ping pong.
Yo!
You're supposed to be doing your sub thing.
I am.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
Okay. I am low. Just
Back to it.
want it.
You
Thanks for the shout out.
Your nails?
Oh. Yeah. Bro, it's gonna be so
Appreciate the shout out.
Yo, bro, stop it, bro. Thank you for the bits, bro.
Since you are currently
Why is this mic like that? Why is your mic so bad, bro? Guys, follow this guy if you haven't already. He's a freaking god. He's
That's really
amazing.
funny.
Oh, that's me.
What is he doing?
These are my nails.
There's so much audio
There's
stuff that I have to switch. You're at 21 hours and 31 minutes.
these are my nails.
Ah.
What do you think? These are my nails. What do you They're so nice, right?
They look good.
Yeah. He changed his voice for me. How you doing?
They do
Yeah.
look good. This is so.
This is so cool.
Bro, that is so cool. Do you want to do your nails?
I wonder. The counter is how much times he has left to stream.
Yeah.
Do I want to do my nails? I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Nail polish.
My sister did my nails. She could do your nails.
Pen.
Oh. Don't do that. Oh, actually, I want to see
Oh,
that.
that was
Do
your
that.
sister,
Do that.
huh?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey! Bro, I love Triple G. I can't type or play anything. Play. Thanks for the bits, bro.
This is so cool.
Jesus. I can't type or play anything.
Why not?
Oh, it didn't. I don't think it dried yet. I'm not sure. I'm gonna test it out right now in front of you.
Someone, I was like, wait, I have Donkey Kong still going on. Oh,
Monkey
it doesn't
do
take that
that.
long to dry. I'm
Monkey
pretty
do
sure.
very bad.
All right, let's see. Oh,
Ah,
it's dried. All right, let's see. I'm safe. Oh my god, I'm safe. It dried.
Knew it.
Bro, I'm so happy to see you back, bro. You're like one of the
I'm
only
bad at
streamers
nail
that does
painter.
this stuff. You are?
Whoa, there's a new feature that I can give you feedback.
No, don't give me bad feedback, please. Humor? Oh. Is he gonna give me humor? He gave me humor! Wait, why can't I give him feedback?
Beep.
He gave me humor. Let's go, we got
There
humor.
we go.
Why can't I give him feedback? Bro.
I don't have it yet. It's probably
Thank
because
you.
I haven't streamed in a while.
Gotcha. All right. Well, if you want to play something later, let me know. I'm 1,000% down. Gotcha. I'm gonna eat food. All right. Well, if you want to play something later, let me know. I'm 1,000% down.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to playing some Donkey Kong, if that's cool with you.
What?
And
Yeah.
we'll have a very fun 21 hours and 40 minutes and 47 seconds.
You do. Yeah.
But you didn't need to do that.
Of course I did. Welcome back. You do.
It just came in. I saw you do it before.
Oh shit.
Before
I'm dumb.
anything.
Of course.
So.
I'm dumb. Yeah. That makes sense.
You're so funny. You're so funny.
You so fun.
Okay. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay. Bye bye. You so fun.
I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
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 Bye. Bro, I love this guy.
Sick.
Oh my god, I love this guy, bro. I love this guy. Oh my god, I love making content with him. He understands. Player, what are you doing? So much money. Yo, funny levels going up. Wait, I gotta do funny. He's very nice. He's an awesome guy. He's like, he's one of my favorite streamers to interact with because like he just does that, you know? Like he'll just do that stuff. A lot of people don't do that. He's so funny. We have a channel. We have a video together where we played Battleship that you could check out on the. Okay. Oh, hydrate. I was gonna do a song for you, but I guess I'll hydrate too first. I got you. Can I honestly? I think I'm gonna ruin the nails. Wait, I'm gonna do. Okay, I'll just do this. Yo, Dalton, what's up? Player, bro. I'm gonna go get a pic, bro. Jesus, thank you. Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna watch some YouTube. Wait. I don't know where my pic is, bro. I found a pic. Let's go. No, 22 hours. We would never do 24. Did it work, Dalton? Okay. It does change my lights, yes. I should probably keep the lights back to like what it was before, right? Oh my god, that looks scary. You don't know? Oh. Wait. I gotta set the mood for you, bro. Sam, I hope you're still here as well. Ah! I hit the nail, bro. No! The nail looked so good. And now it hit my... Oh, my guitar's gonna smell like... Okay, I'm sorry. Nail polish. Okay. I mean, extreme stretch. Ah! That's extreme stretch, but you get some leg action too. I go like that. Oh, I'm stretching my legs. You can't really see it now, but... Oh, okay. Okay, Ping. I have to play. I just have to be careful. Aw, that's sweet, bro. You're gonna get it soon,
Monkey
bro.
do
Keep
good.
trying. I
Monkey
believe
do
in you,
very
bro.
good.
My cousin tried for 50 jobs in a row before getting the job he landed. Sometimes that just happens. Let's go. You got this, bro. Thanks for the lurk, though. I press bye-bye. Okay. Oh my god. All right, yeah, I don't. It's Bing bong. Play a Slayer. Yeah.
I left my
Play
hat in a
a
blender with a sex offender.
Slayer. Nice, Dalton. Yeah. Play a Slayer came with them bits. Play a Slayer came with them bits.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay, I guess.
Play a Slayer came with them bits and hydrates and sand. Came with 4 gifted subs. Thank you. Oh. That's awkward. The avatar thing wasn't there, but I think I ruined my guitar.
Wow, a nice six-pack and nice skills are.
Nah, we're good. Oh. I hope. Wow, a nice 6-pack. A nice skill. Thanks for the hydrate. The smell goes away. Yeah, but it's so powerful, you know? You rich from Slayer, you could buy 500 tabs, right? Yeah, sure. What does that even mean, King? But yes, I do appreciate it. Nah, I'm broke AF. The fact that you're broke AF and you gave me all that, I really do appreciate it. Now, what was the video you wanted to watch? Players rarely here, guys. I gotta play what he wanted to watch. I'm sorry. And then we'll go into everyone else's videos. Bro, I love Triple G, though. Oh my god. I just had saved up stuff. Nice. Can I go second? Yes, because you asked. Oh, and I get to eat. Oh, yes. And hydrate to wash the food down, of course. Like Mega Evolution. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. Mega Evolution. Battle Royale. This better be amazing. Oh god. Loud sound, flashing lights warning. Okay, you guys have been warned. Is this a song? Oh, it's not a song, okay. I haven't seen it, no. It feels so pretty. I might watch this on a different thing. Hey, what's up, gamer? I just watched it. It's kind of funny. All right, cool. I seen it. They fight a lot. Cool. Bird up? What does that mean? I'm going to watch it on the thing where... Because it sounds like it has copyrighted music. This is just not going to show up on the VOD, so I'll just put it here. And we should be good to go. What does bird up mean? What's up, gamer? How you doing? Okay, how am I gonna eat this now? What's up, Daddy Frog? You watch this guy a lot? Oh, gamer knows too. Oh, they're gonna all Mega Evolve and fight. What? What? The hell? That is kind of how it seems, bro. They look so distorted. That was a good one. It looks like it's Attack on Titan like stuff, bro. This is crazy. Legendary one. Also Poggers. What's up, Chi? Oh, see you. This all canon? It is.
I just finished the speed
It's a breakdown
run
video
mod
made
that
by the
I did
creators.
earlier, so here's this song lyrics
All that goes
coming
through your
at
head
you
is
with
this? Damn.
supersonic speed. JJ Fat. Sumaluma Dumaluma, you assuming I'm a
Dummaluma,
human, what I
dummaluma,
gotta do to
dummaluma,
get
when I
it
go
through
to
to
get
you?
through, I'm superhuman, innovative, made of rubbers, so anything says ricocheting home from me, and I go to the demonstrating more than ever demonstrating how to give a mother duck an audience, so feeling
more
exasperating.
than ever demonstrating how to give a mother duck in audience a feeling like itself.
I got my nails done. That's funny. That's so dumb. Hmm? Was that Atch ketchup? This is mad nice, bro. Ew. So see Among Us Baka. I love how Mega Salamence just looks cool. So they made him look like he's high or something. Same. CTS is great. Yeah. Bro, if you saw this in real life, you probably wouldn't want like to live in the Pokemon world. They probably have videos on that. I wish I lived in the Pokemon world. And it's just like this. Hyper Beam. Ooh, Mewtwo. X and Y. Uh-oh. I would not want the smoke. Yeah, sorry for timing you out before without warning, but like that just seemed a little weird to me. When my sister was actually there. It just seemed weird. What happened to his bat? Oh. But Lopunny. Oh, they didn't show Lopunny, did they? Or did I miss it? That's like the hottest thing. Or Glade. That was weird. They are, I think. He's coming to you, bro. Mega Gengar is just OP. Yeah, Gengar is OP. It's shaving its fur in the background at first. Oh. That's funny. It's so random. What? This is so dumb. Why'd they put so much focus on Gengar? Oh, damn. This is cool. Mewtwo, what? Jesus. Oh, flashback to beginning of video. Gengar yeets you to the underworld. Ghostbusters too. Dragon Ball Z. I see that. This is the coolest animation so far in the video. This is, oh, I could skip it. Damn. Damn. Mega Y is a what? Oh, he went Mega X. This is sick. Currently making fire noodles. Oh, I'm so jealous. I want noodles. I should make a sub goal. Order noodles. I don't know. Oh, did you see that? Look how pretty. Oh, yeah, you saw them. Look how pretty they are, guys. Jesus, that was fast. Beyonce right there. What the hell just happened? Oh, he's mad, bro. I love this song, bro. This is from Hoenn. What the hell? He's gonna kill everyone. Let's go, Rayquaza. Fun fact, noodles come in Jesus in serving of 2. Jesus, Harry Cruz. Do they? This makes me want to play Pokemon right now. I'm not gonna lie. Rayquaza just kills everyone. Hmm? He just recovered everyone. Hell yeah! You can take out Rayquaza. No, there's more to this, isn't there? That's funny, bro. I like that. I like that a lot. That was cool. Men in Black. That's Will Smith. Wait, they actually explain the details? Bro, that's a lot of credits. I kind of want to watch this, and then we'll go to Aces and then Gamers, because Ace mentioned before. I just want to watch this a little bit. Oh, he just explains the... Oh my god. Oh, that's actually really cool. I was confused as to why Ash suddenly appeared, but it's because Houndoom can change anything to Ash. That is so cool. I kind of want to watch this one. Yeah, no, I watch this guy a lot. Cool. Yeah, that's a lot of... Hey, one recommendation at a time. Yeah, and reasoning. That's cool. All right, we're going to watch a little bit of this. I'm sorry, King. Just a little bit. The moment it charges into its opponent, sharp spikes pop out of his head. So he uses the Pokédex stuff, yeah? Yeah, Obama Snow kind of sucks. That's actually insane. That is so cool. Wait, I want to subscribe to this guy. That's actually sick. That is sick. I want to be fair though, and we'll go to the next video, but I'm going to subscribe. I should subscribe on my non-stream account. That is actually insanely cool. I wouldn't mind working for him and doing research on that stuff. And card games. Yeah, but in memes and competitive and memes and the anime. That is sick, bro. That is actually so cool. Watch it later? Yeah. Well, what's later? 21 hours later? They're really funny.
Oh, baby, we got some memes. Let's see what we got. No, we don't have memes, Michael. We have a challenge. If I laugh, I gotta dye my beard. Oh,
If you laugh,
you gotta dye yours. You laugh? Or just mustache goatee.
If you laugh, you have to paint your nails and play some games, so I'm gonna lurk. Alright, thanks for popping in, bro. And thanks for all the bits. I hope you don't remain broke forever. But I hope you're doing really well. I haven't talked to you in a minute, bro. It was nice seeing you pop in. And not just because you gave me money. And I mean that. Thanks for the lurk, bro. Just press bye-bye. You laugh, show feet? Alright. I won't laugh then. Oh, Call of Duty.
That was a goofy laugh. Thumbs up if you love black people. Oh. I swear. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Today we'll be learning about.
Wait, is this play about us?
I'm here to talk to you
Yeah.
about Shleep.
Bro, there's such fake reactors. His face is so fake. Look at that. No one makes that sound from like a dumb joke. I probably will be broke for the foreseeable future, but thanks for the kind words. Yeah, don't feel like you need to pay money every time you're here. Like, if you want to just chill, it's fine. Like, I don't mind. You're pretty chill, you know? And if you have time and if you want to and all this stuff, obviously, but yeah. I'll be here for some time, so. Yep. What do you want to talk about? Well, no, you want to play games. I didn't laugh. Not from the video.
Ladies, look to your left. Now look to your right. Statistics indicate that both of those men will rape you.
No, it is not.
I'm not gonna rape you.
I remember that.
I might. That's kind of funny.
Will Smith just smacked him.
That was kind of funny.
Okay.
That looked
But he ain't gonna let me.
Ain't no way.
that looked nasty, bro. When people put the e-chat, you go too far, you know. Sometimes with the e-chat stuff. Not you, but
You ABCD person.
these are okay.
Oh.
That was kind of funny.
Would you still love me if I was a tank?
No.
Well, that depends on what
Depends on-
tank you were. I mean,
what-
you could be a Leopard 2A7,
Mm.
a Tiger,
don't tank.
a Bulldog,
Mm.
Chieftain, a T-34,
Okay,
a KV-1.
the first one. The
It's
first
not that loud for you guys.
Okay. So let's say you were a Leopard 2A7. I would ask you to marry me.
Does that mean you want to marry me?
No. You're not a Leopard
Are you a
87.
Leopard 2A7?
This is so dumb.
That's cold blooded. That's cold blooded.
Is gay. Yeah,
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. He's just.
Okay, this is. I kind of want to laugh by their reactions. That was actually funny.
he's gay.
You gay?
That's not funny.
You good, Aaron? You gonna hold it?
Did Mr. Beast ever give him money?
Mr. Beast donated $1.99 through Super Chat. Big Black Monkey Boy, Big Black...
Man, everybody on
That's kind of funny.
FaceTime talking about you like Steve Harvey. Hey. Look, y'all really think he look like Steve Harvey? Huh?
Okay. He was in my guts 30 minutes ago now. Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa.
I thought that was his girlfriend back there. Yeah, proof that hair is in Okay. Okay.
Oh, the misery.
Cancer really be your enemy?
And there's the.
Damn, bro. Damn. I'm gonna put a thing. I'm just gonna change the title of the oh wait, I'm already on the right. Huh? Bro, I'm going crazy. We're just gonna change the title to yeah. Watching vids with chat. Excuse me. Uncapped Subathon day 2. One sub equals 30 minutes. And just chatting is fun. I laughed. I couldn't hold after that. Nice.
I did not see that coming. I didn't see that one coming.
Memorial.
Hey, check out that Vietnamese guy giving a business
Oh,
to
yeah,
those Vietnam
yeah,
vets.
yeah.
Scoreboard! Scoreboard!
Score. That's what he was saying. He was saying scoreboard. I didn't know he was saying scoreboard.
I haven't seen that episode.
The wall is a scoreboard. That's
Huh?
crazy.
I don't get it.
I know that guy. I kill him. He cry like a bitch.
Roses are red, violets
Violets are blue, right?
When I was 3 years old, somebody moved.
Somebody what?
Good one, good one.
3 MOL.
What is this? Internet City. Bro, I could have better reactions. I'll just stare at it.
It's made from the flowers of the butterfly.
Lean tea. My friend cleaning up after clapping some cheeks. He pretended to be his girl for April Fools. Hey,
Bro, the reactions are so fake. I can't. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm sorry.
what happened again?
Like he's reacting as if this thing really happened, bro. It's a TikTok they made for oh my god, bro.
Oh, it almost got me. It almost got me. That's a
Oh my god, this video is 9/11. Not this one, that one.
wild. That's Sleepy memes is golden.
Crazy. This is crazy.
This is crazy.
I'm not losing.
When he has a big nose. I want to ride. I want to ride.
Jesus.
That's crazy.
That's
He
actually
stepped up to the
insane.
plate.
That is insane. This is making me want to watch some funny You Laugh You Lose. Can I change it, please?
Ain't no way that's a real laugh. Me saying I can have the superior color crayon when asking for the white crayon. Oh.
My pants, I am for real.
Oh, this song's mad good, actually. Pick something else than this cringe. That's fine. If it's, if a king likes it, that's fine. But listen, I'll pick better You Laugh You Lose. Okay. This is something I would actually watch off stream. I couldn't think of his name for a second. Oh, he literally uploaded one 9 hours ago. Perfect. Okay.
All right. Chat, today we are going to be doing a classic on the channel. A classic.
Hello.
And we call it a You Laugh, You Lose. I made this myself, and I've been doing
This is
it
what
a lot
I
lately,
watch
and
off
actually-
stream.
Today, I thought it'd be kind of fun to see something that I've always wondered. Are my mods funny? I mixed in a lot of people that are just known in the community and mods of mine
This is loud
to
enough,
see
yeah?
if they can make me laugh. So this time, it's different. Look, I could be paying for one of my mods' tuitions. I don't know what the fuck's about to happen. So here's how this works. I spin this wheel. If I spin it, whatever it lands
Yeah.
on, you get. Now we're gonna make this one a little bit interesting because you
Thank
guys
you.
are my mods, and I know that a lot of you guys have been here for a while. You've been helping me a lot, mostly unpaid. If you land on the $10,000,
Damn, mostly
this
unpaid,
time,
bro.
We're going
Not
to
me.
bump it up to $20,000. Yep. So yes, if it lands on double spin and then goes all the way to $10,000, it's $40,000. All right.
Bro, my
Ready,
nails
check,
feel
Twitch
so
chat, let's see if
pretty.
they're ready. The dogs are here. 3, 2, 1. I'm not gonna laugh at that, but that was good.
That was kind of funny.
Some extra Molly and an extra pacifier because I'm rolling pretty hard. I'm looking forward to the dubs.
Dude, I love this guy.
This guy is not
chain
funny to me.
smokers. That's pretty much it. I love headbanging, so. You ever headbang before? Love the fishnets. Can I get your number? Awesome. I'll catch you inside.
It's so
Day
stupid.
1 of trying to catch my shower ghost lacking. What?
So dumb. Yo, thank you for the 45 bits, bro. Let's go. Thank you, Churro. I got more excited from that than like 20 subs, bro. Piggy Woggy, what's up, you know? We're watching something that I would watch off stream. Isn't that crazy? You laugh, you lose. I can't really play the guitar, bro. I tried last time and I think I chipped. I just. My nails. They're too powerful. But I'll sing. Churro, thank you for the 45 bits. See, that was different.
What the fuck was that?
I watch Miskiff, yeah.
Hey, just the idea
That's
of
so
doing that is
dumb.
the stupidest shit in the world. All right, Solorion. Solorion, how many subs have you gifted to this channel? It's got to be well.
It feels cringe watching stuff not cringe. It feels weird watching stuff I would watch off stream in front of you guys because you guys are so judgy.
Over your entire bank account at this point.
No wonder
Let's
you
see
have
if
to-
hopefully I can probably
See what I
get some of
mean?
that money back for you.
I want to do this, but I don't have money. I just had a genius idea. What if I copied exactly what he's doing, but instead of that, instead of $1,000, it's 1,000 pennies. No, that's still a lot of money. It's like one penny, and I just take out like 2 zeros from everything, or like 3 zeros from or like 4 zeros from everything he has. I'm not showing feet.
Wait, can we talk about this? How is it every time I spin this wheel, it always lands
What's Triple G doing? He's playing Donkey Kong, no?
on the $1,000? Do not, and it, remember I switched it. Splish.
Oh.
Solorion, your investments of 5 gifted subs every.
There is a sub goal where we're gonna make our own wheel together, and we're gonna decide what to put it on it together. It's probably gonna be like gifting subs, lowering or increasing the amount of time per sub, making me do exercise stuff. No feet.
Every day since I started streaming just did not pay off. That was the worst gamble of your life.
Liam. Damn, he got to 23 hours? Jesus Christ. Bro, Dinell, you're losing a lot of money on all of us. I kind of feel bad. How much subs do you need for fit? Oh my god, bro, I'm not giving feet.
Dun, 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 dun. The only good thing is that I saved it.
I love Triple G, bro. Okay, I got distracted way too quickly. It's at 70 subs. No, stop lying. Oh, for the wheel thing? Oh, I don't remember. I don't know. I may have helped. Nice. Me losing money? Nah, it's extra money to me. That's good then. The computer took money from me.
It has landed on the $1,000 every wheel spin I've done almost since I've started doing this. And you've got $10, man. I'm sorry, dude. You know what?
That's funny.
Solorion, you've been a huge part of the community, and you've gifted so many people subs, and you've seriously cared for a lot of the people around me. I'm going to double it. We're going to give you $20, Solorion, okay? I'm going to give you $20. Message
$20.
Hearts in chat for me, honestly. Woo! You seriously have done a lot for the community. You've gifted thousands of subs. I'm gonna give you $20, okay?
Here's an East.
What is dude? This guy's got a room at Alveus. What is any of this? Drew Where
That
are you
was
on
so
TikTok where you're
weird.
finding videos like this?
You see, his reactions are real. That's why I like watching him. Like the guys we just watched, they were so fake. They were like, "No way!" Like I could do that too. I could react like that too, bro. I could watch. Look, watch this.
Here's an Easter egg you may have missed in the Kenobi finale.
Oh, what is this?
The outfit Obi-Wan wears at the end of the episode is the same one he wears in.
That was good.
Oh, I didn't react well. I thought it was gonna be different. I was gonna be like, "Oh my god, he showed himself on the TV."
Women are stronger than men. Then why the fuck are we allowed to hit them?
He make a good point.
I will swallow you whole.
I don't doubt it.
I'm gonna show you what to do if someone grabs you. Step 1, kick his knee. Step 2, grab your hand and pull.
See, like that was kind of funny.
Grab your hand and pull.
I don't think it was that funny, but it was pretty funny.
It was the sound effect that got me. Holy shit. Alright, Duck, you win. And
$250.
$250. Alright, I will totally take that. My mods are funny, but goddamn are you unlucky. But that kind of makes sense. Cheapest laughs of my life.
How the hell doesn't...
I'm just not gonna laugh at this because Senny sent it in. I'm just not gonna... There's no... You know what, Sonny? If I laugh at this, I'll double whatever the hell it is.
Love macaroni, mac and cheese. Oh my god, mac and cheese. Wow. Amazing afternoon, mac and cheese.
That wasn't funny. Hey, hey, I hope it's not copyright. Oh, oh, that was so obvious. Huh?
Going out to the car in this to get my.
That's a man. If you laugh at anything we send you, you should donate to charity or something. Yeah, when I'm making full-time money from streaming and YouTube, I will indeed do stuff like that because that stuff is fun to do. But not right now.
Husband's reaction.
All right, I'm gonna go get changed. She's gonna be here in a couple minutes, and hopefully he likes it. Let's see. Should I do like heels too? No, that's too much, right?
Someone's gonna be in the
Okay,
closet.
So he
Oh,
just pulled up, but I have to make sure my neighbors aren't out. Oh my God, I'm
feet.
scared.
Look at the chat, bro. They said feet. Oh, you can't see it because my face is in the way. It's literally what, you know what, what some of you guys would be saying.
It's a nice ass lawn.
All right, just gotta make a run for it. Hi.
What's up?
What?
Well, hi, sweetie.
Grant. Oh, Graham.
Don't you look cute?
She wanted to check out the new car.
Okay. I'll.
Jesus.
Okay?
That's weird.
I need you to be quiet right now, sir.
Flory, how did you get in this? What
are you gonna do? I'm gonna evict you from the hotel, and I recommend you get out of my face.
Or what?
Nathan, call 911.
Ooh.
That was kind of funny.
Shut up, silly woman.
Are these the world's most crispy fries? Let's find out.
I don't get it. That guy looks like a racist streamer I know. Nice. Ooh.
That reminds me of when Asmon, whenever he does a video, he always pauses for 2 seconds and then does the video.
What's up, boys?
Why does he do that?
No, you need to go upstairs and get your pajamas on, and you're not leaving.
Bro, that's one of you guys right there, the kid.
I was seriously about to do something with that girl, and then my phone at my pocket. I was like, "Fuck! What are you gonna do with her?" She was about to blow my dick, dude. Get upstairs now. Close. Get upstairs now. I'm dead serious. Okay, this close. My dick was out.
That's funny, bro.
Dude, what?
That was funny. I think I've seen that before too. So mean. Who's mean? I think I've seen that one. I just feel bad for her, bro.
What a classic clip. Nice try,
That's
Omni.
not
Listen,
nice.
I've seen this thing on like addicting games, like 9gag. Like I've seen it all, man. This clip's so old. This is ancient.
I heard that if you give your mom things while she's on the phone, she will just hold them.
All right, so I just got home from work. I'm about to try it out. Hey, Mom. Ma. Oh, wait, I forgot she died.
What? So stupid. That's a meme. Oh, I love it. Yo, this video was making me die of laughter. I don't remember. I think I saw this on stream. I don't remember when I saw this. This video is so good. This is something fun to react to. Monkey flip. Yo, this is such a good video.
I don't know what they're supposed to do when people make jokes about their parents being dead. Like,
Oh my god, you're ruining the monkey. Oh my god, I don't know what. I don't remember where I saw this. Maybe I saw it on his channel. I don't think so though. Monkey flip. Funny. Just give me the original. There we go. No, that's not. They're showing Attack on Titan. Okay. How is there not? How do they not? Monkey flip hit head. There we go. He's crying. I feel so bad. Did the link not go through? Oh, yeah, I didn't see a link.
am I supposed to
How does he
smile?
pause
Like,
it
I don't,
there?
Like, what do you want me to do? And I see a poor monkey get hit in the face.
Care. Alright, Wes, do it.
Oh, what?
You're boring.
What?
Yeah.
How the fuck do you
He's ignoring you. Okay, do
What
it.
do we know that?
Oh! Woo!
It's like, what the hell's going on, bro?
He's ignoring you.
What the hell?
Troy, what you
Bro. Oh, damn. That looks like it hurt.
It sucked dick on accident.
What was that? That's kind of funny.
Mom, look at my phone. What's this?
Her reaction was so delayed. Jesus Christ.
Oh, he's just coming down with it. Oh, maybe that's better. Oh no, I don't. Is this like a medieval game? Oh, he's. Oh, there. Okay. No, you don't. Oh, sorry. Nope, you were right there. You were right the first time. No, that way.
You idiot! Oh, the dog.
Sick as fuck. Why are you sending that shit?
Oh.
Kid gets hurt very bad. Crying emoji. I wonder what happens.
Kid gets hurt bad.
No, please. No.
Oh, the bike was about to run over his feet, bro. Alright. Yo, this is a classic. If you have not seen this, you have to see this now. This is not the video I thought it was. I take it back.
No!
I kind of just feel bad. My best friend's still slowly going through the fire needles, and I finished. Nice! I'm not going to sleep, Juwan! How you doing, though? Mouth was on fire? Nice. I kind of want to have them now. The only problem with eating very spicy food... Yo, I actually keep looking at my nails. Juwan, look, I got my nails done by my sister. I keep looking at them. They're so nice. I'm not even lying, like... I've grown to like them. Is that weird? If you answer these 3 questions right, I'll give you 3 subs. Alright, which questions? Go. 11:49. Do you know where your children are? That is true. I'm going to sleep at 2:30, so we should be good.
Oh, are you good, bro?
Ouch.
Bro, this is not funny. I feel bad for the guy. Go Curry! Oh, that sounds so good. They're generally good nails? Hell yeah. My sister is good at this stuff. Look at that. Like, oh, I feel so pretty. Anyway, what are nuts on a wall called? I don't know, actually. Walnuts. Oh, Jawad, that makes sense. Walnuts. Nuts on a wall are called walnuts. Yeah, that's my answer. I lock it in. Wait, do I have the music for this type of thing. I have Jeopardy music. I had Jeopardy music. It's not here. Just pretend. Oh, here it is. Walnuts. Next question. I didn't even see that online. I literally just stole Blaze's answer. Come on, next. Jeopardy doesn't go on that long. There's 16 seconds left for the song. What are nuts on your chest? Chestnuts. Chestnuts, baby. Last question. Yeah, we're at 60, bro. Oh, the song finished. It's playing again. 3rd question. What are nuts on your chin? A dick in your mouth. I didn't look it up. Did I get it right? Am I getting 3 subs? Let's go! Is it Timmy's nuts? Is that the real answer?
You got that on film.
You little cheat. You didn't say I couldn't cheat. Let's go. I just won 3 subs, guys. Let's go. Oh my god. Well, let me press the congrats button. I have a button that it's. Let's go. Hell yeah, bro. I'm such a genius sometimes, bro. I'm so good at this game, bro. Alright, anyway, let's watch the video.
I think I did. You good, man?
I think I just shit myself.
Yeah.
Drive it a
That was kind of funny.
casket.
This nigga here tripping, cuz.
What?
This nigga just put gas in a casket.
And it's moving.
Hey, yo.
This nigga here funny.
What? I'm thinking of donating $3 or gifting 1 because you cheated. It's okay, you don't need to do anything. I'm just joking. I clearly cheated. I didn't even get the walnuts one without Blaze. This is so stupid.
Oh my god, that hurt. Can you not ding dong ditch people anymore? Is that like an
That's so dumb. Stop subbing. Gas price is high these days now. I need him free Sunday. Oh yeah, you do. Hey, don't you have Amazon Prime? Come on, I know you don't watch Twitch, Jawad. Come on. Help me out, bro. I'll still come through on Sunday, just not that long, regardless. Gas price is high these days now. Fair, fair. Not that you drive, but fair. Unless you do.
thing because everyone has
Do you
those
drive?
damn bullshits. You can't get away with it back. It's like Mission Impossible nowadays. You know, back in when I used to do it, you could do anything you wanted. No
Next
one gave
video.
A shit. No one even knew. Yo, what up, best
Next.
fam?
Yeah.
There we go.
No, beat it, yes!
S-Fam, bad timing and rating me, man.
I'm feeling solid, come round here, I feel like I can chin someone, I feel like I'm gonna chin some lady, watch this.
Why would he punch her? That's not funny. Gas price in California like $7 a gallon. Shit. Do it next Sunday. I give you my hard-earned money, and now you want free money. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. The gas prices are mid in New York City, while in Norway they $10 per gallon. Jesus. I thought Cali had one of the highest in the world.
There's no way that was real. That's gotta be fake. All right, the real Astro, dude. Congratulations on watching Andrew Tate. All right.
Do you guys know Andrew Tate?
In the wheel,
There's like
and
drama
is
with
it
that
gonna
guy.
be $20,000?
Does donating increase the timer? If you give through the tips page, it will not. Bits and subscriptions will. The tips page, I just had trouble with it next time, which will be in a couple of years. I don't think I'll do subathons too often. They should let small creatures get their first 1,000 subs without taking 50%. Yes, I do consider myself a small creature, so I do agree with that. Yo, thanks for the 5 bits, bro. You see, it just went up by 4 seconds. I think. Thanks, bro. You see, even this guy in chat said W. This guy in this streamer's chat. Look at that. Oh, well, I guess you can't really. Yeah, there. See, he said W. Creators. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's nice that, oh, it's 20 seconds? Nice. It's nice that Prime is free for both people, though.
Is $250 yet?
I'll play on guitar, but my fingers, they're kind of, you know, beautiful, so it's hard to play on guitar.
Thank fucking God, I'll take that.
No pressure, no pressure.
She drops it. She's just gonna drop it.
Oh shit, that's someone's phone.
She's just gonna drop it. Why the fuck wouldn't she just go on the, grab it?
No. Ah! Ah! You dumbass! Sorry. This doesn't look like a good recipe. For,
Sorry, like when you're putting a shopping cart down an elevator, you're just trying to take
I feel bad. All right, good night, Jawad. Thanks for pooping in. Nice video the other day, and have a great one. You can't get on that idiot streamer, you'll get shocked. You can't get on that idiot streamer. Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? The elevator would have been better there, right?
What do you expect's gonna happen, man?
That's his own
Alright,
damn
your grandma,
fault.
I don't
Her, yeah,
say.
I was about
Wait,
to
she
say.
died? She did
She died?
not die from that. There's no. She died. You're trolling me. Yes, she did. No, she did not. Grandma went to the gulag. Bro, no way did she.
Grandma went to the gulag. Wait, Grandma falls down escalator with shopping cart. Oh, the train tracks. You can't get on that. It is. You'll get shocked. Oh. I knew that. I knew that as well. Escalator. Did she actually die? Has she done this before? Fearless. Nothing to laugh about, people. If you read the news story, there are multiple escalators. She was heading to the parking and mistakenly got on the wrong one. Okay, but did she die? She died. Did she really? Yes. I believe Angela. Angela said she died. I think that means she died. The hell, bro.
Story
That's...
on it?
BL Fire. I don't really know how to say his name.
This is one of the funniest clips I've seen. If she died, then it wouldn't be online. I don't know, man. There's some crazy stuff online.
Shout out to you, baby, and
Elderly Nashville.
Oh, oh, he just cut it off. You know what's okay? Well, let's finish what this is, and then I'll.
A woman was killed in an escalator at the local grocery store. Bro, that is not a grocery store. That's a mall, bro. What are you saying? That's a mall.
Things I want.
I don't know, man. Even on YouTube, you never know. They're not showing her death, you know? Well, I guess they kind of are, but... What did I want to look up? There was such a... What was... Oh my god, it was just on my... Oh, yeah. This is one of my favorite clips.
Oh, someone picnic there. Because today weather is so good.
Do you guys get this? I've showed this on stream once. Give me all the money from your subs. I got you, bro.
Oh, someone picnic there.
It's a homeless guy and she thought he was picnicking. The innocent stuff is the funniest.
To be inside of.
Are you guys seeing it? Are you guys seeing it? You want me to pause frame by frame? I got you. Damn it, he pauses it. Watch this. You guys ready? It's a once in a lifetime thing for half of you, okay? You will never see this in your life ever again. Unless you look it up on Google. Bro, you saw it. Let's go. Can it go? I'm going frame by frame here, bro. Like, oh, there it is. All right, let's continue.
Is she the hottest of all the superhero moms and stuff? I feel like she's probably the hottest.
She's pretty hot. Miss Incredible, please. Oh yeah, Judo. I forgot about that. Oh, have you ever watched what I recommended you, bro? Literally in my life. Bro, you don't understand. Chudo like lives off of incredible stuff.
Honest. Like, I would definitely be inside her cave for sure. It's like she's not on camera enough or something, but dude, she's so hot.
Myself on this school, everybody knows me as that, so I'm gonna play my theme song.
And I'm a child of God, and everybody knows that.
Bullshit. When you're around me, you ain't no child of God.
Well, damn. Hold on, we say that shit too. Hold on, what the? Hey, what you say?
When you're around me, you are no child of God.
What the fuck? You're not no child of God, nigga. What you gotta say about that? Bye. I wanna go to heaven.
I didn't choose home.
Who chose me?
That's not really funny. Aunt Cass is a runner-up. Who's Aunt Cass? People who play Yu-Gi-Oh! And watch anime. Right there. Isn't that you? Aunt Cass. Who's that? Oh, Aunt Cass. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff online about Aunt Cass. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Maybe not for Twitch, but his pants are funny.
That was actually impressive. That dude was like a fruit bat.
You need sleep? Yeah, that was kind of TOS, right? All right, bro, you got this. Finish this video with me, and then you could head to sleep.
Don't let those dogs in. Please don't let the dogs.
I gotta poop too, so after this I'm gonna go poop probably. So. It's actually so random. It's kind of funny, bro. Ducks. I just finished cooking and eating. Oh, so maybe you have to wait a little for it to digest now. Oh, the sleep necessary right after. I don't know. Okay. Have a great night, bro. Thanks for pooping in. I do appreciate it a lot. I like seeing you around, Jawad. Hopefully I'll see you Sunday. Well, I will, but hopefully I see you for some time on Sunday. Whoa, whoa. Nah, this guy is having too much fun here.
Bro, why is he holding him like that? Why is his account name It's Lit Gay Shit?
They blurred it. I like to watch good content before I sleep. So. Alright, I'll talk to you later.
Oh, no, relax. Who is operating that thing? Aiden Ross? Like, what the hell?
So Twitch allows it, but not YouTube. Interesting.
Hell is that, man? Oh, I mean, I chuckled for sure, but that was dumb as hell.
I'm kidding too, bro. You have to get the reverse kidding. You gotta understand the intricacies of the reverse kidding. You kidded with me. I caught the kidding and I reverse kidded you. But you didn't catch the reverse kid. So you said, I'm kidding, bro, chill. Thinking that I didn't catch the kid. Does this ass make my ass look fat? True.
I don't know what the hell that was. Oh, wrong way. Wait, no, right way. No, 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 no! Oh my god!
That's $10,000, but it landed on 100. Oh, you guys don't see it because my head's in the way.
I said I'm gonna give $20,000 if it hits 10K. Can you hear
Yeah.
my heart?
No way he just... No way you could do that. You guys don't hear anything, right? It's because I have no heart. Anyway.
I'm heartless.
He just made the same... Bro, he's stealing my content. That's literally the same joke I just did. Oh, you hurt. Oh, never mind. I guess I'm not heartless.
Fuck you, Google. Fuck you. Piece of shit.
I'm a virtual assistant, but your words are still very real.
Get fucked.
Please keep them respectful.
Shut up,
if you're
bitch.
frustrated with something,
Peace, bro.
feedback.
Shut up.
Sorry about that, CJ.
Shut up, bitch.
Problem. You can send feedback.
Okay, if you didn't do this when you were a kid, I did this the entire... Every time I go trick-or-treating, I always carry...
Did you guys do this? Did you guys ever steal a bunch of the treats? I never did this. I was a good kid. But that's probably why I'm here right now. Streaming a subathon. Instead of living my life. I'm just joking. This is fun.
black garbage bags and backpacks. If there was a house and people were there, we would skip them and
A
we'd go
weird
for bowls.
zoom.
Wait, am I an asshole? You know, here's what we're gonna do. Remind me around Halloween time, chat. We're gonna get an Airbnb. I'm gonna get a camera, put it on my house in front of this, and I'm gonna put
Guys, what does this look like? I think I'm tired.
a bowl out. And let's see if kids go for the bowl, okay? That's a good idea. All right, remind me.
He did a middle finger too, Jesus. Jesus, he took the whole bowl, bro.
Hey, I'm out.
That's not funny. Lollipop? You used to steal the lollipops? You like the lollipops are okay. What's up, Nico? I used to take the... Oh, it didn't say hello there because you've been here less than 12 hours ago or something. I used to take the... I'm doing good. How you doing, bro? Is your computer fixed? Because it's been a while. But I used to take the Smarties, bro. No one like... I like Smarties. Smarties are awesome. And Kit Kat and yeah.
Why do you think that was a good idea, dude? I don't understand.
I never left this game.
It's like 2.
You gonna work? Okay, cool. Get some sleep, bro. Thanks for the alert.
Episodes of WWE.
Why are you laughing, though?
07, You're not a mod. Who the hell are you? You typed a week ago, no megalol, debated, but now no. How did you get in? This is a mod / VIP video. How did you get in here? You've been following me since July 11th of last year. Why do I have a feeling that your spin is going to be the one that kills me? Dude, I'm on fire today. $200. That's pretty fucking good for typing 3 times in my chat, man.
It's a lot of money.
What a stupid video.
Damn bitch.
Why is there a bird there?
But that was good.
Wait, did she die? Did she die? Bro, are they showing like things where people are dying? Guys, you know a couple of people a year die from vending machines? Or more than a couple? How many people die from vending machines per year? She didn't die? Oh. Yeah, it's more than sharks. I know that's what they always say. Yeah, like 13 people. No, she didn't die? Oh. How do you know? Bro. He just put a firework. That's crazy, bro. That's actually crazy.
Oh, Speed did it first.
That's actually funny, bro. You guys ever see this? Bro, I think about this with streaming sometimes. I'm like, oh, I'm close. I don't want to give up right before hitting diamonds. Or not streaming, but like YouTube videos.
Secrets to picking up any girl at any time.
Ooh,
tell you right now.
Let's go.
Hey, excuse me. So basically, I'm sorry if you're, well, I guess I don't know. I just saw you, but hypothetically, well,
Potato camera.
I just saw you, and I guess we don't know each other, but, you know, if, I guess necessarily it,
My God.
if we put it into words, but, if we could,
Yeah, this is from TwitchCon.
in a way, I don't know how it would work or your plans, but if we were to, I guess, you know, kind of, never mind.
Bro, that's actually so frustrating to watch. What the hell? No, I did not brush my teeth yet.
That was pretty good.
I just took the corona shot vaccine, and they said I would be okay shortly. I just...
that's not funny.
When you talking to me.
Wait, what was that?
You better lower your motherfucking tone when you talking to me.
This is such a good clip. It is so good.
I'm doing good, Nico.
I'm thirsty. Refreshing. Just to get the fuck out.
Yeah, if it was Dr. Pepper.
It's kind of messed up, bro. And it feels weird watching content I watch off stream. On stream, it just feels not as good because I feel like everyone's judging and they're like looking with their eyes and like you guys are like, bro, that was not funny. Like, why do you watch this? And I'm just like, oh my God, you're kind of right. But also like, why would you say that? I like to watch this. I watch this like every day. And it hurts a little, but it doesn't really because I understand. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. What is this man doing? Is it morning? No, it is. Well, actually, technically. It's midnight. 12:10 a.m., Nico. 12:10 a.m. Yeah. He went offline? Aww. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Did I do that? All right. This is what we're going to do now. Okay. Oh, Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 bits. This is what we're going to do now. I'm going to go take a poop. And I'll be in the streamer chat, and I'm gonna go poop. So I'll put some music as I poop. And hopefully the poop is quick.
Actually, that me to don't get stuck, Ping. Good luck with your poop.
Thank you. You could talk if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Wait, why isn't the music playing on Spotify? Oh my god, bro. Why? Give me a
I'm going to
second.
bed early today.
Nice. How was the doggo?
Good.
Nice.
Brother got home at like 3 o'clock your time.
Damn, that's late.
Yeah.
Why is the Spotify not working good? Spotify. I hate when this happens. Alright, whatever. I'll be back. Y'all could
Alrighty.
request. Well, I don't know. I could just put on something. Right. Put lo-fi girl. Okay. False alarm, not poop.
No poo.
No poo. I lied.
Aw.
Oh. Why, you wanted to see poo poo?
No.
Oh, I don't know.
You didn't you want to poop?
I thought I wanted to, but I didn't poop. I don't know what happened.
You going to bed?
Nah, it's too early. Did I go to bed?
No.
Probably
Play
should.
some GeoGuessr.
Yo, okay. Let's do GeoGuessr. That sounds fun.
I'm just trying to fucking get Heart of the Mountain 3, which takes forever in Minecraft.
Good luck. Sounds like it takes forever. I don't know. I'm just.
Well, yeah, I was working on it all last night. I got to level 2. And then halfway to 3, and I just gave up.
Damn. Who's talking VC? Timmy, that's right. If you want to join VC, you're
Yeah.
more than welcome to. Yeah.
No, you're actually not welcome.
Oh, unless Timmy doesn't want you. So you're not welcome, Rosie. But anyone else, if Timmy's okay with it, you could join. Anyway. Right? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just making
I
sure.
don't care.
But yeah, anyway. See who's streaming live right now on Twitch? Wait, I want to see that. Oh my god, that's actually kind of cool. Let me change the I gotta change the category because all my mods left me. I don't know where they went, but they left me.
But I went to bed because they're stinkies.
Nah, they're probably talking in a Discord. Because they do that. I have a sleepover in current session, so I couldn't anyway. Yeah, I know. We're joking. Let me. GeoGuessr. Taimu. Go. GeoGuessr. Let's go. I'm probably gonna sleep in like 2 hours or something. Play quiz. Join quiz? Competitive? I don't want competitive. Isn't there a daily thing?
I don't think anymore.
Wait, are you serious? They got rid of it?
I think so.
Damn. How's the sleepover going? Are they still watching that movie? Oh. Where is this? Oh yeah, Timmy, I forgot you're a god at this game. You just see the area code and you know exactly where it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
This looks like England for sure. I've never been, but I know people there, so it literally can't be any. Oh, let's see what the people look like. They even blurred the people out. Damn it. The graffiti. Net. It says net. My sister's watching K-pop. Starts in their rehearsals, and I'm chilling. Nice. Starts in their rehearsals. Wait, what does that mean? They're white. They look Ukrainian or Romanian or Bulgarian.
Romania.
Yo, imagine I know that. Yo, if it's actually wait, there's a sign here. We should probably look at a sign. Okay. Yo, this is Russian. Kuchne. That's like kitchen, I think.
That's Russia, yeah.
Yeah. Sinaya. Oh, it literally translates on the bottom. Ivrorestik. Okay. I could read some Russian, so just showing off a bit here. Do they ride on the left side wheel?
I don't know.
I mean, this is clearly Russia. This is clearly Russian.
Is it Moscow though?
I don't know. Hey, this is my brother's friend's song. My sister was like, go to sleep. Hey, Cashew, what's up? It's kind of early to sleep, no? The song's catchy. Hey, it was Moscow-ish. It was Novgorod. Close enough. I go to sleep 2 a.m. 2:30. I'm happy with that. Should I sleep earlier, like a normal person?
Polluted waters.
Africa. I'm just joking. It was a
Could be
joke.
Africa, yeah. I mean, they're all riding mopeds, so that would make sense.
Oh. But Africa's not a country, bro. I used to go to sleep around that time. Damn, what time do you go to sleep now, Cashew? Yeah, because like 2 and then waking up 9:30, I feel like that's fine for me. Let's see. Oh, it's a sign. Like an actual sign. Oh, man, it just changed. But it's another sign. Parkir dan berjualan di bawah jembatan. India. I don't know that language. Well, maybe tonight it'll be 2 a.m., but I usually try to fall asleep by 12. Don't let me ruin your sleep schedule, bro. If you need to sleep at 2, you should sleep at what? No, at 12. You should sleep at 12. I will say I'm pretty tired, so maybe I should sleep earlier too. I'm not sure. I took a nap today. That'll do it. BK also took a nap, so understandable. I'm thinking this is India. I'm gonna go India, even if it's completely wrong. It's Nepal. Watch. Oh, I was close. It was Indonesia. Kind of close. What do we got here? What do we got here? Yeah, what do we got here? Russia again? Mierochka. Universum.
Yeah, that's Russia again.
Bro, it's so unoriginal. Oh, what does this say? I'm gonna practice my Russian. Bipiechka. Polye. Burger. Oh, that means burger. Pizza. Pizza. That's pizza. Okay. It's definitely Africa.
What?
I'm joking. Hey, we got Russia. Let's go. Easy. Oh my god. This looks sick. How was your day overall, Cashew? Was it a great day? And you too, Timmy. How was your day?
Good.
You slept a lot?
Yeah, I slept until basically until you left.
Huh. Wow, that's what, like,
You were gone when I woke up.
gotcha. Damn, that's like 4 p.m. or something. Well, for me. And then wait, your time is the same
It'd
as
be
mine in
1
Canada?
o'clock.
I don't remember. Or you're like an hour or
That'd
two?
be 1 o'clock for me.
Ah, okay. I always forget. After a few days off, my voice got better and I had some good performances. Nice. Wait, what? Your voice got better and you had some good performances? What are you performing as? Am I missing something? Am I forgetting something?
Singing?
Yeah, are you actively singing, Cashew? I did not know this. If I did, then I apologize for forgetting. I don't feel like I knew that. Bro, there's a what is this? Oh my god.
There's a town that way.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, let's go to the town. To la vida loca. I felt so bad today. Bean came in and I was like, oh, I think you forgot me. And I did kind of forget her. And then I realized late, like when after she left in my head, I was like, oh yeah. I literally had a conversation with her. Singing and acting on tours around my town. What? Have you mentioned this? That's awesome. I feel like I would remember something like that if you mentioned it. So if you did mention it, I feel like an ass. Sorry, go ahead, Timmy.
None.
Singing and acting on tours. That's sick. I might have mentioned it once. Gotcha. My bad. That is really cool. Hey, you probably have. Hell yeah. That's so cool, man. Like, Bro, I can't go into town. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. It doesn't let me go. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna zoom in here. That looks American. I'm going America. It was South Africa. God damn it. It wasn't even South. What is this? Eswatini? I've never heard of this in my life.
Me either. That was Eswatini.
I've not. I knew Lesotho. I've never heard of Eswatini. Oh, Swaziland. I've heard of that. It's it's the Kingdom of Eswatini. How do you not know that? Oh my god. They have 1 million people in there, bro. Oh my god. Nico, you could strong request here. Does the U.S. recognize Eswatini? Wow, we bring 6 people of their security force each year for education and training purposes. Interesting. Yeah, cashew, nice. Is Swaziland... Okay, why am I reading about Swaziland right now? Okay, let's play. Next round. Oh, this is South America for sure. Siempre juntos dia. Yeah.
Mexico.
Could be Mexico, you know. Look, Ecuador. I'm a goddamn genius. I knew it was Ecuador right away. Boom! Oh, look at that points, bro. I went Quito because Quito is the capital, bro. And look at those points. If I was smarter, I would go in the city. I didn't realize so much of the capital was green. Jesus, that's actually crazy. All right. Should we do next? Canada? Ew. No.
Yeah, that's wrong.
All right, fine. Canada. I don't know much about like where things are in Canada. What's up, Nico? This looks like just America, but cleaner. I'm not gonna lie. Do you know McClintock and Conley Street? Welcome back, Mud.
How do you spell that?
Cock? Oh, sorry. Contlock? Let me go back. McClintock. C-L-I-N... Oh, I pressed the wrong. C-L-I-N-T-O-C-K. Did you go to sleep, King? All right, bro. Like, how... huh?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, this is so random.
Oh, I need another street name.
Crossing ahead. Wait, that's not a street name. Wait, there's a sign here. There's a sign. It says Conley Park South 135 Conley Street.
Conley Park?
Yeah. I was playing games. Nice. And New York City. Yeah, maybe after this one. I don't know if New York City is an option, but... Alright, I got another one for you, okay? Conley Street, McCagab's Chris. Alright, bro.
This is like Toronto, bro.
If this is
some weird names, it's Toronto.
It's Toronto? Okay.
I have a feeling it's Toronto because of the weird names.
Toronto. I know where Toronto is. Toronto is tiny. What the heck?
Yeah.
Bro, you're a god. It was
It's just weird names, and Toronto's weird.
Oh my god. This is how I find people's addresses. Try to find mine, bro. Oh, that's why I said do New York. Let's see this. Did PP paint his nails? I painted my nails. Look at this. Did you see it? You didn't see it? Oh my god, look, bro. Isn't that mad? I'm not gonna lie. At first I was like, but I like it. I kind of like it.
Does it wash off in the shower?
It doesn't.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Oh, it sucks. I mean, it's good for people who want to keep them on, but I just can't go to the tutor tomorrow with these nails, bro. They're never gonna hire me again. You know, Japanese. Well,
what do you think? You might think you're cool because you have the sun.
Yeah, actually, that's... Yeah, maybe I'm over-exaggerating. It might be fine. You need nail polish remover.
Don't risk it, though.
Yeah. It's like a high-risk, high-reward type thing. You should keep it. I legit would keep it if I wasn't going to tutor tomorrow. I just think they'll be like, what the... A few days ago, you watched a Japanese movie? Cool. Alright, where is this?
I'd say if it was flat, it would be Alberta, but it's not as flat as I thought it was.
Damn, you know Canada so well.
Yeah, I live in Canada.
I don't know the US that well. Like, if it doesn't look like New York, then I'm just gonna guess like Mississippi or something. I don't know.
A lot of farmland that could also be still Alberta.
Okay, so you're thinking Alberta. Korean music. Cool,
Yeah.
Cashew. Alright. Oh, we got a sign. It says maximum 60. Never mind. You want to do wrong song, Cashew, if you want to remove that song and put another song. Oh, Calling Lake, Rock Island Lake, Wabaska.
Huh?
Does that mean anything to you? No, I guess not.
You said Calling Lake?
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's in Alberta.
Damn, you're a beast, bro. What the hell? This guy's on another level. I'm gonna say it's Edmonton, because it's on the road. I'm a god. It was Edmonton. I could have been a bit more accurate, but it's okay. Yeah, there you go. Ooh, this is beautiful. What games were you playing, by the way, Mud? Or Ace, or King? You slay King. For sale sign. That doesn't really help. Yeah, you, bro. The movie name was Signal. I've never heard of it. Was it a good movie? Signal. Japanese
Never heard of
movie.
that.
Right? Yeah, I've never heard of that. I haven't watched that many Japanese movies, though, to be fair. Fall Guys, Splitgate, a Bleach? A Bleach? But nice, nice. Bro. Where is this, bro?
What? Is it just random roads?
Yeah, well, it's
Like
just...
dirt roads?
No, it's just a road and, like, trees on the side, and that's about it. There's, like, a house or two, but... Ooh. Ooh, this is a cool-looking house. I don't know. I don't know.
If houses are really far apart, I would say might be Nova Scotia.
Oh, I have a friend from Nova Scotia. Bro, if it's from Nova Scotia, you're a god at this game. Bro, the moment of truth. Nova Scotia's here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, it was. Oh no, wait. It was New Brunswick, but it was close enough.
New Brunswick.
New Brunswick. It's still close. Damn. Alright,
Because Nova Scotia houses aren't close to each other.
Gotcha.
They're distanced.
I didn't know that. I have a great friend from Nova Scotia.
My dad's from Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that to me once. Seems walking distance. It seems like you still need a car though.
It's walking distance, but they're not far enough, not close enough where you can just hear your neighbor normally talking. Like how apartments are in townhouses.
All right, I've heard enough. I think I understand from you. This is Nova Scotia. The houses are far away.
Not always, but okay. Could be.
It was not Nova Scotia.
Where was it?
I don't even know, bro. Huh? Saskatchewan.
Oh.
Isn't that like a Native American or something?
I don't know. No one knows anything about Saskatchewan.
Really?
Yeah.
Bro, it's cut so perfectly, like straight. That's so weird. The provinces or whatever. You were way off. I was, yeah. Ooh, houses next to each other. They got a basketball thing. I think your house might even be here. I'm not sure. They got a Kia. That's big. or maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Street
It's
sign, because
oh, Chatham, Kent.
what?
What does that mean
I
to
need to
you?
wait for your stream to load
Oh,
so I
okay.
can read it.
I'll go back. It's a
Oh,
chat. Yeah.
Was it a recycling bin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Oh.
they're all like that.
Oh, I thought you knew. Oh, there's a sign. There's a sign. Municipality of Chatham, Kent. Bro, this is Chatham, Kent. How do you not know, bro? Oh my god.
What?
It says Chatham, Kent.
Like CHAT.
HAM, Kent. Bro, I'm telling you, this is chat. I just don't know where that is. Do you know where it is? Bro, this guy lives in Canada. Doesn't even know where Chatham, Kent is.
Hold on, I'm looking this up, but I'm not gonna tell you where it is.
Alright, don't tell me.
What the hell? That makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
I'm thinking it's in Ontario, but I'm not sure.
You just looked it up.
No, it just makes sense to me because the houses are close together. Like you got La Rose, which is French for rose, the rose, maybe. Yeah, it's right here. Well, I got a badge. That's good enough. Wait, I was way off. Wait, it was literally all the way south.
Detroit.
Yeah. What? Wait, Detroit connects like that to Canada?
Yeah.
What the hell? Wait, is part of Detroit in Canada?
Same with New York. New York connects to Canada.
Huh? How does New York connect to? Huh?
You go through Toronto and then go to Niagara Falls.
Oh yeah. Wait, that's not New York though, is it?
It says New York on the map here. There's Syracuse.
Oh shit! I forgot New York is that big, bro. Yeah, I know some friends in Binghamton that went to school in Binghamton and Syracuse. Oh my good. That's kind of cool. That is cool. Okay. I live in New York. Yeah, I know. You said Fortnite later? I did, but I don't know what happened to the other streamers. Fortnite later meaning tomorrow. Haha. Think I might head to sleep soon.
Are you mad that it's back to 20 hours again?
No. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wanted it to go long because I feel like I want to see where my mental is gonna break. I'm kind of curious.
We're gonna need to end it.
Well, I don't. It's uncapped, so I'm not gonna end it. But like, I'm thinking at a certain point, my brain is just gonna be like, bro, I can't do this anymore. And I'm just curious to see when that point is.
Why am I here? Just to suffer?
Yeah, exactly. Right now, I feel pretty fine. A little tired, but it's inevitable. That's fine. I have way too many things open. Bada bing, bada boom. Gonna go here. I think I'm gonna actually head to sleep pretty early today. Chat is kind of like pretty quiet today, you know?
That's how it was all night. We had like 2 people come in, type 4 words, and then leave.
Yeah, I mean it was popping a little before, but yeah, I don't know. What should I make the nighttime content? I'm not sure. Let's see what Liam did. I think he's just sleeping. I don't know if he's literally in the category I'm only sleeping. And he's just sleeping and people are spamming emotes. Okay. Yeah, this is probably what I would be doing. Something like this. How do you sleep with the lights on, bro? What are Giga Chad?
Scared of the dark?
No, I think lights is good so Chad could see you, but like how do you do that? Oh, I guess you're saying he's scared of the dark, so he just doesn't.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Me make it once of my
Because
thoughts.
some people sleep with their door open.
I'm like the opposite. I like to close everything.
Same here. Like if I had my closet open a crack, I'd have to get up and close it.
Yeah.
It's sketching out.
The only time I left my door open, my bedroom door, was when my dog was like feeling really bad. And I was like, oh, if you
Yeah,
want,
same here.
yeah.
That ended bad.
For who?
Me.
What do you mean?
I woke up with something on the middle of my carpet.
And you kicked your dog?
No.
Oh.
Something else that you don't want to wake up to. That doesn't smell too good.
Did he poop on you?
He pooped on the carpet.
Alright, at least it wasn't on you, bro.
You know how cows poop, right? It's like the big mud pie.
I guess. I don't know.
That's basically what it was.
That's funny.
And it was seeped into my carpet, so I'd go get a carpet cleaner.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
There was a certain time where my dog was feeling really bad because of his cancer that he couldn't even go down the stairs. But I left the door open just in case. But yeah. Sad times. Make it once of my VODs. Wait, what does that mean, Cashew? I'm so confusion. I thought I had another VOD to put up, but I can't. I guess I don't.
I would say just leave YouTube videos running on your stream while you sleep.
Oh, I do. Oh yeah, I wanted to leave my own YouTube videos running. Should I just do that?
I mean, you can.
Oh, Cashew is saying play one of my VODs while you sleep. Oh. Maybe actually. Let me think. I wanted to leave my videos. I actually completely forgot about that. Maybe I'll just end up doing that. Damn, we have so many streams. Okay, Subathon day 1. Then this is sleeping lull. Technically still day 1, so let's do this. 22/07/19. Subathon day 1. I Shleep. Your videos are a better idea? Yeah. But thank you for mentioning your VODs. I think that's a good idea as well. But my videos are probably a better idea. Like, because, yeah. No offense, of course. Bro, I want to hear you sing now, Cashew. And Timmy, I guess, if you want to sing. But
Oh, what?
Nothing. I was just saying if you wanted to sing. Do you sing well?
I used to. Well, my voice was squeaky.
Oh. Alright, let me see if I could. I probably have enough hours of footage to play. I'm not a great singer. Bro, I'm sure you're fine. People who say they're not great tend to be pretty awesome. Well, actually, that's not always true. But I was a great singer in my audition. Nice. That might be a little annoying though, I guess, right? If you're good in an audition, but worse like normally. But at least your voice is better and you did well, you know? Alright, I'm gonna go to my channel and just see what can I play. Will it just autoplay? Huh.
It might pause halfway through. Like it might say, "Are you still watching?"
Does it do that on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe that's not the best idea.
See if you can turn that off real quick.
Let me look into it. I'm okay, I just don't have any proper singing training. Gotcha. That's how I feel about my own singing. I'm like, I could sing on like in tune, but I mean I'm not good. But you're probably much better, Cashew. How to turn off. How do I even say that? How to turn off.
Are you still watching? I guess. Notification.
Yeah. Are you still? Oh wow, it just popped up. Sing a song for me. Cigarette Daydreams. How you doing, Dinell? I was so lonely, bro. There's almost no one here. But you came. But Cashew is here. And Timmy.
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Select YouTube nonstop or use this link. Oh. Huh?
What's the thing to see everyone's watch time?
Watch time. Oh, everyone's top hours, I think. I'm waiting for something fun I can join into. We're watching videos. We could have sent some videos. We were playing GeoGuessr, which is fun to me. I don't know. And now I'm thinking of going to sleep. Go ahead.
Who is Zero Super?
Probably a bot.
You got so many bots on there.
I know. I delete all of them when I do the thing, but like it's so annoying. You might be on. Okay, you guys want to see what it actually looks like? I'll show you guys. We should do garlic phone tomorrow. Yeah. Well, last time I tried to do it, no one joined. So. Yeah.
I follow for longer than Janelle.
Damn. Get out of here, Janelle. Should I unmod him and mod you?
Yes.
Let's try a little earlier. What time did I do it yesterday?
Oh, no, I don't, actually. Never
Oh,
mind.
never mind.
That was someone else.
Wow. Mod me? No, I will not mod you, Mud. I'm not modding anyone now anyway. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys how it looks. I went on the wrong website.
Message deleted by moderator.
It's funny because I can still see the message. Oh, these are the average viewers? That's pretty decent for me. Damn, 34 subs on the first day. Day 2, 12 subs. Oh, I don't even know exactly how this is working. That's pretty crazy. For
34
me.
on your first day.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate that is though, to be honest. All right, so if I go to loyalty, this is just like 1984. True. My mods are power hungry. I can't do anything about it, Cashew. I should mod you and then just unmod Dinel, right?
Yep.
All right, so if I go to hours right here, these are all bots. Dinel's actually first with 58 hours, then Nathan. Oh wow, then Amanda. I'm pretty sure these are bots. Then Timmy. So you're up there. So let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then Chi is 5. Gamer is 6. Wow. Doctor is 7. He really changed.
Unmod Doctor.
Unmod Doctor. I think this
Bad
is a mod.
mod.
This is
Bad
a bot.
mod.
Nah, that's fine. 7. Trisket is 8. Wow. Rosie is 9 and Jimmy is 10. Yeah. Cashew, you're not there. You're pretty far down, I think. Bro, you're not even on the list? What? Wait, maybe I have to put Glorious first. You're definitely on the list. I spelled Glorious wrong. All right, well, the bot doesn't like you. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe it has to update for today or something. I don't know. Unmod Doctor.
Stream, though.
Where's what?
Glorious was here yesterday, though, wasn't they?
Yeah, Cashew was here. Cashew gifted subs, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah. Not ain't, but there is some basic rules. Unmod Doctor. Sorry, I'll do better. You're fine. Doctor knows I'm here and he wants Hollow Knight. I was going to play Hollow Knight tonight. I actually thought about it, but no one was here, so that would want Hollow Knight, so I didn't play it. I want Outer Wilds. Yeah. Also, when I was speedrunning Super Mario, no one was really into it, so I stopped. Oh my god, these nails look so cool. I want Hollow Knight.
You know what game I can't wait for?
What?
Slime Rancher 2.
What is it called?
Slime Rancher 2.
Fly Rancher 2?
Slime.
Oh, Slime. Oh, yeah, I think you told me about Slime Rancher.
Yeah, it comes out fall 2022.
Nice.
No, I want it out now.
Oh, sorry. I'm on Fortnite. Wait, no. Bro, you're literally doing your schedule all bad. All right, bro. I was here just not talking. I want Hollow Knight. I want Level Head. Oh, yeah. Playing Mario 64 before I got out of work.
Oh, what?
I was just reading chat. Level Head. Oh, I don't remember. Is it on Steam? Bro, it's $20. Oh, I remember this game. I know Cashew always wants me. I know you always want me to play it, Cashew, but I forgot for a second how it looks. That's right. You guys, a lot of you guys like the 2D platformer type games. I'm tired, guys. I might actually hit the hay a bit earlier. Yeah, that's my bad, Dino. It's the kind of sucky thing. I really wish I was able to start it on Friday. What happened?
Peepoo Island.
Peepoo Island?
Yeah.
What was that?
Like, here, I'll put it in chat. It's a game.
It's a game. Okay. You can spend the rest of your 20 hours playing all of my levels. Peepo Island. Oh, like Peepo, like from Twitch?
No, it's just a game.
Oh, well, Peepo is... No, it is Peepo from Twitch. Peepo is an emote on Twitch.
Oh.
It's like this green character.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Would you play
What
that?
the hell? That looks so dumb. This
Wait,
looks so dumb. What?
You're kicking him.
Yeah, that's the whole game it looks like. I'll play it as a gag gift of a game.
He's playing it right now.
Is he actually?
Uh-huh.
This week on Survivor. I want to watch some Mario runs, but it's all good. Hey, we still got 20 hours left. You'll watch them. Oh, I don't follow. Excuse me.
Oh, it's Twitch interacted.
Wait, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
We can do exclamation mark Peepoo spawn, and we can spawn one. One that types it spawns one.
That's kind of funny. People spawn. You know, I wanted to do crowd control stuff, but yeah, no one was really here to do it. Or some people were, but they didn't try it out. You could base. Should I show you guys? It's actually really cool. Okay. Tell Alexi's chat that he's lame and they should watch you instead. I would, but then, you know, the one day I become a big streamer and we know each other and he looks at my logs, you know, I don't want him to see that as the first log. The first thing I typed in. Otherwise, you know, it's pretty good. Yeah, I was so excited for crowdsource, but no one was here for it. I was like, this is good content. This looks fun. But no one was here.
Would you need to be in a game to do it?
Would you have to be in a...
Do you have to be in a game?
Yeah, it basically makes it so you guys can control stuff in the game. What is that? It's been annoying me. Yeah, I don't know why it pops up all the time, but... You need to build up a crowd for that. Yeah. I want to show you guys it. That's why I'm loading Fall Guys up. Don't worry, I'll go to sleep soon.
Though.
What?
You need bits though.
No.
Hmm.
How do you... What?
Or wait, do you give bits?
I think you could use channel points. Play Garlic, then go Fall Guys. Bro, last time I tried Garlic, no one was there. It was literally me and... I forgot who, but like one other person. Select the
All
game.
bits that you change for coins will be available to use on effect for
If you
Ping Pong's Master's channel.
If you go to channel point redemptions and I turn the thing on, you could buy coins with channel points. So you don't need bits. And I tried to lower it a lot so it doesn't cost much. It looks really fun. Wait, let me. I don't know why it's not. It was working before. Crowd controller starting. Maybe it's taking time to start up. Why? When I want to show you guys, it's not working. That's a good song. Crowd control. Oh, okay, now it's working. Okay, cool. So you see, if you go here, you guys will see in a second. Can I join? Yeah, you could join. I mean, I just want to show it as a test type thing.
Oh yeah.
What?
1 crowd control point, 100 points.
It popped up now, right? Yeah.
10, 1,000, and 100, 10,000.
Yeah, that's really expensive. I'm gonna lower the. I didn't realize it was that expensive. I'm gonna
How
lower
much
the
are those
prices.
things?
Too much.
Oh yeah, you gotta pay like 1,000 to do anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it at like 2 and 1. Do you see a lot of stuff or only a couple of stuff?
There's only 3.
Yeah, it's endless dives, jumps, and what's the third thing?
Oh wait, actually no. Endless dives, endless jumps, force left, force random direction,
Oh, you see
force
everything.
right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I thought you meant like to buy points.
No.
Spin your camera.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna make all the points much less right now, so you guys could actually do it without spending a.
Just so we can test it.
Nah, just to do it. It's fun. I did it on myself. It was fun.
No diving, no jumping.
Yeah, it's so cool. I like set it up before streaming too.
Nah, well, when you go on that one where it makes you jump into like the what's it called, platforms? Like fruit platforms. People are gonna do that a lot. Move left.
Yeah, it's cool though. I think it's cool. Invite me. You're not on, or I don't see you on. We'll play a little bit of Fall Guys. Little bit of Fall Guys. Because I want you guys to see this. This is cool. This is the stuff I set up for stream. Let's see. Here I am. Did you do it? Bro, you're not here. It doesn't show you as online. Can you like quit and then go back? I can't invite you.
You even have them added.
I have him added, yeah. I played with him earlier today, I think. I don't remember the days, but stream elements. I have so much things open. Got it. I'm joining right now. Huh? How'd you get it? I didn't even invite you. Oh, I see you now. Okay. I invited you. So I made a lot of things cost like 1 or 2 points, so it shouldn't cost that many channel points. It still costs a bit, huh? Why do they cost so much?
Wait, what do you mean? Which ones did you change?
I changed everything. To like 1, 2, and 5, I think. Yeah.
Huh? No, it didn't change.
Oh, it changed for me. Like if I look on, maybe I have to refresh it.
Let me try.
Let's see. Alibis.
Begin. Oh yeah, it changed.
It changed? Alright, nice.
I still have to spend 10k points.
No, you don't need to spend that many. You could spend like 100 for 1 coin, and 1 coin could buy like 1 thing. But it is.
We're gonna do this one.
It's still pretty pricey. Hey, yeah, that was a good one, probably. Like I don't have control of that. It just has 1,000 for 10.
Oh, you can't control that part.
Well, I don't see an option to. I hope I could.
If you could, that would make it better.
That would make it much better. Facts. Let's go. All right, pricing. Basic, advanced. Yeah, I put all the pricing down. Back. Live extension, dashboard. We can win again? I don't know if we're gonna win, but it should be funny. Coin settings. Oh, I could change. Free coins refresh? Oh, I have to pay money. Oh, that's so dumb.
Bruh.
That's how they get you, bro.
Oh, if you sub, you get points.
Huh?
If you sub, you get points.
If you sub to me?
Yes.
Oh.
If someone gifts subs or subs, you get points.
Oh.
So that means everyone that subbed has points.
Oh.
So like the Janelle has
Gotcha. Am I alive?
Gamer.
Of course am I alive, Churro. Look, you want to see something cool, guys? Watch this.
Oh, we can see a Churro has points.
True.
Because he gifted.
Someone mess him up, it would be funny. It would be, right? It's so cool. I was testing around with it or like doing it myself. It was actually really funny and fun. It shows the leaderboard somewhere. Where is that? I don't like that you have to pay for so much of it though. Where was it? Huh? Coin settings. Oh, here. Top 5 user balances. I saw Chi with points. And Epicuro. You were on DeviantArt? Nah, you're good. You're good. The 5-finger death punch. I don't think you have to wait for the game to load in either. I think it'll like count when the game loads in. Like queue it up.
Yeah, but that'd be a waste.
No, like it'll wait for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
like, why
I
would
see
you
what you're
want to move
saying.
you right when you load in?
Gotcha.
That wouldn't do nothing. You gotta wait till you're on like the last one and mess with you.
Damn, that's pretty yeah.
Yeah. You didn't think about that.
It's pretty evil. I didn't think about that. I was just like, oh, he's gonna do it. Let's see what happens. It's not, depending on what it is, it's not too bad, but it's only 10 seconds.
Oh, I know I can mess with you in this one.
Oh, no jumping. Oh.
No.
No?
There's one even better.
You sound like you're so ready. It takes a few seconds to kick in, by the way, so. Wait, I already. Oh, you're making me dive? Wait, what? No, I just got in. I just got it.
Ah, I did too late.
Was it diving? Endless dives?
No diving, so you can't dive on the
Oh
end part.
my god, that would be impossible.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would be smart. That was smart. Man, that is not the song it says it is. Oh, you could do wrong song if you put the wrong song. I could. Oh, you see, Chi has 100 points. Epicuro has 100. Feral Bites has 50. Nathan has 11, and you have 10. Well, Nathan and you actually bought them. I don't. They might have from other streamers. I don't really get it.
They might. Maybe that's how we can get free points. Just go to other streams that have points on.
Maybe. I thought it would be
So we don't
simpler than
watch.
this.
Yeah, that's really confusing.
Oh, the no diving didn't pop in yet, I think.
Refund it.
I will.
To get my points back.
I refunded it. That's a good way to trick it, so you guys could do it more often. Oh, the song's great. It's a short intro. Oh. You got
This one we
refunded,
can't really
right?
do anything with. Let me check. Yeah, I still got 10.
All right, cool. You know, there's some that I was testing it out, and I like basically blacked out my screen, and we lost the game because of that. Because I had to like grab penguins or whatever. Oh, that. I can't do anything with this, bro. I have no idea where my guy is. It's so dumb. I shouldn't have made it cost 1, bro. That's too cheap. How long does it go on for? I can't do anything.
That's funny.
It's dumb, bro. That's more than 10 seconds. Is it not? I'm just standing there like an idiot.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, bro. We might not qualify here. Bro, I'm literally last. God damn it. 10 seconds is so much in this stupid game. I realize how powerful it is now.
It's good that we're testing it now, not when what's it called? Not when it actually matters. When more people are here, type thing.
I mean,
because then more people would do it. It's more people knew about it.
Oh.
It's yeah.
And also it would
Instead we're
be
testing it now.
Yeah, like probably I probably shouldn't have it so low points wise. I can see, right?
Yeah.
Bro, how do you do this? Oh my god.
You gotta
That's
wait
it.
for it to move.
You pretty much screwed me. I can't do anything now. Ah! You made it. Nice.
It's okay, you're still qualifying. You just gotta get there.
I'm not refunding that shit though.
There's only 1 point on here.
Yeah, cause I made it at 1 point, bro. I gotta up that. I'm gonna up it right now.
Yo, if you put $1 in 2022, during January into Shiba, you would have made $46 million.
No way. $1?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm about to put $1 in every cryptocurrency right now.
That might not be a good idea.
Why?
Because some of them might not turn out.
Yeah, but it's $1. If 99% of them are shit, but one of them goes to 46 million, I'll be happy. You are carrying. Bro, I'm getting screwed with. Of course you're carrying. This works with other games too. I think it works with Minecraft. I think it works with... I remember seeing it with Minecraft and Fall Guys. Yeah.
Hold on.
What are you gonna do? Diving? Oh, wait.
No diving.
I couldn't... Oh my god! I actually can't dive. I can't dive. $1 in every stock. Right? Well, not every stock. Every... Oh my... Oh, I still got gold. I'm a god. I'm actually a god. Alright.
Someone pushed you through.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah,
it still worked.
through there.
Bro, oh, did you see that? I went through that.
Is it no diving the whole game?
It was no diving the whole time there. I think it was 10 seconds, no?
No, that was more than 10 seconds.
Bro, I don't know. What does it say on the thing? You carried hard.
Did you guys qualify?
Yeah, we qualified. I think.
Oh, okay. Missing would have died. That was funny. I need to put more points into this.
Wait. I gotta change it up. I didn't know crowd control works for Fall Guys. Yeah. Whoa, you bought 100? Bro.
Yeah, I still have 40k.
That's insane. Oh my
Literally
god.
last night of you leaving your stream on, I made 5k.
Damn. Nice. That's what Subathons are about, making points off of the empty hours or whatever. Please be easy, we can win. Yeah, this well, it depends, but
Depends how bad.
Yeah.
Oh, this one we can mess you with too.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can with any of them if you could block my screen, like. But you could do a more creative stuff depending on the map, yeah.
Wait. If I do eliminated, do you get eliminated?
No, it'll show up on the screen like I got eliminated. I tested that one out. Oh my god, how'd I fall? Ah, you're making me go left?
No,
Bruh.
did something else.
You inverted?
Did not go through.
Did you invert my camera? Or is it going... My camera just keeps going left. Okay, it stopped. That one wasn't that
Okay.
bad. That one was
I mean,
fine.
your camera spun. So I didn't do more than like turn you
Uh,
around. It
well,
did
it didn't.
nothing.
Oh shit. Where's Emily? Welcome back. I think she wants to. Bro, I. Oh, this one is making me go left, right? I literally can't.
Force random direction. 10 seconds.
That was okay.
That one
Thankfully,
needs to be put up for more.
well, thankfully it didn't hurt that much for this map because no one is moving forward. I want to make crowd
Anything
control.
that says for 10 seconds, I say put up higher because they're usually OP.
But it's also 10 seconds, you know? Like, imagine you
Yeah.
spent 10,000 points and you only put... Like, I don't want people to waste so many of their channel points for 10 seconds.
True.
But it is pretty funny. Alright, I made it. Just oh, we didn't qualify, though. That wasn't even because of you. It's hilarious. Hey, I'm back but exhausted. Who are you talking to? I'm talking to Timmy. Okay, good night, dude. Good night, Chimichurro. Thank you for the tip and everything. And for the awesome goddamn music. Have a great night, bro. Hello, Nico. BS. It's okay. So what happened? I got my nails done, look. Emily did my nails. They look kind of cool, not gonna lie. Who's Timmy? Bro, how do you not know Timmy?
Me.
Yeah. Jessica doesn't care about you. Damn. Wait, I gotta change the category. I don't think my mods, are here. Full or changing it or whatever. Control my game. That's gonna be the thing. Boom.
This one we can't mess with, yeah.
Wait, why am I watching them?
You disqualified?
Yeah, I just realized. Jessica, you got a crowd control coin. Hell yeah. Wait, do I use a controller usually to play with this? Because I'm not
Play
right.
Fall Guys, yeah.
I do, right? Yeah. Leave? Yeah, my bad. I'm back. What does this do? Is Timmy single? Haha, I'm going back to my old self. The crowd control stuff makes it so that you can mess with the game while I'm playing. Which is pretty cool. I wish I told Michael, Player Slayer, because he had bits and he could have used those bits for that. But it is what it is.
We didn't know that we can get points for that stuff yet, though.
True.
You thought you could only buy them with channel points.
Yeah, I didn't realize you could do bits. I shouldn't mess you up. I got 2K. You got 2K? Oh, 2K channel points?
You can buy 20 points with that.
Yeah. Oh, and how can I do that? There should be something popping up on your screen, right? Is that
top left? At least that's where it is for me.
You're on
just hover
mobile?
over it. Me no.
Okay. There you go.
Oh wait. Oh, if you have a sub gifted, you get free points. You get
Wait.
100 free points.
You got 100 free points?
Yeah, if you have sub. If you have a T1 sub, you get 100 points.
Like you just keep getting
Someone
it? Or?
gifted me a tier in 31 days. I get to get another 100 points. Someone gave me a tier 1 and I get 100 points for it.
Oh, wait, did you have to click something for it? Because I didn't see that in the leaderboards. Or whatever.
Yeah, I did. I had to click claim.
Oh, interesting. You had to click. Thank you. You're helping me understand it better. Oh, okay. So then everyone should have a good amount of points.
Everyone gets 100.
Yeah, because like everyone is subbed in this chat. Or like, you know, most
yes,
viewers
I will.
are.
I was just waiting for a good time to do it that actually messes with them.
Oh, I gotta up the points a bit then. If everyone has 100.
200 points now.
Jesus. I'll let you guys slide for tonight though. For like 1 or 2 points, it's fine. I think this would be really fun against other streamers, and like their communities are trying to make them win, maybe by going to other
In a
viewers
custom
and
game?
doing it. Yeah, in a custom game or something, and like the winner, like I don't know, gets something. But they're because it's so interactive, you know, it's so cool. I don't know what it would be, but like let's say I verse like 10 other streamers, and every community has crowd control like set up. I don't know. That just sounds fun. Oh, the winner gets a bunch of subs or something, yeah. I asked Lux to play, but he said, "Oh, Fall Guys, that's so 2020." The new season kind of reinvigorated the game, but yeah. You should tell him Ping Pong Masters is playing, and you could mess with his game. Alright. Actually, you could screw me up on this.
How?
I don't know. But doesn't the slime rise in this game or mode or no?
It might. Is
Shit.
it rising?
You know what?
Yeah, it is.
You might not even have to mess with. Ah! Look at my uh-oh. I forgot. I don't know if I smiled. I apologize. Jump. Oh, you're making me die. You made me dive, right? Endlessly.
Yeah, did you die?
I did. I was playing bad anyway, but then that just really screwed me. Wait, what if no one qualifies in this?
Then no one wins. The game just ends.
Or maybe everyone wins. Yeah, no one wins makes more sense. I'll quit. This round is hard enough normally. True. Alright, I want to try to get to the finals. And
With me doing that?
yeah, I want to see if I could get to the finals without, well, like with you guys messing with me.
It's only me, technically.
True. King would have to carry, though. So bad at Minecraft. What's Minecraft? I'll try even harder. Hell yeah, you got that anime spirit right now. That's what it sounds. I'll try even harder. But, what did I want to say?
I want to try this one once you get in.
Okay. The Minecraft thing, they have it for Minecraft too, so that should be fun. I really want to beat my own worlds, but I don't know. I feel like when I first played Minecraft, there was more hype around it. Or maybe I'm just, I don't know. I'm exhausted. You'll still be here, right? Of course. That's what she said. I might come back in 30 or 40. Okay. I might be sleeping, but okay. Bro, you put the cum on the screen? What is this? Oh, this is yogurt. Yeah. I literally
Okay,
can't see.
You need to up that one.
Yeah, this one is insane. And it lasts longer than 10 seconds, it feels like. What the hell?
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
I
Keep pressing
tested.
W. Keep going.
I
You
am.
might make it somewhere.
I'm jumping and I'm diving. Oh! Oh, never mind. I thought I was almost at the end, but it was literally the spawn.
Oh, you turned around.
Yeah, I turned around accidentally. Timmy is cool. Timmy is cool. Bro, don't be weird with Timmy, bro. Timmy's underage, okay? Jesse.
Hey, there's still one guy back there with you.
That guy's probably legit AFK, though. Oh, never mind. He's right here. Okay, I didn't fall behind that much so far. If I can make this. What the hell? Wait, you guys don't see it. To you guys, the screen looks normal. It literally inverted the screen for me. It literally for you guys, it blacked out. I saw on OBS. Bro, for me it legit like that was kind of cool. I wish it would show it for you guys though. It literally flipped my whole screen around. How am I qualifying around the same time as you, bro? We lost. Bro, you didn't carry hard enough. Oh my god. All right, let's just try to get like 2 rounds in.
Okay, I'll be nice and I won't do any of the overlays because all the overlays are horrible.
Yeah, the overlay ones are insane.
You need to up those the overlay ones at least.
For
So, like,
sure.
You can't do anything.
For sure. I'm not gonna go back to my old self. I literally just want to comment. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Yo, look at my fingers though. Don't they look mad nice? Bro, it's so weird. They feel nice. It feels nice to like touch. That's what she said.
Imagine having like inch long fingernails.
Bro. I used to have long fingernails for
Would
playing.
you do that?
Yeah, I used to have long fingernails for playing classical guitar. But it was nasty. I just stopped. It was just a little weird.
I
Bruh.
mean, like the fake nails they put on.
Oh. I guess at this point, why not? I feel like it would be kind of funny to like scratch yourself or something with them. I don't know. Like it would feel
Do
good.
ASMR with them.
Yeah, you just put it on the mic like
Start tapping it.
yeah. That's what they do, right? That's what people do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the ear licking ASMR.
Yeah. Well, that one I would
The
do.
weird
but-
ASMR.
The one that you watch when you're not watching the stream.
Bro.
All right.
Can I
Let's
mess
go.
you up on this one?
I mean, overlays are pretty much the worst. Why is the
Yeah,
next
I'm
song
doing-
not
I'm doing
playing?
overlays.
Not available. Great. Wow. I just advanced by not okay. By not even looking at the screen. For a second. Let's go.
Oh, I could have messed you if I put that on there before.
If you put what?
The force left when you're going down there on things.
Oh yeah, that would be annoying. Come on, ping pong moosters.
I'm just gonna analyze all the maps to see where I can mess you up.
It's pretty clever actually. Bro, this area is so annoying. Oh my god.
Wait for it.
I know, but I don't know. What? Wait, I tried to grab but didn't. Bro, why are there like 40 people on this shit? It's not letting me grab.
Don't dive.
Wait, oh, I'm diving instead of grabbing. Bro, I'm like screwing myself. It's because I'm using keyboard and mouse, which I'm not used to. Bruh, okay. Bruh. Go, I am going. I'm sorry. We'll be fine. We have 20 seconds. We have 20 seconds. Boom. See, oh, we're not fine. Oh my god, that was so bad. I forgot.
I didn't even do anything
I
there.
know. I forgot one of the button. I don't play with just. I don't play on keyboard and mouse. Okay, it's not my fault. I don't know. All right, let's play one last game, and then I'm going to sleep.
You're gonna say that and you're gonna play another one.
Maybe. Play with your gut on? I don't feel like it. The controller's like, fine. Bro, I don't even know where the controller is. Maybe when I was getting my nails done, my sister put it somewhere. I'm not... What? I legit don't see my PlayStation controller. Bro, she put it on top of my computer.
Oh, leave. Leave the
Yeah.
match.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Leave now. Now, do it.
Gomenasai.
Do it.
Do it.
Now.
Star Wars, yeah.
Yes.
Damn it. What's his name?
I don't even know.
Darth Sith Darth. I don't know.
Darth Vader.
No, not Darth Vader.
Sith
it?
Lord.
Yeah, he's a Sith Lord. Guys, any Star Wars fans in here? Palpatine, yeah. Palpatine. I still gotta watch like the latest movie. I hate how all these things are doing like shows. Like I don't
You
want
gotta
to.
do them in order.
Yeah, like
It's
I don't want to
horrible.
watch a whole show just to watch a movie.
The what's it called? The Boba Fett one. I
Mhm.
recommend that one.
Oh yeah, I think my dad was watching it. It
It's
looks
actually
interesting.
really good. The last episode, you'll be surprised.
Ooh, well now I won't.
Why?
Because you just told me that I'll be surprised. I'm just joking. Have you seen Overlord 4th season? I don't
No.
know. I don't even know what Overlord is. I wish I
The
could watch.
Boys.
Bro, everyone talks about the boy. I don't know. I'm kind of done with like.
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No.
Really?
Ain't my type of movie.
Show, you mean?
Show movie, same thing.
Yeah. Oh, it's an anime Overlord. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of it. Oh my god. For anime, I'm like I don't know. I don't watch much TV anymore in general. I pretty much watch, right? I watch
It's
like
just
YouTube. Yeah. Like YouTube has everything. I will say I watch anime from time to time, but much less than I used to, like much less. Anime was like a huge part of my life and like towards the end of high school and during college. And definitely during college. I would You're making me endlessly. Oh no. Sometimes my controller just dives by accident, and I'm just like I just think you're doing it. But yeah, in college I watched so much anime because I would always take classes like I would make my schedules crazy. Like I would make a class I would make like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. classes, Tuesday and Thursday only. So the rest of the week I would have off, or like some crazy stuff like that. Bro, come on, bro. We're not gonna qualify. And yeah, I would watch because of that. I could stay up. I would legit stay up to like 6 a.m. watching anime because I didn't have school the next day. That's probably one of the happiest times of my life. Just binge watching anime. Damn, it's gonna feel weird to not be on stream in 19 and a half hours. I mean, we'll see, but
Someone's gonna make it go up.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we have some cool sub rewards, so you know, I'm kind of hoping we go at least to a
It
certain
also
degree.
kind of gives people more of a reason to what's it called? To tier 3 sub, because you get 500 points for a tier 3.
You get 500 points. Oh, you're saying in this for crowdsource?
Yeah. Like if they actually want to mess with you, like that'd be
True. And they give me more time for the subathon.
Yeah.
I have to go to
So they
bed.
make you stream longer, and they get to mess with you.
True. I have to go to bed before 2 a.m. Bro, go to bed, please. Don't wait for me. Listen, I'll try to go to sleep. I'm pretty energized now. That's not good, but talking to
Started playing
Timmy.
game.
Yeah, and playing Fall Guys with crowd control. It is 1:31. But yeah, come on, go to sleep without me. My whole thing is my plan was basically to try to go to sleep around 2:30, 2 to 2:30. But I was feeling a little tired earlier, but now I'm kind of energized. I'm sorry, bro. Have a great night. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for all the money. I appreciate it, Cashew. Arigatou gozaimasu. And I hope you have an amazing night and an amazing performance day if you're doing performances tomorrow. Which I really want to hear more
Monkey
about.
do okay. Monkey do pretty okay. I
Thank
guess.
you. I try to do okay. Subathon! I didn't know what to expect Like from this, for some reason in my head, the subathon seemed more interesting, like the content itself. But at
Not what
this,
you expected.
yeah, like at the same time, it's not. I don't feel like it's terrible. I feel like it's just like regular content. You know what I mean?
You're doing all the same things you used to do before.
Yeah.
It's just you're getting a reward from it, more of a reward.
Yeah, and
thing.
I mean we have sub rewards, and I painted my nails and stuff, but like, I don't know. I feel like I got to do more. I
Someone's
wanted.
100% gonna gift 5 more subs. Also, be careful when you bite the garlic, you might throw up.
You really think so?
Well, yeah, I did it and I almost threw up.
Past the second round. Well, I'm using my controller now, and he hasn't messed with us yet.
I'm doing it next round. It's a good map too.
That's messed up.
Like if it's a soccer one, I'm gonna do no diving.
That makes
I can just
sense.
spam no diving.
Oh, come on. Let's get some good RNG, baby. You just jinxed yourself. Oh, powers. This one is so you might not even need to do anything. The
It's
team
nothing?
games, it's a team game.
I can do something here.
Oh, bro. You don't even need to, because like it's so annoying as it is. But please no, I beg. I have to figure out how to do the lighting on my face. Please have a good team, true. Remember balance landing all around me. Oh, we're winning. Wait, am I going right? I am going right. Right? Did you make me go? Oh my god, I legit. Okay. I was trying to force my controller
You're
to go
literally
left.
holding your teammate.
Wait, I was?
Yeah, you like stopped your teammate from moving.
Oh shit. Why you gotta do that? Now we're losing. Okay, we're winning again. This is actually a close one.
I could mess with you more and do the overlay, but that's just scummy.
Yeah, overlay is crazy, bro. I can't do anything about overlay. That's the sad part. Ah! My screen flipped again. Why don't you
There's no
guys see
great thing
it?
about that.
This one's not that bad, actually. Luckily no one was going after me, so that was actually a very good one for me.
There's a guy behind you, that's why I did it.
Oh.
And he just didn't follow you.
Oh, we're actually owning. Let's go. Bro, we won. Even with you trying to stop us, we're killing it. Damn. Oh my god. Why are all of us in the same... Okay, we won. Let's go. How? Because we're god players, bro. And I'm using my controller. Oh, but
because I didn't really mess with you.
yeah, you could have done more. Just please don't overlay on the final one. That's...
I'm not.
Yeah. That was,
I want you to get the hexagon spinny wheel. So that's what I'm gonna mess with.
Oh god. Okay. That would be kind of fun though. Oh, it's a regular hexagon. Oh, you can mess with this hard, but you won't, right? We got this.
I will.
Oh. We still got this, King. I think. Wow.
I'll just wait a minute and then
I'm learning Spanish from 1 month, and one thing I actually found I do love the Spanish I use in Spain. Yes, Spanish in Spain is very different. They actually don't even teach it in school in the U.S. Or they do? I don't remember.
Spanish?
Like Spanish from Spain versus Spanish from other Latin American countries. Wait, what? Can I not jump?
No.
Oh, that actually screwed me. No! Oh my god. I forgot and I was trying to jump. This is actually terrible. I can't. I literally can't. Okay, I could jump now. Oh my god. That was That actually screwed me. Carry? How can I carry, bro? He's messing with me. You have to carry.
Bro, I saw you jumping, and that's what messed. That's what made it so I could mess you up.
Damn it. Okay.
Did you
Okay.
die?
No, but I might as well at this point. God damn it, bro. Okay, I'm a god gamer though, so.
Are you the only one alive, or are they?
No, I died. I died like a second before the last the last two people. Oh my god. I'm out. I'm out.
I was about to do endless diving.
That would have confirmed it, but that was close though. That was close. So this is the difference between European Spanish and Latin Spanish. Yeah, I don't remember, but I think they use they like they. Some people in chat might know. I forget.
Next year I will, because I'm learning Spanish next year.
Oh, there you go. Next year, Nico.
I don't want to do French.
Spanish is better, probably.
French is yucky.
French sounds hard to me. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you gotta know your masculine and feminine.
Feminine.
Yes, nouns and verbs.
That's Spanish too, no?
Well, with French, there's no way to detect which one's feminine and masculine without writing it down on paper.
That sounds
so it's basically
annoying.
memorization. Or else it'll sound weird. Oh, 10 more titanium. God damn it.
Alright, I'm gonna stop with Fall Guys. That was funny though. It's okay, you'll have more chances to mess with me. Okay. I think I'm gonna head to sleep. I'm gonna like brush my teeth and stuff, and yeah. I need to figure out how to make it so my YouTube videos can play though. I think that would be cool, like very cool. I put a lot of time into that shit. No automatic pausing YouTube. Wait, I think I had something open for it. Yeah, here it is. YouTube nonstop. Add extension. Okay. My love. Hopefully this works. These times, yeah. People have a lot of the top hours are like bots, so you don't need to worry about it. Ping Pong Masters. What videos do I put? I should probably queue up certain videos. I've been waiting so long. Me where I'm going. I could put the reaction videos. How long are they? Bro, I don't even know. I've seen most of them. I even subbed. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, but I feel like this would be good to put for when I'm sleeping, you know? I don't know if you've definitely not seen most of them, bro. I have over 100 videos, but unless you have, in which case you're crazy, but I don't think you have. I don't want to put all of them because some videos are just like terrible or just too long. What if I go from order from my first video to my... Oh, I have a 9.5 hour. Okay, yeah. I need to make a playlist here. Add to... Save to playlist. Subathon. Like 20 to 27. Damn, that's still pretty crazy. Let's go public. We'll do that. Save to playlist. Bro, I gotta make sure these times add up. Alright, I'm gonna add up times. This is like half an hour. Like 40 minutes.
We make it so that it's the exact time.
Not the exact time, but at least enough time, you know? This is like an hour. Oh, I liked this one, but I don't think many people cared. An hour and 10. Hour and 20. There's a lot of videos here. And this is where I ate the world's spiciest hot sauce. Hour and 30. Hour and 40. Hour and 40. Oh, what am I saying? That is not right. Bro, I actually have good memories from some of these. Maybe I should start making YouTube videos again, like I used to. I'm not gonna put the Pokemon videos. They're an hour long. I mean, I put a 30-minute video, but I think that's better than an hour. A lot of reaction stuff here. Yeah, they're really funny. I'm glad you like them. It's 1:41. Yeah. I'm probably gonna brush my teeth and head to sleep. Oh, this is Triple G. Pokemon is evil? Yo, let's go. Thank you, bro.
You get canceled, bro.
Nah, I got a lot of views on this video because of the thumbnail. It's a good thumbnail. No, I was asking the question. We watched a video where some guy says that Pokemon is evil.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if you made that video, you're getting canceled, bro.
Yeah.
See what she did to that one guy that rated her Twitch?
Gideon? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know the whole story, but yeah.
Supposedly it was a hate raid.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too, but I haven't seen the actual raid, so I can't comment on it, you know? Oh, these are most of my videos after I got an editor. So I'm gonna skip the bunch of the tier list
Do you
ones.
still have an editor, or do you do it yourself now?
Well, now I'm not making videos, but yeah, I do it myself. I made 3 Pokemon Nuzlocke videos that took like 200 hours in total to make.
Yeah, no, I remember you were trying to make the room for it. For a GTA on your computer.
Yeah. But it didn't really get views, so I came back to streaming on the channel. And actually, I think this is a good video. And yeah. We'll see how life goes. I don't know what I'm doing, man. I like this video. I dye my hair. I'm just like adding everything. All right. Good night, Dino. I seen Pokemon is evil. That slapped. I'm glad you enjoyed. They're really, really funny. You really think my videos are funny? I appreciate it. Good night, Dino. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for everything. And I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Fuck these quests. Gotta get 10 more titanium.
Why do I always switch what I'm doing? Some of these were cool ideas. I should have just kept going with them. Whatever. Save to playlist. I suck at Genshin. Wonder how many hours this is. I skipped all the really long ones. And some of the others.
Oh, these guys are fucking legends, bro. There's a whole wall of titanium someone made.
That sounds pretty insane. Oh, I was doing so much Among Us here. Jesus.
Sussy. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. Bom, bom.
I remember making the thumbnails for this like it was I mean, it was only a year ago, but Jesus, a year ago feels like so much longer ago.
Yeah, it does.
Clickbait, no Fall Guys. Yeah, I don't think I have a couple of Fall Guys. Yeah, here. I have a Fall Guys video. We'll get to that. There'll be a lot of Among Us over
Your
here.
title is still Fall Guys.
Oh, that's what he meant. Oh yeah, my bad, gamer. I'm wrapping up for tonight. I'm saving stuff to a playlist so you guys could watch my YouTube videos while I sleep. Isn't that smart? Genshin Impact, new game for me. Jesus. Bro, I'm getting these emotions.
But then you stop playing it. New game for me and stop playing.
Yeah. I mean, I played it for quite some time. I streamed it for quite some time too. What am I doing?
I used to play a lot too. I just gave up on it. Became boring.
Right? Those thumbnails are
It just
cringy.
gets too grindy after you beat the main stage.
That's literally the reason I stopped playing it. It was too grindy, and I was like, this is bad content for stream, so I'm gonna stop playing it. Hyperscape. I remember editing this. Oh my god. Wow.
I'd say that's the same with Hypixel Skyblock. It gets too grindy.
That's annoying. All right. I think we have enough videos. But I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't know how far back I want to go. I think we have enough. I mean, this is pretty much the end here. My introduction video.
Ugh.
Cold War was trash. Cold War was very fun for me, but it had a lot of issues that were annoying, yeah. Oh, this is the wrong... Wait, where do I go? Playlists? Boom. 64 videos. And maybe I'll add some of the Pokemon ones, because they're pretty long. Let me see. Edit on YouTube. It doesn't tell you how much time it is? Oh, that's so dumb.
You're gonna have to add it all up.
Bruh. That's so stupid. Alright, I'm gonna add it all up. Me like
Do
the
all
Pokemon?
The big videos.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add them all up. 11 plus 17. Just the first numbers, you know? Not perfectly. 10 plus 5 plus 5. Okay, this is literally 5. 12 plus 9 plus 30. Yo, that 30-minute video is gonna come in clutch. 9 plus 7 plus 5 plus 18 plus 6 plus 11 plus 7 plus 6 plus 11. It seems like a lot to me, but I don't know. I honestly don't know if it's going to be enough time for me sleeping.
How long are you gonna sleep for?
7, 8 hours. That's normal time to sleep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sleep way more than that though.
Oh.
I think.
My god, there's so many videos. 6 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 plus 3 plus 19. I didn't realize I made so many short videos. 4 plus... I'm gonna go to sleep today. Let's go! Plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 6 plus 5 plus 8 plus 3. This is an underestimation too, because I'm not adding the seconds for most of these. 2 plus 5 plus 10 plus 4. Oh my god, okay. I don't think it's enough. Wait, I have 500...
How long is it right now?
578 minutes. What's up, Chia? We're about to go to sleep though.
578
minutes divided by 60. Oh, 9. Oh, that's 9.5 hours. Wait, that's plenty.
Wait, what? How much?
9 and a more. It's like 10 hours pretty much. If I may ask, you haven't played Pocket Mirror yet? Yeah, I'm not gonna play that without you, Chi.
What is Pocket Mirror?
It's a game that Mate Rules 123 really wants me to play. Pocket Mirror. This is how it looks.
Wait, is it, oh, I was gonna say, isn't there another person named Chi?
I don't even remember what it's about. Where am I? Oh, it's one of these games. I actually forgot. Can I suggest a video? No. I'm not. You guys.
Don't look through images.
Yeah, I won't. This is the reason why I don't have an Alexa. What time is it for me? It's 2 a.m. pretty much. So we're gonna play this. I just hope it doesn't do the autoplay thing, or like I hope it goes through. I got this extension, YouTube nonstop. So technically, I
Hopefully
guess.
it clicked it for you.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works.
because I know that's how what's it called? Does it
It auto clicks the confirmation box and the video won't get paused.
Damn, bro, why is my fucking friend famous as hell right now? Can we just rate him?
Damn. Okay, why can't I see the information? All right, whatever.
Ben's AFK and he's still famous. What the fuck?
All right. Boom. Did you buy YouTube Premium? Nope. You just got home? Oh, damn, that sucks, G. I used it.
YouTube Premium isn't worth it.
I mean, watching videos without, like, being in the app is nice, but yeah, it's not worth it.
Ad blocker also.
True. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the lights. Like I did last night. I'm gonna leave the Discord open for anyone who wants to join. Gonna X all this shit. Taki. That everything? Yeah, that looks good. Ooh, let me look at the other sub ideas that I had. Oh yeah, so one of the it gets kind of interesting. We'll see. We'll see how
the
it
next
goes.
one?
I'm not saying.
Why not?
I don't want to say. I want you guys to find out. That's what makes it
Is
more
it bad?
interesting. Oh no, it's great. You guys will like. Everyone will like it, but it's not.
We
It's.
did twerk already.
I'm not giving you hints, okay?
Why not?
Because I don't want to. Should I expect you to wake in 6 to 7 hours? Yeah, so I'll be up. Oh my god. This is going to play from my newest video to my oldest. That's going to be kind of interesting. I'm going to wake up in...
You basically have the same exact hair right now as you did then.
I do.
Like it made the exact same.
Bro, I'm so ugly. Jesus. 7 to 8 hours probably. I'll put an alarm for 9 a.m.
Noobs play golf online.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? In this video,
What's up, guys?
friends for the first time
That's
ever
not that loud.
with a couple of other streamers.
There's
There's
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
screaming.
screaming. There's a lot of fun. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Let's get started. That was
Oh,
disappointing.
the volume
honey.
control is gonna be annoying too, because different videos will have different volume. I want to see if it autoplays. And like keeps the
LGBTQIA
same volume.
tag.
I have a Jewish tag.
That's true. So I'll make the gay jokes. You make the Jew jokes.
Today we're gonna do a Mario Kart tournament. Damn, lightning hit. Oh, this is cool actually.
What's
I
up,
should
guys?
have
In this
going with
video,
this stuff. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All right, I will put an alarm.
Sleepy. I
will put an alarm. Oh my god, I can't concentrate. Should I might change up the light this time. See if something else works. Because this light like blinded me last night. Turn this one off.
Sleepy.
Still going through the first one.
What?
Now it's the second one.
Wait, what do you mean, what?
The second line.
Oh.
They did 4 different lines of Z.
Damn, bro. Should I put her in sub only mode?
Well, we're basically all subs right now, anyways.
Oh no, I mean emote only mode.
No, that was annoying.
That was annoying?
Yes, because I tried typing in chat. Trying to do, what's it called?
Oh shit, this is not bad.
Watch time. And it didn't work, and I had to wait. And I don't like waiting.
Fair. Alright, I can't have ZZZ going on. Do I turn off TTS? I could easily turn it off. Okay. Thank you, Chi. Thank you. Now I know to turn it off. Thankfully, no one did that last night.
Come here, you motherfucker. Where'd you go?
Don't. It'll end soon.
Turn off anyways.
Zed. This is the content that everyone's been waiting for. Exactly. Alright. TTS is officially disabled for now. Until I awaken. Why would I leave it on, Chi? I'm trying to put my videos. It's just gonna be like Zed over the videos, yeah.
You did it again too. Saying it will end soon, he did it again.
Wait, let me see if it'll autoplay
You make the
in full screen.
you make the Jew jokes.
Today we're gonna do a Mario. Okay, cool.
What's up, guys? In this video,
Ugh, why do I look so ugly there? All right, I'm gonna go brush my teeth. I'll have song requests on until I'm back, even though I closed it. So I'm gonna have to reopen it. God damn it. Zed. I'm gonna dream about Zed now. Legit. I'm just gonna be like Zed. Be like, I don't even speak this language. We say Z in America, you know? I'll be like Zed. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna go brush my teeth and stuff.
It's H, not H.
What did you say?
It's H, not H.
Oh. Is that a thing?
Yes, people in Nova Scotia don't say H, they say H. Or something like that.
I have to pay attention to that next time I see that guy. Is there a way to pre-redeem God Monkey? No. There is not.
How much is God Monkey?
I don't even remember. 20,000, I think? A
Okay,
lot
I
of
have
people.
enough for it.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to be pushing for it. Zed is the correct pronunciation. Oh my god. I'm not getting into this right now before going to sleep. I'll put.
Well, I have 30K too, so.
Oh, it's
When does it
30K.
end?
I'm gonna start making it the first of every month, but you'll see an announcement on Discord. Sleep. Isn't there just sleeping or something?
Something like that. It's what's it called? What's his name has it on right now?
Yeah. What is it called though? Oh, only sleeping, I think it's called. Yeah, I'm only
sleeping.
Exactly. I am Shleep. This my
What
YouTube.
came first? The goblin or the egg?
The person. I don't know, bro.
It's a thing that I got on Hypixel. It's called What Came First, the Goblin or the Egg? And you can throw it.
Oh.
And it spawns a goblin.
That's kind of cool. Alright, I'm gonna go brush my teeth. Bye-bye. Did I not X this? Okay, now I did.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay. I guess.
Oh wait, hello?
Hello.
I just realized if I put YouTube videos, then talking on Discord will will be harder. Right?
It'd be harder for the Twitch stream to hear us, yes.
Yeah. I wish there was a way so that I could give you control to like pause the video if you're like
I could screen share it.
Oh.
Send me the what's it called? Send me the link so I can see how the screen share looks. If the screen share looks good, I'll do it. But if it doesn't, then
Okay.
because I leave my computer on anyways.
Oh, okay.
What's up, guys? In this video, I play.
What's up, guys? Today we're gonna do a Mario Kart. Huh? What happened?
What's up, guys? In this video, I play golf.
Yes, sick. What's up? Oh my god, look at my freaking face. Nasty. Okay. Look for it. Hey, me? Huh? Wait. Oh yeah. What's your Discord again? I always forget.
There you go. Message you.
Little Mac. That's alright. Thank you. Sorry for saying all that.
Sorry.
Oh wait. I should just. Oh,
It's fine. I can find it from that.
Oh, okay, okay. So you're getting harder. Huh? We should have a call soon. True. I am going to sleep.
Monkey
I'll be
do okay.
asleep till
Monkey
9
do
a.m.
pretty okay. I guess.
I guess I should make a note somewhere. I think I did that last time.
Okay, make sure everything up.
Huh? Why did I just do that?
Okay. Check my screen share.
Okay. We're professional, guys. I'm professional.
Think in the comments below. Let's get started. That was disappointing, honey. So you can make all of this.
Okay. Can you get
Does
the
it look good?
Yeah. Can you get the add-on so it
What's up?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I hear myself.
I hear you twice.
Yeah.
There. What's that on called? Hold on, I gotta figure out how to add it actually first.
All right. All right, this should be good.
How do I?
Alerts do work, yeah, but TTS is off.
Cleaner player.
Sleep stream.
Extensions. Okay, what's this actually called?
Wait, let me get this off of stream. What was it called? YouTube nonstop. Hopefully it works.
Wait. Get more.
Jessica, we're on the same time. You don't remember? You'll be back later? All right, cool.
YouTube nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
Is it spaces?
No. I don't see it on yours. YouTube space nonstop, but there's no space between non and stop. Yeah. Or just Google it. It's 1 a.m. over there. It is what? I thought we were on the same time, Yesik. My bad. It's 2 a.m. Can we just watch it? Yeah, you will watch me sleep. We're just well, that's all. You just want to see me. What if people want to talk in the chat and we'll add a little bit more. Don't worry, guys.
What does it look like exactly?
Well, I found a link for it, so YouTube announced that I should be able to send it to you. Oh yeah, it's right here. I tried so hard and got so far. I just sent you the link on Discord, though. Good luck on the exam, bro. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna play around with the lights a little to see how much I want, how much you guys can see of me. You got it?
Yeah. I'll go to the end here. I'll turn it up when I start screen sharing. Yeah, it works.
We want to hear your farts. That works? Okay, cool. All right. This is how it's gonna look on stream.
You can minimize. You can make it. What's it called? You can remove the players also if you want on the bottom.
Oh.
Do you say how?
I mean, this looks fine, no?
You usually look that looks good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna watch me sleep. Wait, do you only want to watch me sleep? Like with nothing else? Isn't it better if... Huh? Well, I guess if I do look at my... You know what? I'm kind of curious. Yes? Don't do nasty things, please. Don't make this OnlyFans. Got you, bro. I got you. I'm kind of curious now. I'm only sleeping. What do these people do? Yeah, they have other stuff going on at the same time. I feel like that's the best thing to do, no? And we're gonna have the videos playing, sorry. You can mute and then just stare at me as I sleep.
Yeah.
I'm probably not gonna make any sound that the mic could pick up anyway, so.
Was this the first video?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, guys? In this video, I play golf.
Oh, you're not gonna go full screen.
No, I can.
There's a lot of
Okay.
There's a lot of fun. Let me know what you think.
I can't move the player.
It's at the bottom. There's the arrow thing with the player. It's like an arrow down and then two people, middle of the screen.
Oh, this hide members. Oh shit. Oh, that's mad clean.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You guys are impatient. I'm watching the fucking plants.
What? I think it's better not full screen. Actually, could you put it not full screen?
Me?
Yeah.
Watch this.
Hold on, let me close that. Should I put it in theater mode so it's like this?
I timed that.
I think how you had it before is fine. Just cause like, I don't want the cam to get in the way, you know? Too much.
Okay.
All right, that looks good. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Wait, what just happened? What?
Oh. Wait, can you guys hear the video itself? Okay. Oh, I could. Wait, can you talk to me?
Hello.
How's everyone doing?
Yeah, how's everyone's day
Yeah,
going?
keep talking.
They're saying I'm
Sorry.
cracked and I'm
Speaking. I am speaking. Hello.
You got a hole in one?
I did.
Look
Okay.
what I got. Freaking
All right.
bullshit game.
I think that's good enough.
Okay, Fairy. Let me know.
Can you talk one more time?
Wait, what?
Hello. I
I
am
thought the other
speaking.
flag was.
Okay, thank you.
I'm actually a dumbass.
Sorry.
No problem.
I hope not.
All right, good night.
What the?
Easy hold on.
Yeah.
Easy hold
Wait,
on.
what
watch
were we gonna
this.
say?
Bro, do you
I
know
was
these
saying,
maps
kind
already?
of, whenever someone asks for someone to speak, you never know what to say.
Yeah, true.
No, Pog! What the fuck?
Wait, it's not showing.
Oh, did I hit you?
Oh, there.
Oh wait,
Now it's showing.
it's my fault probably.
To leave the game. But
Hey, before you leave, can you still see it?
Because this was just
Now
a
I
warm-up
can't.
Anyway. This isn't like a
You
real
can
game.
or can't?
Yeah, I'm not winning, so I
Cannot.
don't mind.
We're in.
A message from We Hate Ping 2.
Oh, now I
hi,
can.
Also, a message from Danelle.
Okay, so I have to
Teaching me
stay
to
tapped
leave the
into
Switch
it.
out.
Oh, that sucks.
Wait,
This game's bullshit.
you can
Bro,
still
I
see
didn't
it
take-
though, can't you?
I didn't
don't
take
know.
geometry
Yeah,
in
I can see it
years.
now.
This is bullshit.
Okay,
I got it.
As a mathematician,
That's good
I
then.
can confirm
All
that
right.
geometry does not help.
so I can still keep doing what I'm doing.
Today, so I guess
I just
Cool.
can't have it full screen.
How are you guys so good at
And you
this?
could pause
This
to
is
talk to
bullshit.
people or whatever.
It's not hard, Elliot.
I gotta
my
turn
God.
on chat.
Bro, this game is stupid. What's up?
Thank you, Timmy.
Bro, this game is
No problem.
stupid. Can we
Good
restart?
night, guys.
You should really have that on like a soundboard somewhere. You said a lot. Bruh, this game is stupid.
I don't say it like that.
Oh, you do.
The
I love
worst
that word.
thing America ever did was try and co-op bruv, especially
I
in
love
like
bruv.
city areas.
Oh,
Nah, bam is what's
go.
So
up now.
bad.
We're gonna watch
Shit,
Ping's
shit,
perspective.
shit, bollocks.
I want to scream, but I won't.
Love it.
Bro, like,
Oh, that's so
That's what the
unfortunate.
party was called.
This hype
shut
for
up!
America,
Shut up!
honestly.
Shut up! Shut up! Bro, this game is stupid.
Yeah, leave my computer on.
Like, I'm trying to use geometry.
I leave my computer on anyways, yes, so there's no point of me not doing it for him.
Geometry.
Geometry.
Remember, geometry.
So what you just did, don't do that again.
All you gotta do is go max speed at the big blue
Ah.
thing.
Is that in the map?
Oh.
9
gonna-
strokes.
I'm
That's how long it takes me to have sex with your mother, Jared. I actually apologize every time.
You're an apologizer. I thought you'd be a crier.
I take turns.
I suck. I suck. I
Oh,
suck.
shit,
I
that's a
suck.
ramp.
I suck.
Actual
Ah!
cheese nut. Proud of myself.
Bro, like, it's a
Oh,
donut.
God.
Like, the hole is huge. Just go in the
Oh
hole.
my god.
I just
I know.
clicked
Oh my-
the
Oh my god. I can't. I can't.
Yeah, I am. So I can entertain chat and stream this for him.
I can't.
hit the ball, Dammy.
You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding.
Fuck
This fucking game.
Wait, which way?
I did the exact same thing last night.
What the hell?
Controls keyboard. I can't find a map button.
No, 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 no.
I'm sucking ass now, though. Bro, this game's so easy. 4 in a hole. That's quite a party.
Right?
Oh, hole in 2, baby! Let's go!
I suck. I suck. I actually suck. I can't. Oh.
Here,
my
tell,
God.
Okay.
tell me when it's better.
It's okay if you suck.
Well, it depends what you suck. If you suck in animals thingy, then it's like a bit, illegal. Otherwise, I
Is it
think.
illegal?
I'm 14. The age on Twitch to be able to, like, actually stream is 13.
Yeah,
Good
it
point,
is
Ping.
illegal.
Good point.
I
Or
looked
is
it
it
up.
just legal enough?
I don't like birds, but I'll get birdies for days.
Literally, if you go full power straight ahead on this hole, you'll go in. You'll go in.
Okay, full power straight ahead on every hole. You'll always get a hole.
no! No!
True.
You
Why did you
weren't
tell me
straight.
that?
Enough.
No, I'm Timmy. That's me, little Timmy.
I love you,
Yo.
but fuck you.
I mean, if you want.
What do you mean, Doctor? I ain't breaking anything.
Oh, ah, bro.
Don't
Heck
overshoot.
yeah.
Don't overshoot.
Oh, damn it!
What the hell just happened there?
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, hole in one, baby. Let's go. This is gonna be pro
Yeah.
strats. Pro strats. Oh, oh, no.
What the
Right,
fuck?
man. So I've learned now that my one viewer is apparently just my flatmate.
Bro,
Oh,
this
you made it. You made it.
this game is so hard.
This is too much.
What the hell is that? How am I stuck?
What
Oh.
nonsense is this?
Oh, I'm a genius.
fucking God.
Ah, never mind. Yeah,
And
I
I
suck
don't
like my
care.
grandsis. My grandsis? Wait, what?
Oh my god.
What?
No.
Who, me, Esek?
Oh.
What is this bullshit? Yo, I got over
Oh my
100. Let's go.
Are you good, my guy? Absolutely not. I've never been good in my life.
Oh.
Oh, I used to stream on Twitch a while ago. Well, a year ago, technically. Not true.
There.
There we go.
This game is dumb. Let's go.
So you see this like thing that's red? You want to aim for it, Ping.
Someone just died. I don't know if I want to aim for that.
I need to see Ping attempt this. This is gonna be hilarious.
I'm gonna get it, bro. Oh, I just got 100. The hell does that mean? I
Thank you,
see
good
he
job.
has wings, but he doesn't do shit. All right, I'm gonna try.
Hold
You
your mouse.
hold
Hold your
the
mouse
left
down.
mouse
Oh, bro, this game is so. Why doesn't it tell me?
Oh yeah.
Nah.
Ah, the hell?
Especially after your first 100,000.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot about flying.
No, my PC isn't good enough anymore. My old PC broke that I used to stream with.
Stupid ass game.
Bollocks.
I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck.
You do.
Whoops.
Huh?
How the fuck did I do that?
What the hell? I witnessed
Bollocks.
that.
Actually gonna
Ha,
lose it. I'm, like,
bollocks.
on the cusp.
Alright.
It's half of my British swearing. It's not
Ah!
like. It's not like anyone particularly takes offense when you go, ah, look, he said bollocks. Did I just hear
Yeah, it should be.
myself say ah bollocks through one of your discords?
No, I said
Might
all
have. Might have.
bollocks.
Ping's British impression was just too good.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
Ha!
My God, I'm literally suction cupping out of a fucking cannon right now.
Oh, it's
Ah!
a holy
What?
hand grenade.
I got hit.
What?
Any game.
You go over
Oh
the
my
edge,
god,
you go
that
over the
did
edge,
not
you go
just.
over
What
the
if I
edge.
go? You can't even go in. Why does it show like it's an entrance? It's bullshit.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's a sheep.
Oh. Never
Why
mind.
did I do that? One does it can't.
Yeah, you'll probably see that a lot because he moves around a lot while he's sleeping.
It like
Ah!
jumps all over the map and stuff.
Yo, the
No, I
sheep
know
just
that,
helped
I
me.
can't remember what it was called. Is it just called
Never
like
mind.
the golden sheep or something?
Ah! Like.
What's that hit you? Okay.
Oh my!
Claire, you hit-
What just happened? You know what?
Where
Fuck
the-
you, Jimmy.
That didn't hit.
Nothing happened. Why didn't anything happen?
Oh.
Oh, I got that. You guys
So,
suck
yay.
at this game. Jesus. But I suck more at this game. Gotta be careful with what I say here.
Need to clarify. Yeah.
You don't need to clarify.
Yeah, it's 2022.
Whoops, too far.
That's what she said.
Oh, this one's.
Not to me, though. Oh, no. I mean, she did to me. Ah!
Was it really to you, Ping?
No, it's never to me.
Bro, like, this game is really fun, and I'm having the time of my life.
Jared, I'm not
Oh.
gonna lie, I thought you were so mad that you just stopped talking and I felt really bad.
Yeah, no, I'm just seething with anger, actually.
That's what I thought was happening.
I cut off stream again, and I was just like, fuck these idiots.
This is the last hole. That's what.
Is it actually?
I
Yeah,
think so.
and I'm too good.
And I'm too good. You've played this game before. It's not fair, Jimmy. I got the most points again. Yeah, yeah.
Good
Yeah,
job.
that means you won then.
Oh, this one's easy.
I've been traumatized,
Ah!
so I'm like.
Oh my god.
That was disappointing.
That was disappointing, honey. So you can make all of this sexual.
I watched both of you do exactly the same thing.
I'm behind the box. You're going out with me. You're going out with me. You go out with me, Jared.
I mean, it sounds like you're back now, at least.
Yeah, I'm back now, and I've reconnected. Yeah, are you doing another one after this, or is that it?
I'll do another one if people want.
I just clicked without doing anything, so it just gave me a shot.
Nice. Ah! Oh, that was good. Never mind.
I fucking hate this game.
Why?
Because I'm bad at it!
I'm inching towards the middle.
You're edging?
Oh my god.
Oh, inching. My bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm edging my bets.
That's hedging.
Never mind.
Let's go! Let's go! You guys suck. Let's go. I'll leave.
Oh, wow, that was a ballsy shot.
Yo, watch this. Watch this. Oh, let's go! Oh.
Oh, you piece of
Bro,
shit.
how fast is the...
Oh my fuck! Oh my fuck!
Yo, thanks, Jared! Thanks, Jared!
Oh, this next hole is the worst one in the entire game. Be
Or maybe you
prepared.
just
Also, what's
suck.
up, Clock, Red by
Ah! What? It took me to the beginning? Why did it take me to the beginning? And now I missed!
Are you?
Wait, no! I'm in the
A little bit. Ow! Bro, I was lining up the shot, bro. Don't screw me over like that. You hit me! You hit me! I was going there! Jimmy! I'm hitting you. Get out of here, bro. I'm taking you down with me. He says that, but then 10 minutes ago he said, oh, I miss when you were racist. So I don't know what he wants, bro. Oh! You guys suck! Are we done with this game?
Yeah.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
I reckon I'm the only person in this group with an LGBTQIA tag.
I have a Jewish tag.
That's true. So I'll make the gay jokes. You make the Jew jokes.
Today we're going to do a Mario Kart tournament. Damn, lightning hits and
that's so unfortunate.
We have 12 players. So the first thing is there will be 3 sets of 8 races for a total of 24 races. The second thing is that the player with the most points at the end of 24 races wins. The winner gets a $70 Nintendo gift card. Everyone understood that? Everything's good?
Got it.
Aye,
Yep.
Captain.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Press join, guys, and start the tournament.
Feeling it, as Shulk would say.
We got Sammy feeling it. Like, see how his camera is so far away from his face.
I don't see this going in my favor.
Nah, he's not feeling very confident. Fairy over here. Jimmy's in 5th right here. With his loud mic. And we got Bosa. Ooh, let's see who's in 1st here. We got Boom in 1st. Looks like no one seems to be that close to him. 3rd player here, Sammy. Sammy's in 2nd place behind Boom. Looks like Boom is so far ahead. Maybe Boom was too good for this tournament. I'm not sure. Oh, he fell! Damn, lightning hits and
that's so unfortunate.
Sammy
That
gets
was
hit
gonna
in
be worse.
2nd. Weez is screaming. Hey, Weez won the 1st round. Let's go. We got Weez in with 13 points. Xavier 2nd with 2. Peachy, I don't remember who that is. We got different names here, so it's a bit harder to see. You got Kid in with 7 points in 5th. Sammy 6th. Clover, Nuff, Jared, Bosa, and Lux in 11th. Unfortunately, Zythius was not able to join. Weez was doing really good the 1st round. But now he's in 9th, not doing well at all.
Well,
Third, we
at least
got
we have one protection.
Sammy here. Sammy looks like to be a top contender. He might actually win the whole thing in 2nd place here. Wow, Fairy is in 1st. That's kind of a surprise. No offense to Fairy.
Guys, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. Jared's even in front of me.
In 7th place.
I won't lie. I've already written off winning that.
Trisket
fucking
doesn't
gift
look
card.
very
Like,
confident.
It would have been dope. It would have been nice to be able to get a Pokemon game for free, but
Damn, no
I
confidence.
would be satisfied with just a nice.
Bring your confidence up, bro.
With the boys.
Let's see how Bosa is doing right now.
Like star powered, and I can't even catch up to these people. What kind of hacks do they have for?
He's getting
What kind of
triggered
hacks
because
do you
everyone is
guys
so
have?
good.
I swear to God.
We got Wheeze still in 1st here, so Xavier in 2nd. This is actually pretty close.
Cashew, is this too loud? The video?
Sammy actually doing pretty bad that round, and Lux with 1. Clover in 1st. Let's see if Clover could remain 1st. I saw Clover playing yesterday, actually training for this tournament. So, we'll see how far he's able to make it. Ooh! Almost gets passed by, looks like Fairy last second there, but does not. I hate this map. Oh, Fairy is in 11th. Never mind. Fairy's doing really well in 2nd place here. Wow. Trailed by Kid. Looks like Kid is up in front. Boom is in 10th. Kid is Heroes, actually, I believe. So he should be in 1st right now. Yep. Freaking 1st place, trailing above everyone else right here. He's not even worried. He's far ahead of the competition. He might be a little too high ranked for this tournament. Ooh, those are the rankings.
Other color balls. That's okay.
Fairy 2nd. Sammy top 5. Clover is pretty good. I think consistently gets around top 5. We see him struggling to get top 5 right now, actually. Heroes is in 4th. I think Heroes is Kid in this tournament. My brain is confusing itself. Bosa actually comes back into 9th place. That's pretty cool.
You guys are really and truly gamers.
Let's look into Lux. We haven't seen Lux's gameplay in a while. This is the 3rd round. He's in 10th place, not doing that well today. I think Zythius hasn't... Ooh, Zythius still is not able to play, unfortunately. He will be in the next tournament, though. He got disconnected, unfortunately. We got Wheeze making him... Oh, he falls in 2nd place. Falling behind literally... Oh, my God. Falling behind literally everyone. That's so unlucky. Oh, my God. And we witnessed it right here, too. Sammy's excited to get 1st. Let's go.
Did someone say talent and skill? Poggers.
Poggers, all right. Let's see what the leaderboards look like. Ooh, he's tied with Nuff. Fairy and Sammy.
Very much in the...
Fairy and Sammy tied for 1st. Ooh, Sammy is indeed in 1st. Let's just look at Sammy's gameplay. Kind of try to understand how he's been able to stay on the top for so long. Ooh! Last second, he gets 1st place.
You can't hear me, it's fine.
So that's some crazy stuff right there. Peachy in 2nd, Xavier in 3rd over there. We have to look at Lux getting in 4th, doing a bit better.
3rd place is the highest I've placed, though.
Ooh, 3rd place is the highest he placed.
Stick with them no matter what. Gotcha.
Oh, Boom is in 1st. Starts off in 1st, so that's pretty good for now. Let's just stick to Boom for a bit here. See how he's feeling in 1st place with his Gold Mario. I have nightmares from Gold Mario because of Doctor. But, you know, it's fine. Ooh, Clover falls. Basically screws up. And Boom gets hit by a red shell. Woo! Nice! Woo! Heroes in 1st. Good luck. Well, I'm looking at everyone's streams. It looks like everyone is choosing maps right now.
I was going to keep myself unmuted to talk, but after last time where I just swore very loudly in the middle, I think I was going to mute myself for this one.
Oh, look, everyone is at 0 now. Zythius finally able to join. I'm so happy. I really hope he does amazingly well here. He was unfortunately disconnected. Using a Bowser on a bike. It's pretty ballsy. Bowser is very heavy, you know? He's in 3rd place. It looks like he might actually... Oh, red shell. He might actually be doing really well here. Fighting for 1st with Xavier right in front of him.
You can feel it. You can feel the competitiveness in the air, huh?
Let's look at Trisket Biscuit, Jared over here. Jared has some chill music on.
Fuck yes, I'm a thief.
Feeling pretty good. Looks like he's gonna get 7th place. That's okay.
Oh,
that's
fucking
okay.
fumbled that at the end. Whoopsie.
Not the worst there. Barry is in 11th place here. 10th place. Struggle. Oh, did we just see Wheeze fallen? Did Wheeze just fall there? Yeah, Wheeze did. Wheeze is falling behind here. 10th place. I feel bad for Wheeze. Wheeze started off really strong, really confident this tournament. Heroes is still in first after getting lightninged and inked. Let's see if he makes a crucial error and falls behind and has someone else like pass him. That would be pretty crazy. Looks like Heroes is going to take this one. Let's see what Trisket says. Trisket in 3rd. Wow.
I am a filthy thief.
That was nice.
What's the wooden spoon price for whoever comes last?
Ping, whoever comes last has to shave their head.
For those that don't know, me and Bosa did like a streamer versus streamer thing, and he lost and he had to shave his head, so he's bald now.
Actually coming in quite nicely.
See, Bosa is very smart here. Bosa went bald, but he's wearing a cap so no one could see it. Very smart strategy here by Bosa.
I ruined it.
Let's see how Clover is doing. Vying for 1st place behind Kid. Kid is insane. Ooh, gets hit by fire, but gets a red shell in. Jimmy's actually doing really well this tournament. But he'll have to pick up the slack to get first place. Gets in with a green shell.
I need a bullet bill.
And falls behind. Lux!
Good item luck, please. Good item luck. Good item luck.
Oh my god, there's so many stars behind us. Oh, come on, give us the 3rd.
I don't know if... Ooh, gets 3rd place, which is pretty good for him.
Let's go.
Clover is taking the 2nd place. Looks like Hero is doing way too well here.
My heart.
Barry was like in top 5. He was doing really well in the beginning of the tournament, but I think it's a psychological game, to be honest. Kid and Clover have been at it toe-to-toe for much of the second part of the tournament, that I think everyone else has been kind of not feeling it. Wow, Fairy actually in 1st. Never mind. I spoke too soon.
Oh, it's a race. Can I do it? I can!
Ooh, Fairy gets hit with a blue shell. Getting passed by... Oh, and a green shell. A beautiful green shell with that. From Kid.
It's no big deal. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. No big deal. No big deal. We don't get angry in this channel. We don't get angry.
Sounds like he's getting angry.
Know what I'm saying?
Coming to the 3rd. Ooh, Clover falling behind here.
Speed, baby! With the speed!
I love Bosa. Ooh, it looks like the 1st place Hero just got hit, but is still in 1st. Clover won by 2 points. Kid was in 2nd. Sammy in 3rd by like 25 points. That's actually crazy.
These guys don't even understand how good I am at Mario Kart. It was just a complete fluke. Oh shit! Sorry, I forgot to mute. My bad, guys. My bad.
I come back, you like
Mario wrong.
The first tournament was really close, and then I think people got self-conscious or something. All right, let's start with Wheeze here. Wheeze is in 7th place here. Oh, screwing up that jump, but that's fine. Still the first lap of the first round. Or actually, Sammy. Sammy takes 1st place here.
Hit me, it's not good.
Sammy always having a great attitude.
Stay right over there, please.
Let's see if Zythius is playing, which is awesome. Hopefully, he doesn't get disconnected at all. Not doing insanely bad, but as long as he's able to play, I think that's a win. Xavier making a name for himself in 2nd place on the 3rd lap. Final lap. Looks like he will get 2nd with Sammy in 1st. And that seems to be true.
Not bad, not bad.
Deep inside of my soul, I fucking feel it. Yeah. Hey! A what? Wait, what? A what? I won't lie, I missed whatever was said. Dude, my attention span is so bad right now. Like,
just like every streamer's attention span. Terrible. We see Wheeze in 5th place here. Falling a bit behind, but might make a... Oh, hits the grass there. That's going to hurt. Ooh, Xavier just coming back in this tournament. Let's see if he's able to take advantage of all of this and get to 1st. He's really close. Oh!
Who stole my...
That's unlucky on the last lap as well. Let's look at Fairy. How Fairy was doing top 5, top 3. Even got first place a lot of times earlier on in the tournament. But oh, he gets red shelled over the water, putting him in 12th place. Bosa must feel good about that. Bosa is...
Okay, whoever Bowser was just got cock.
Oh, 12th place for Wheeze. I don't even want to go to his screen. I just feel bad at this point. Fairy and Xavier kind of alternate with really... Oh, he gets hit with the blue shell, though. That's unfortunate. But he gets that little boost from Fairy, who's... We just mentioned, actually. This is actually the last lap. This is a close one. Let's look at Sammy here. Sammy's just being Sammy. Clover is definitely in first. We don't need to go to him. He's very... ooh. This might change things. 2 red shells to Clover. Whoa, and he takes the lead with a red shell and a mushroom. Peachy coming out of nowhere to take it. Whoa!
Oh my God, finally!
Jimmy gets first.
God, guys!
Let's look at Boom over here. Boom in third now. Boom is Danny for those that are wondering. I think. Pretty sure. Boom is really close to them. I wonder where Clover is. Clover is falling behind here, at least 4th place or behind. Oh, Boom just crashing there. And gets hit by the boomerang. And gets passed by 3 players here. Damn. Just everyone is just demolishing him. We saw Xavier fighting for first earlier. Let's see how he's doing now. Looks like he's still fighting for first, right behind Heroes, who is an absolute god, and who I should have vetted more strictly before letting him join the tournament. Oh, he falls over the water. Look at his face.
I fucked up.
He did fuck up.
Let's go. We got second place, everyone. Hype.
Second place is hype. Let's see how Lux is doing. Lux is in 11th place. just being a little sag, which is fair enough. Bosa in 4th, actually playing pretty well. You could tell. Oh.
Okay, dude, that was a cat. Oh, shoot me!
Lux shot him.
Snipers! Stream sniping!
Oh, that's great. Let's.
Oh man!
Quite a competition. Fairy looks like just passing him by right there. Some really good gameplay here. Let's zoom into Heroes right here.
Couldn't help it. But winning first place in Mumu Meta is just a huge win for me. I had to.
Yeah, I think he's demolishing the competition here. Clover is just silent. I think after losing a couple of races and not getting first, he's been kind of quieter. And Heroes has kind of taken the lead here.
Alright, I want some clean racing.
Sammy's just in a good mood. Sammy always with that good mood there. We have Heroes in first, looking behind him, using that strat to look behind, which not everyone does. I mean, it's an important thing to do. Boom consistently getting to the top 3, I feel like. So let's go see how Jimmy is doing.
Fantastic. So, anyone else want to hit me? Anyone else want to hit me while they're at it?
Bosa, look at Bosa's face. Oh!
There's no fucking way.
That has to hurt. Sammy in second. Heroes probably in first.
Oh, nah, bro.
Oh, gets hit by the bomb. And you have a starred Jared passing him. We got Sammy in second and...
At some point during that race, I just lost all anger.
How's everyone feeling after that? I pumped into every single person's stream, and every single person, except like 2 or 3, were like depressed or just like
Well, congrats, kid. I know kid got this.
Like thinking about their Mario Kart skills. Like, I thought it was so good. What happened? Damn, I feel so bad. I feel like half of the people here are depressed. Okay, do you guys want to hear it for every tournament section or just the overall?
Yeah.
Just overall.
Overall. With 24 points coming in last is Zyth. But you have to remember, Zythius he wasn't able to play the first 2 parts of the tournament. He was only able to play the last
excuses.
one. All right, second with almost 100 points, okay? But consistently bad, so that's pretty cool, is Lil Luxio. Let's go. And third to last, we got, the bald man, Bosa.
From third to last, why didn't you just say 10th?
Word on last.
Because
Let's go.
only 2 points more. We have Wheeze.
Yep. Yeah. You know what? Single digit.
Next person is the worst streamer I know. We're gonna get Trisket here.
Over everything. GG.
I don't know what number he is, but he's one of the numbers.
Let's go, baby.
I'm just joking. He's chill. Anyway, next with 174 points is Danny, who is Boom, right?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Next is Fairy, who was eighth.
Top 50%.
Or not eighth. What place? You had 185 points, which is pretty good. Next we got Jimmy. Surprised me by doing good the third tournament, because you know he sucks at video games. But I'm joking. 259 points. Next is 264, so only 5 points more. Xavier S.
Hey, what's up? Was that 4, right?
That is fourth place, yeah. Next is Clover. Honestly, I thought Clover was gonna take it. And the last two, we got Sammy, who has a key in his hand, which is he got 302 points. I don't know if he's not talking in the Discord. He's just like showing the key off. And the last person, 373 points.
I was close.
So that's it's goddamn crazy, bro. Congrats on the win.
Like,
Comment.
and subscribe.
Who's shooting me? Stream snipers!
What's up, guys? In today's video, I, an old school Naruto fan, versus Nick Plays, who is a new school Naruto fan who just finished Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. We're basically going to verse each other in some quizzes and see who is the better Naruto fan. I hope you guys enjoy. All right, let's start right now. Let's see
How many questions is there?
I don't remember.
Name this character. Are we just going through them?
Just go through all of them, baby.
Okay.
Deku. Oh, this is so easy. Oh, shit. I don't remember this.
You need to shut your mouth, yeah?
Do you want me to give you any answers? What? What are the... It just went from really easy to really hard.
Yeah.
Which year was Obito born in? Who knows that?
What the fuck?
I know, right? What kind of questions are these? Which year was Obito born in? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell? I got it wrong.
Yeah, so did I. I'm not gonna lie, some of these are freaking guesses.
How old is Naruto in part 1? He was like... Shit! I knew this at one point. I haven't watched this show in so long.
I fucking knew that one as well.
Would you put Hero of the Hidden Bush or something?
Well, I'm not on your one. Can you focus on yourself, yeah?
Which question are you on?
I didn't remember. I don't know what the fuck that one is. I'm not telling you. I'm done.
Okay. Which release does Kotetsu have?
Oh my fuck, that's a bad one. That's
Tetsu means iron.
Well.
So steel, iron, water, yin, water, yin. Shit. Hokage, shadow.
I didn't even know. That's a good question.
You don't know what Kage means? Wait, is that what you're on?
How did you know that?
Because I know Japanese, so I know what Kage means.
Oh, alright. Oh, well done.
Let's go.
Well done, you.
I'm not doing that well either, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not doing very well here.
What is Sakura's nickname? I watched the show in Japanese. I don't know. Oh, the last one is a Baruto question, yeah. I'll just tell you the answer.
Well, I knew the answer because I know the other characters.
What'd you get?
What did you get?
No, what'd you get? Wait, I got 74%.
Oh,
what'd you get?
One.
You
won.
Yes.
You got one. You probably got one question more.
Yeah, I got one question more. Let's go.
Let me change this around. Let me make my face smaller.
Like a real streamer.
There we go. Look up here.
How well do you know Naruto? Let's go. Kakashi has his headband.
Oh god.
He was gifted by Obito. That's easy. Naruto acquired a forbidden jutsu. What is that jutsu called?
Okay, the questions are there.
That was this is literally the first episode, Shadow Clone Jutsu. I'm not getting any ads to be honest, but
what? I've got ads everywhere. There's a lot of ads on this one. Just saying.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting any ads.
I need to make this smaller just in case there's some some old nudity.
Is there? Bro, how are you on the right website? Okay, this one's definitely not Kakashi or Asuma. They're main character peeps. This guy is like a side character. Ibiki or Izumo? I'm gonna guess Ibiki.
Oh, fuck.
Shit! Third member of Team Asuma. Who is he? He's big and bold and loves to eat. Choji? The big boy. What is a Keke Genkai? Isn't it the type of Sharingan? Or it's like a forbidden jutsu from each area? Yeah, inherited ability that changes DNA and allows... Yeah.
Easy, and then it comes up with like a random one. It's like, what the fuck? Wait, what? I got one wrong.
Let's go! You got one wrong. When is Naruto's birthday? I saw this on Instagram once a while ago, but I don't remember.
Idiot.
Shit! I got 3 wrong now. Okay, this is easy. Okay, I finished. I'm a legendary Sanin, baby. Let's go. How many you got wrong now? 4?
Yeah.
I got 5 wrong, so if you get one more wrong.
Oh, I've got a few. I've got. How many questions is there?
30.
I've got 2 questions to do. Okay.
So if you get one of these wrong, we're tied.
Yeah. I got the same as you.
25 of 30.
Yeah.
Damn, we tied the second one. I won by 1 on the first one. We're actually. I didn't expect it to be this
if we did it
close.
correctly, you're 1 ahead of me. If we're doing it like that, okay, so you're winning because you
Yeah.
beat me by 1.
Yeah, that's true. Let's just do it like that then.
Alright, do the final one then. Let's go.
All right, this one is, I think, the hardest. I didn't try it out, but this one looks hard. Shit, I have no idea who this is. the first person.
I'm from Suffolk. Sorry.
Okay, that's easy. What? What? That doesn't. Oh, they're. Oh my. They separated Pain and Nagato.
I'm looking.
Bro, I got 2 wrong already. I'm actually stupid.
This is tough.
This is very tough. I already I started off getting.
My eyes don't work quickly enough.
I started off getting 2 wrong. Oh, it's an order. These are the Hokage. These are the. Oh my God! It's an order. Don't tell him, guys. I just realized it's an order. Wait, Shisui is a Sharingan user.
God, you're flying. If I've only just got the Shisui.
I skipped a lot. I have 13, but I got like 3 wrong because I just rushed in the beginning like an idiot. Okay, I remember who Haku is. I can't find Haku.
You could black them out a bit more, couldn't it? Like the ones that were used, because I'm looking at the green like blends in a little bit.
It does, yeah. Tobirama.
Back.
Second Hokage. May
Why
is the
can I
Mizukage.
not see this person?
Yes.
It's finding me.
Suigetsu is the water guy. This guy. Yes. Kisame,
Really winding me up.
sword
I'm
guy.
coming back to this person. I
Where's
can't see them.
Kisame? The sword guy. Where is he? Obito. Hugo. Okay, I'm doing better now. I'm at 33.
Oh damn, you're flying.
Anko is the girl? Where is she? Shit! I got another one wrong. These characters always look the same to me.
It's the I'm a bit scared to even attempt to do the tail beasts. They're the ones.
Yeah, they get confusing too. Oh, Roshi is one of the tailed beasts. This one? Yes! Bro, I forgot who Tenten is. It just sounds irrelevant. Is that the one that had the ninja tools? I think it is.
So I'm not gonna guess anyone that I don't know, like straight.
Alright. You might be falling behind though. I'm
How
at
many you done?
43.
I'm at 54.
No way!
Why can't I see
Oh, there's
Rin?
that's the girl that married. Shit. There's Gara. I just saw Gara. Shikaku. Oh, is this Shikaku?
Ibiki? No. fuck, I'm
Shit,
getting blown.
Shikaku is the dad. I lost.
Sunday.
I got so many wrong. I lost. I suck.
How many did you get?
Well, you won.
I got 64 at the end.
Jesus. I got 49.
Damn, I went on a roll. I started getting where the fuck? Well, let me find where the
There's
hell is
10-10.
Rin?
Rin is on the right side, like 4th column.
Oh my god. I didn't get a no. Oh no, I did get a Noki. What am I about? Ibiki. I didn't get Ibiki.
Yeah, me neither. I guess, yeah, that was Ibiki, yeah. I guess this kind of shows that, you know.
I'm better than you.
Yeah, you won. What should be the... Well, I guess the loser has to shout out the winner's channel.
Oh, we've got to do one more because it's a tie in it. Because I won the first. We've got to do one more. Oh, the hardest Naruto quiz you'll take.
Yeah, they all say that. This
Yeah,
is,
they
oh,
do
what are the stakes? What happens to the loser?
I don't know. Get a shout out. I don't know. Oh, I'm not doing what you do, yeah?
You don't want to wax your arm or...
No.
Alright, no, okay. I don't remember if it's Mizuki or Mitsuki. I'm gonna guess Mitsuki?
Yeah.
Shit! Ah! This team isn't included in the Rookie 9 classification. Neji? Because he's not a rookie or something?
He's on Guy's team!
Yeah, I didn't... I didn't
my
realize.
God, this dude is a joke. I don't
Bro, I'm not gonna
actually
lie.
know
I'm not gonna
this.
lie. I don't remember most of this shit, bro. I
Wow,
don't.
I'm doing bad now. I started off well. I'm doing very bad.
Which are the 8 gates? Stop Gara. I think it was this one. Shit! I'm getting everything wrong. I'm literally like so dumb right now. I'm making all of them. I'm getting all of them wrong. Okay, I got 2 right out of 15.
Wow. Wow.
You must be under some sort of genjutsu, right? Snap out of it and give this another shot.
Damn, you just watched the series and I haven't seen it in years and I've just slapped.
Bro, I haven't. Okay.
Oh, get your excuses out.
I'll get them out. I'll get them out.
Go on, then. Get 'em
I've.
out, go on.
Okay, these are my excuses. I watched Naruto when I was in
That's on my
high
phone, I
school.
can-
Bro, I watched this show like 8 years ago. Okay, I don't remember this stuff.
Like,
Comment.
and subscribe.
You need to shut your mouth, yeah?
Me versus Rusquila, Spy versus Sniper. The winner of 2 out of 3 games gets a special prize, which I guess we won't mention. Wait, why do I don't need your stream open. Oopsies. I took it away. I took it away. I took it away. I took it away. Wait, do I play a sniper or a spy?
What do you want to play as first?
You want to flip a coin?
Heads, you'll play as spy. Tails, I'll play as spy. Heads, you're playing as spy.
Okay. Let's start. Okay. Guys, who should I pick?
You should definitely pick that one guy that looks like the one guy.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna pick the cowboy. I don't think he could hear me. Ah, I forgot to mute myself.
Now I know he's not the cowboy. Or maybe he is the cowboy and he's using reverse psychology. The world may never know.
That guy? Okay, I'll do that guy.
So for those of you who aren't aware, the spy has to complete like tasks. And then the sniper has to kill the spy before he
Yes.
completes all the tasks.
I have 4 tasks to complete, and he has to kill me before I do all 4 tasks.
Yeah.
Are you good at this game? Because I only played the tutorial.
I mean, I've already played the whatever it's called too in tutorial.
The tutorial? Let me. Why'd you shoot? What? I won. Why would you shoot?
That was not what I was trying to do. I was trying to mark people and I forgot how.
You shot them.
Yeah, can we consider that a practice run? I'm just kidding.
No. Are you ready to get sniped?
Yep.
You are? Oh, so which one are you? Okay, I learned from the tutorial to just unhighlight all the people with triangles on their head. Because they're like bots. Banana bread? You banana breaded me? That means you contacted the agent. Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. I think you're the head booty head bird booty. I gotta remember that. Wait, that's not a booty. Oh yeah, it is. Head booty head. Banana, you banana breading again? You have a minute. You better check your watch over there. Oh, you're the whammon? You're the Great Britain whammon?
The what?
The Great Britain whammon.
The Great Britain Ramen.
You have 30 seconds, bro.
I know.
What are you gonna do? I'm gonna win. You have 18 seconds. You didn't touch the statues. You just added time. Shit, I wasn't paying attention. That makes sense. You are the whammon. You are the whammon.
What wham? There's a bunch of whammon.
No, you're the Great Britain whammon. Don't change the boobies. Huh. I'm just shooting you. Is it you? It has to be you. It has to be. No! Who were you?
Yo, I was
the Asian woman. I thought it might have been you. Damn it.
So wait, if I win this next game, that means I win, right?
You win the first game out of 3.
Oh,
Yeah, that would be too easy.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Are you playing as Queen Elizabeth again?
No. Did I even
Don't
do
lie
that
to
the
me.
first time?
No, but you thought I did.
Yeah. Ooh, reverse psychology. Maybe I am. Who do you think I am?
Who do you think you are?
I think I'm ping pong masters.
Very good. I know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
I know exactly who you are.
Hey, who am I?
I'm not gonna tell you, otherwise
What will I do?
you'll know exactly what you'll do.
Who am I, bro?
That's a good question.
You'll never figure it out. Oh, what? I was the whammon. It's International Whammons Day. Wait, so I won.
The first game.
Yeah, that means you
Yeah.
suck. Oh, I'm the sniper now. I don't like that.
Who likes banana bread anyways?
I know, right?
Not me.
Where
That's
are
a
you?
That's a fancy red laser.
Oh, thank you. Where are you? I wonder who you are. Do you happen to be very large with a mustache?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
I saw you change the statue.
You
Easy, baby. 3-1. Easy.
You gotta be a good sport about it at least.
No, then it's not as fun.
I'm gonna tell Triple G
What?
that you're mean to me.
Don't tell him.
And then he'll never want to stream with you again. And then he'll stream with me and we'll be like best friends.
But
I mean, we already are best friends.
No, I don't
We've
have
been
any.
we've
I don't
been
have any
best
friends.
longer than you have.
But you know
That's
what?
it. I gotta put on my spy glasses. I gotta get serious.
If you
Alright.
beat me, then I'll let you have him as you could steal him.
I already do. I already
as a
have
friend.
him. So I mean, that's not even.
Okay, you know what? Just start the game. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm trying to distract you with my singing.
Yes, it is, Jimmy. How's your night going, man?
Okay.
Copyright. Copyright.
You might hear banana bread. That seems a bit scary.
Banana bread.
Banana bread, baby, banana bread. Oh, who'd you shoot? You're so trigger happy, bro. Listen, whoever gets to 4 games first wins. Oh wait, I already did.
Nah. See, I've been letting you win.
Kind of sussy baka.
Here we go. I'm gonna win this time.
Are you in this circle?
Yep.
I don't know. Head butt head bird. Head butt head bird. Head butt head. Banana bread. I probably missed everything, didn't I? Are you the Are you Britain again? Are you? Well, are you? Are you actually Britain this time?
Yeah, I actually am Britain this time.
How does it feel that I'm staring at your face right now? Are you black?
Wow.
What? I'm just asking.
What even is that? Are you black?
No, I don't see color. That's why.
Uh-huh.
You're a whammon. You're definitely a whammon. I know that.
You're a whammon.
Or you're the general and you're just standing there. I'm gonna take the risk.
I wouldn't.
Did I shoot her? Let's go! What the hell? I wasn't sure if you were that woman or the other one, but you're not black. Sorry about that.
You're distracting. I can't play party games with you because you get in my head.
I'm sorry. I like to talk a lot.
Hmm.
Who do you think it is?
I have an idea, but I don't know.
I see you pointing to the black woman. It's kind of racist, but okay.
I think you're kind of racist.
What do you mean? Was there anything sussy baka happening yet?
No.
Oh no, that sucks.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Someone banana breaded.
Oh, somebody did banana breaded.
That's kind of bad. No, I was about to move. No, why'd you shoot me?
Yeah, I was right.
You were.
I was sus about you from the moment you walked over to the statues.
Yeah, that's why I put her down. I didn't change anything. Oh, I know who you are.
Do you?
Yeah. Can I shoot you?
Ooh. Yeah, go for it.
You sure?
Yep.
You're not scared? I'm looking right
Nope.
at your face.
I'm terrified, but I don't think you're gonna do it.
Well, because your face doesn't look terrified, so. Oh, she has a nice butt. Sorry.
Thank you. I mean.
What? Huh? Oh.
Got him.
But you said thank you. It wasn't. She had a nice butt. How was it not you?
Well, that is a fair point. I do have a nice butt.
I should have looked at the general's butt.
The general has a pretty nice. Good lord, you're the woman. Wow.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That was real quick, wasn't it?
It was.
So you should know exactly who it is, no?
No.
Oh, you weren't paying attention, huh? I'm not the general.
I
What?
just figured that you were gonna do some like reverse psychology stuff. and be like,
Nah. I reverse psychology'd you.
Who were you? Just out of curiosity for the last round.
I was the short person. Oh, now you're gonna pick him, aren't you?
No, definitely not. I think.
No, you didn't pick it.
What do you think I was gonna tell you?
Yeah, I thought. Oh my god.
All right, I'll pick him next time.
All right, fine. Why are you gonna shoot the Queen of Britain, bro? Don't do that. What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Don't shoot the Queen, bro. That's not nice. Hey. Oh no! Shit! I was hoping you would miss. Oh.
That wasn't even fair. What are you?
You knew right away. He was too tall. I need someone who's.
It wasn't that you were too tall. Is that you were striving back and forth in like the same position.
Yeah, I wanted you to shoot, but I wanted you to shoot someone else by accident. But bird. But bird. But bird. Yo, give me a hint for who you are.
Okay, I'm a woman.
You're a fat guy, you were about to say. Oh, the girl with the nice butt. Is that you?
Like, I am the girl with the nice butt.
I don't know if you're lying this time. Last time you said you had nice butt, it wasn't you.
I am. I got a nice butt. You didn't. No, to be fair, you said I had a nice butt, and I just agreed with you.
Yo, banana bread again, I dare you.
Okay.
Wait, huh? I knew it was you!
Yeah!
I thought I saw you switch this. I didn't see what?
I forgot that it's set to 3 out of the 4 things. Yeah!
Oh my god.
Are you the woman again?
I hate women. I would never be one.
Wow, you can't say that.
I'm joking. I'm being a jokester. Guys, the strategy is to... I'm just not gonna play. I'm gonna let the game control it and see if you could tell who it is. Yeah, let's go.
No.
I
Okay,
knew.
no, I only was sus because I saw an arm move and I was like, oh, did he just bug the ambassador?
Oh, this is a small map. Wait, this is the whole map?
Apparently.
Oh, you only need two missions. Contact, seduce. Huh. Oh, I saw you seducing. You're dead. What are your final words?
Abracadabra.
Abracadabra. Shit! I thought you were touching his. I thought you were touching him.
I told you I have a nice butt.
Shit! It was the British Queen. God damn it! You'll never guess who I am.
You're right. This is so tough.
Why is there so much time on in this round?
You gotta do 5 missions this round.
No, because I added time and you didn't pay attention. I told you. Damn, you always shoot that guy when I'm the small person. It's actually a good map. I don't know why you shot the wrong person. It's kind of sussy baka, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Oh, you banana breaded.
Banana bread.
Nah, you're gonna get owned, man. You're gonna get owned. You're Britain. You're Queen Britain. I already know.
Yeah,
wheelchair. How'd you get a wheelchair?
I'm pretty good at it.
Wait, you changed one of the... Wait, I don't remember what was there. I feel like you changed one of the statues.
I did.
Did you?
Yep.
Any final words?
I'm gonna stand right here so you can't hit me.
You sure about that? I'll give you 10 seconds to run.
Okay.
9, 8, 7, 6. Freaking asshole. 5, 4, 3, 2. You're making yourself more. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I wonder who he is. She.
I honestly didn't even have a chance that round.
You shouldn't have said anything. I wasn't 100% sure that you were.
Here's what we'll do, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If I win this one,
uh-huh,
I get to put I get a tweet on your thing.
Oh, you told everyone the secret. The winner gets
know.
to tweet out on the other person's Twitter, and we have thousands of followers, so it's a big deal.
Yeah, this is a big deal. So.
A big deal. How about double? If I win,
Double?
yeah, if I win, I get to tweet one now and one in the far future.
Okay,
And then if you win, you get one.
that's fine.
Ugh, I wish you were the wheelchair. Wheelchair is cool chair. Oh, you're the big guy. You're definitely the big guy. Yeah. Are you ready?
Yep.
Should I shoot you?
Yeah, do it.
I think you're the big guy. I really do. Can I shoot?
I mean, you can shoot me if you want, if you think that's who I am, but
Or are you the small person? The small
I'm
person.
the little person.
It's pronounced small. Okay, I feel like you're definitely the big guy now.
Okay. I mean,
You have to be.
yeah, I was.
Yes, let's go.
Little Timmy _TV. Thank you for the follow.
Hey, I know that guy.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. That's my viewer, baby.
Yeah, he came to me because he knows I'm better.
Well, then why'd you lose?
Here's the thing, Ping Pong. I did it because I know how fragile your feelings are. And
That's
I
true.
figured if I won, you would be in tears.
You're not
And your
wrong.
mom wouldn't leave me alone about it. So
Whoa,
I decided,
whoa.
you know what? For the sake of Mama Pong and for your feelings, I'm gonna let you win.
Well, I appreciate it.
Thank
What should I tweet? The best streamer I have ever seen. He's honestly, I'll just delete this stuff. He's honestly just an amazing content creator. If you haven't checked him out already, you're missing out. P.S. P.S. Give him your money, because I have, and I don't regret one penny. Thanks for watching and bye.
Like,
Comment,
and subscribe.
Spread the good word. Send out the message, Kagano. Gather my disciples. Bring them in towards me.
What's up, guys? In today's video, we are going to play Territorial.io, which is a game like Slither.io, where you're trying to basically conquer the rest of the players. Now, in this game, you're basically building up your own country, and you build up your own country by taking over empty space or challenging and defeating other players. I played this game until I get first place, meaning that I own the entire world. Before we get started, let me show you some key parts of the actual game. Here you can see the percentage bar. The percentage bar basically tells you how many troops you want to use when invading other places. The balance, which is the second thing on this list, is basically how much power you have. So you're going to want to pay attention to the balance of yourself versus the people around you to see if you're powerful enough to attack them or not. And without further ado, let's get started. As you can tell, we're basically voting for a map to play on right now. On the top right, it says 83 people joined, 45 skipped. There's about 1,300 players online, which is not bad for an IO game. Single player is easy though. We gotta do that multiplayer against real people. So there's a bunch of bots and then there's some people, and that's pretty much how it works. So this is the map, and we have right now 469 bots, as it shows here, and 43 humans. So that's that. So I basically just went on the website, Territorial.io. I read on some hints online to see how to get better. They said not to attack other people and to just get surrounding area first. And then once all that area is taken over, you want to attack bots. I'll probably attack this bot, since he sucks. Damn, capitalism is owning. I kind of feel like attacking him. He's just attacking everything. Capitalism is going way too far. We're going to attack capitalism. Easy, baby. There we go. This guy is a bit strong. Stand with Ukraine's a bit weak. I have to lower the amount. I think this is the amount of troops we have. And then this is like money. I don't really remember. I don't know how this game works. There he goes. He's attacking me. I'm going to try to make an alliance with Ukraine. Stand with Ukraine is attacking me. Bruh. We're dying. They're all attacking me. Well, we got 21st place. I want to kind of be in the middle of nowhere. See, like, there's only bots here. If we take this over, we could kind of come out, you know, like, of here. They say to take over all the land right away, like the British and French did in the Americas and Spain. Okay, I think it's good that there's all bots, but we might actually win this game. Oh, there's another guy here. Get rid of Ireland. Wedgefield. Ugh. Okay, Wedgefield is a bit scary.
Where'd this guy come from? I want to attack him while he's weak, but you know what? I'm gonna attack him. If I was Wedgefield, I would attack Moscow. Oh, it's attacking the pink. Oh, he's attacking Moscow. I kind of want to attack. I feel like I have to attack. Hey, chill. Or maybe I attack Bestie. I try to run away. Oh my God, this guy's taking over everything. Hey, get out of my territory. Yep, I'm dead. No. Oh, he stopped. Let's go. We're still alive, guys. We're top 10, baby. We're top 10. Let's go. What if I go to this island? No. I still have this troop. They're going. No. I had a chance. Oh, no. This game is hard. Let's try to go in the corner this time. You know, let's try to kind of expand from the corner of an area, maybe a small area like this. There's 25 humans, so not that many, to be honest. So if we win, it's not that impressive, but it would be nice. So we're gonna attack the areas around us. Oh, Anarchist is getting pretty large. Look at that. Let's go. Enclave is the biggest, and he's pretty near me, actually. That's kind of scary. So I'm not gonna go south. I don't want to butt heads with him. Oh, we got a real life player. We got a couple here. Let's erase the borders between our countries. All the big guys are next to me. It's kind of scary. Even 25 players, it's hard. We're going to send this tiny-ass ship to get some land here. So in case we get demolished here, you know? They're commanding me to attack in Immortal. Yeah, let's do it. Seems like a good idea. I also want my blue area back. No, stop attacking. He's scared of him for sure. So I could help him attack him, but then I'm screwed from player. Player is attacking right now, though. It gets hard to decide what to do. There's so many, like, for Ukraine stuff here. So I'm going to be at around 2 million. I can't grow much past that unless I attack someone. But if I attack someone, I'm pretty much dead. Sarah's attacking Korea. Oh, no, Ukraine. Hopefully, if they don't touch me, they just attack each other. Oh, someone's invading me. No, Enclave is invading me. No, bro. I lost. I'm out. Shit. This game's mad hard, bro. Alright. Where do I want to start? Kind of want to go in the middle. Should I go Italy? Maybe we expand from out here. We just go, like, taking out all this area. Oh my God, he's right there. iOS user, good luck, sir. We're gonna be attacking each other very soon. Okay, we're just gonna attack him. He has, like, no troops back home. He was attacking me too, so. We're gonna gain some troops, and we'll attack now. We should be able to easily overtake him. Let's go. Uwu is a little scary. I want this to be a buffer zone, so I'm not gonna attack him. Let's attack surrounding. Oh, he's attacking him. Okay, I guess we're attacking. I'm attacking Android. I'm really powerful now. I can't screw up. He's using all his resources to take over that area, so I'm able to grow a bit. Warhawk is attacking me. Oh, that's the guy I've been attacking. Shit, this guy is actually growing. He has the most territory, I think. If I take him over alone, I'm gonna lose. I really want to attack him, though. Okay, let's go. And I'm the next target. That's the scary part. Nusu, you gotta attack. I'm attacking. Nusu! Why do they always do that? They tell me to attack, but they don't attack. Oh, he left. Nusu is goddamn scary, bro. See, Nusu's already attacking me. Shit. I still got this a little. Oh, shit. Nusu doesn't see this. They don't see the little island. They think I'm out. I'm still in it, baby. Oh, I have this too, apparently. We got 6 troops, I think. Oh, no, we have 43 troops. That's sad. Nusa is a beast. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, should I attack Usu for the lulz? I want to see what how he'll react. Piece of greedy. He accepted it. All right, whatever. I don't know where to go. What's the best location? All right, let's take everything around us. I think taking everything around you in the beginning might be good, though. I feel like I've been doing better ever since doing that. We'll put like 100 guys in. Let's put 500 guys in. Let's put 974 guys in. See, like I'm the king now. I'm gonna attack this guy. This guy's attacking the other guy, so it's easy to engulf him. This guy's attacking the other guy, easy to engulf him. This guy's attacking the other guy, easy to engulf him. This guy's attacking the other guy. I have to like look at who's attacking who, and then we're Gucci. I think I could afford to attack everything in my surroundings right now. I'm not first, but I'm getting there. Oh shit, let's go, Brandon. They got more bots, bro. Tell me what. Damn, the bot is attacking me. Okay, let's take him out. We're just being chilling. We have a lot of power. We're some of the strongest here. I mean, Dustberg is doing the same strat, just chilling, you know? I'm tempted to attack my land. Oh, he's attacking my land. Yeah, let's go to my land. Okay, at this point, we're gonna put a lot of troops there. Let's slowly try to take this area. Things are pretty tense now. Dustberg is becoming weaker because he didn't expand. Brandon is attacking, and now he has the most land. Brandon doesn't seem to be doing too well right now. Let's glitter this gold. We'll just take this little area, you know? Don't worry about it, Suicidal. We're doing pretty good. We're gonna attack the mainland at this point. I don't want to spend too many resources. Brandon looks scary as hell. Oh, he's attacking Rooter. I don't know if he did that accidentally. Oh, okay, I'll attack Rooter. I like that. I like that idea. Let's go. Okay, I'm actually looking pretty good right now. Let's go. Brandon has a lot of troops, though. I have the most area, too, so I should be growing a lot. And he's a buffer zone for the rest of the world, which is cool. But if I attack him, everyone else might start attacking, so... Okay, yeah, I'm attacking him. I don't want him to get more area. Yeah, let's attack him. Good job, Nuke. Sketchy Took. Oh, that's Sketchy Took. He was attacking me. I'm feeling like I could attack hearts in chat now, too. Ooh, Sketchy Toot is gone, baby. Sketchy Toot is so gone. I won this game. Probably. Wait, I shouldn't get too excited. Just gonna stay chilling a bit here. We won, baby! We won! Let's go! Oh, there's 3 people left, actually. I don't know if they're doing this to troll. I don't know if I have to take out everyone, but it'll be easy enough. Why doesn't it say I won? I won. Let's go! Let's go! Hell yeah! With a force of 1.5 million goddamn people. Take over the rest of the goddamn continent, baby. I'm gonna be honest, I thought that might have taken longer. Do I have to get the entire land for me to win? Okay, let's go. Oh, let's go, baby. That feels good. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Like, comment,
and subscribe.
I might increase the amount that beans cost at this point. Today's gonna be an interesting one, guys. We're gonna do 3 games, one that he's very good at, one that I'm very good at, and then a neutral game. And the winner wins, and the loser has to either shave their eyebrow or their head. Okay, heads or tails? Which do you call before I flip?
Tails. Tails.
Tails? 3, 2, 1. Damn it! You choose the game. What game you want to play first?
First, let's do chess.
Boom. What a smart move. Boom! You didn't expect that, did you? Oh, maybe you did. You're just trying to get me on time. I'm not that dumb. I'm pretty dumb, but not that dumb.
Wait, you can lose the time? I'm just playing my game.
Really? This is how you play? Oh! Bro, I'm playing so... Oh, okay. I'll take that.
What'd I miss? Oh, shit!
I missed it like a turn ago. We're just not gonna talk about that. What the hell is your queen doing, bro?
I'm using all my brain power.
Not enough. I mean, you're just not used to playing, so... Just an unfair advantage by me. Oh, this feels good. Too easy. I gotta get cocky while I can. It would be really funny if you checkmated me.
I was trying to castle. I don't know how to do it.
You just move the king 2 places to either side if there's a rook on the other side. You know what? Let's just do the easy thing. Let's just take that. I just want to do this and then that. Did I do that? That seems so stupid. No, that seems so good. Okay, here. I could even check like this. Oh, I would have lost my queen from the knight. Jesus Christ. Let's just take that. Yo, you have 15 seconds. Are you okay there?
That's plenty of time.
By the way, I'm an asshole when I win, so I just...
Yo, me too.
Oh, okay, good. I could play fast. Haha, you could have taken my knight. If you beat me by time, I'm gonna go crazy. You shouldn't be able to, though. I'm a dumbass when it comes to checkmating, especially. Yay! Did you put yourself as white this time? Oh, you did? Oh, I'm sorry then. Bro, I'm playing so casually, it doesn't even matter, okay? I could give you a victory if you want. This could be the tiebreaker if you want. Okay.
Do it. Do it. Don't move your queen, then. Mr. Confident, don't move your queen. Don't move it. Don't move
my queen. What are you, crazy? I'm not that good. No.
Oh, okay. So
I don't know.
He's a little scared.
Listen, I don't. Why would you give me your pawn? That makes no sense. I just had to take it. My sister said, "You're an idiot. I hope you lose."
Damn, what'd I do to her?
No, she said I'm an idiot. Wait, I could take your knight this whole time. Why did I just not do that?
You didn't actually know that.
No, it wasn't fair. Bro, I don't need to pay attention against you. It's like versing like a baby, bro. It's so easy. I'm gonna be an asshole. I'm sorry. I'm such an asshole. Oh, come on. Oh, damn it. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. Oh, look at this loser. Oh, he missed. Come on. Bro, he's just trolling. He's playing with my emotions, making me think I have a chance. Oh, my shit. Oh, it's not going in. Ah! It went in. I tricked you. Oh, Oh, get out of here! Oh no! What? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that. So. Oh. Wait, what? Did you let me get that? Let me try, bro. Yeah, let's go, bro. He's playing with me. What's happening? You're making me think I have a chance. I'm feeling so excited. I should have done that in chess with you. It's like we're playing soccer and he's just doing tricks. I let you get that one. I felt bad.
You sure you don't want to just put it all on Rocket League? Just bet it all right here, right now.
You know, I could, but I want to give you a chance. You know?
Fair.
Ha! You suck, bro. What the hell? Stop playing with me, bro. I'm gonna defend, okay? Oh! What? Oh!
We checking
those
you don't
out.
say ping pong, you're a fraud.
Ping pong.
Respect.
Thank you. Why, do you play Bosa? Oh, what the hell did I just do? Oh. This is, really fun. I'd say so.
Good to know.
Yeah, I gotta go!
Got in?
I gotta go,
I
baby!
actually fucked up.
I know. I had 4 queens on you, bro. Oh.
I'm just saying, probably more women than you've ever had on you, bro.
I'm getting the boost! I can't do anything with it, but I got it. Like, I just centered it for you. That's the term, right? Oh my.
Yeah, no, that was a good center.
Yo, I still have full boost. You might not want to do anything. Yo, get a 1 second. Get a 1 second. Get a 1. Oh my. Oh, he could still get a 1 second. No!
The ball's halfway in the net.
Oh, you
That's so
didn't get
dumb.
it? I thought you
No,
got
I
it.
didn't get it. I didn't get it. That's so fucking stupid, dude.
I hope you're ready for this, bro. This is on another level.
Yeah, this sucks. We should have just done like gift subs or something. Is this me versus you right here?
This is me versus you, baby.
Holy shit.
This is for all the marbles.
Best of 3, correct?
Yes, those stars indicate how many things. 3, 2, 1, go! Shit! No! 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah! Let's go! 3, 2, 1, go! Ah!
You gonna keep doing the paper, eh?
I don't know. I don't
Let's see
know,
how
man.
it's going.
Maybe. 3, 2, 1, go! Shit! No! 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! I knew you were gonna. You weren't gonna take a risk there.
Okay, ready?
No. Are you
3,
ready?
2,
1, go! Yeah! Let's go, baby! Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god. Look at his face. Well, I'm ready to see this. Ready.
I gotta go break the news to my girlfriend.
Oh my god, he's doing it. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! I did win, but this is so sad. This is so wrong.
Oh, down here.
Okay, well, I hope you guys enjoyed watching a fellow streamer go bald. I enjoyed it. I didn't need to go bald. But I felt kind of bad, but he's making it fun, so I don't feel too bad anymore. Thanks for watching. Have a great one.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
He's cracked, as the kids say. In today's video, I versed Lil Luxio in Overcooked and in Rock, Paper, Scissors for a bunch of subs. Let me know what you think of this video in the comments below, and let's get started.
So are we doing like a warm-up game, or are we going straight into
What
this?
warm-up, bro? We warmed up before
That's a big
stream, and I
fan,
demolished
streamer.
you. I had myself muted. What warm-up game, bro? I demolished you before we even started streaming. Do you want to do a warm-up game?
It's up to you, man. It just means everyone can get into the feel of how this is going to work.
Fine, I will do a warm-up game.
Sorry if this is stalling.
Just a longer video for my editor to edit. But did you just steal my food? Bro, that's the only
Wait, is
direction
there
of the
only
food.
one?
Wait, how do you...
Oh, wait, there's...
Ah, loser! Wait, there's more?
Wait, what do we do?
How do you cut? I forgot. Bro, how do you cut? Wait, do you need to cut? What is this?
Oh,
You you suck! My game froze because you... Oh, it changes.
Yo, I'm gonna need this pasta real quick. Yoink.
What?
Ah.
So stupid.
Oh wait, my mushrooms.
Oh, these are mushrooms?
Oh wait, no.
The hell?
That's pasta that was boiling. We died.
Bro,
Chop.
what are these? Where's... What? Where's... There's only one food here. What the hell? Pick it up.
Oh wait. No wait, that's mine. That's mine.
Huh? Oh, I thought that was mine. Why is everything on fire? How do you take out the fire? Oh, there's...
Wait, no, wait, that's your problem, no.
Wait, this... Why is the
Bro,
game
wait,
still
both of us.
going? How far...
Oh, thanks. Did you just rage quit?
No, I got kicked off. Wait, what map did we
Look
get?
at that.
Oh!
We got the same one.
Nice. That's the one I picked. Wait. How do you cut? This game is...
Oh no, it just copied it across the map.
You suck. I already got one in. Let's go! No. Bro, what is this stupid fishtail? Why? Ah! Oh, fish.
Oh, I just been that. Lol.
No, put it. Oh, I'm so winning or losing this one. I have
bro,
an
that's
idea.
my bird.
What?
Ooh, sheesh. I got it.
Game is so confusing. Oh my god, I don't even need rice. What am I doing?
Wait, where's all the plates? I need more plates.
Oh, there's only a limited amount. No! I was about to put one more order. No, you won! I was about to put another order!
Sheesh.
I can't believe I lost in my hometown.
Yeah, that's kind of sus, bro.
I'm so confused. Yo, this is not fair. You're smarter than me. This is
Wait,
not fair.
I can't fit it on the thing.
Wait, me neither. Huh?
Wait, do you need a basket? Where'd you get baskets?
What's a basket?
Wait, I can't fit it in the basket.
What's a basket? Huh? Wait, no, you can't figure it out. That's not fair.
Yeah, I got it.
Wait, what? What'd you do? I didn't get anything ordered yet. Have you? Potato, put on the...
Yeah, I got one.
Oh my god, I'm a dumbass.
What do I need next? Oh, fuck. It's on the other side of the screen.
Oh, I'm failing so many orders. Yo, best out of 5?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm winning?
It'll be too fast, though. Like, people want to watch more. They're having the time of their life. Oh, something's on fire.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong one!
Oh, I threw my potato!
Wait, you have to clean the plates as well?
Wait, how do you... No, I keep throwing my potato! How do you freak... I'm forgetting the Bro, my head can't handle this. I should have practiced more before stream.
Oh, bro, they're all about to run it. Wait, I can serve that. Ooh.
Clean!
Clutch.
Bro, I'm gonna lose again.
Yes! Wow. Oh, you're right. That was really quick. Oh my god, thanks so much, Ping Pong Masters, for the subs. Bro, we're in another one.
50 subs.
Oh, no. Wait, how do you get the stuff in the middle?
You're a noob.
Wait.
Damn it, you got it. That's what you get. I'm getting that sub, baby. Did you know there were pans?
Yeah?
Oh, I knew that.
Oh, wait, I can't leave my pot there. You'll steal it again.
I would never. Oh, I'm an idiot. I know how to play now. Bro, no. Stop. That's mine. My thing burns because of you. Where's my... Oh. How do you... Oh, my God, bro. Stop it. It doesn't go in. That's what she said. Oh, because I have to... Oh, my God, bro. This game is so confusing. Where's all those plates?
Yo.
Where are all the plates?
Oh, I'm not going to be able to finish another one.
You keep winning. Bro, where do plates come from?
Oh, ooh.
I need the plate!
Get out of the way! Oh, wait.
Doesn't matter.
You're in the negatives?
Are you ready? Rock, paper, scissors. No cheating.
No, I'm not.
No cheating!
I'm not ready. Let me pull up your stream, man. Hang
Oh,
on.
no, don't do that. I'm muting myself to talk over strategy with chat.
Bro, fuck your strategy. Oh, wait, have you already picked?
No, I'm gonna talk about the strategy with chat. No. I thought you were gonna go paper. I thought you were a loser.
Bro, I thought you were gonna go rock. Then I still picked scissors.
I already made my pick. Come on, come on, come on. How long do we got? Oh, this is best out of 3. Best out of 3 for a sub. You see, we did scissors and paper. That means you're obviously gonna go for rock next, because that's just the next order. Damn it! Oh, I still got. I didn't. I swear, I didn't look at your
cheating.
3, 2, 1, 0. Oh. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. If I win this, it's over. If you win this, let's be honest, you won't. 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh my. Whoever gets this
Winner
wins
takes
the
all
game.
in this next one. I can't hear you whatsoever right now.
You can't hear me?
And I've selected.
Huh?
Picked.
You're ready?
They're picked.
Let's go! Let's go! You suck! Yeah, let's go! Give me that money!
Right, ready for this easy clap?
Okay.
Bro, you better not cheat again, man.
I didn't cheat, bro. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my, you're cheating now. You're cheating.
That's what we love to see.
3, 2, 1, go! Go. Damn it. Go. Damn it. Go. Ah, bro. Go.
Wait, I didn't put...
You cheated. You cheated. You cheated.
Let's click.
Go. Damn it.
Go.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my.
Stop it, bro.
So intense.
What? You didn't count down. Oh my god. I'm not rich enough. Oh my god. 3, 2, 1, go. Cheater. Cheater. 3, 2, 1, go. Damn it. 3, 2, 1.
Even pick.
You didn't pick?
No.
How'd
Wait,
you win?
I didn't. Wait.
I refreshed.
Wait, I didn't even get an option to restart. You just restarted without my consent.
3, 2, 1, go. Damn it. Go.
Oh.
Go. Nah! I was going in order. I thought we were doing a meme. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
How am I gonna feed my children? How am I gonna feed your mom?
And this is where you like use the power of friendship and come back. You have to add someone to the call. You know?
Power of friendship. I will make this phone call. Yo, you're on stream. Am I? Yeah, you're on stream. I'm playing rock paper. I'm playing rock paper scissors. I need you. Oh wait. I gotta mute. That
No,
would've been really
so I don't
dumb.
even get to hear it.
No, you can't hear it. You can't hear it. Rock, paper, or scissors. Rock. Rockin' like this cock. Bro, if you get this wrong, I'm down 10 grand. What? Yes! It worked! Well, I have to make another phone call. I have so many friends.
Wait, no. You can't use it again?
This is not Jeopardy. There are no rules. Okay, I'm gonna call my mom. Bro, I'm on stream. Don't say anything TOS, okay? Rock, paper, scissors! I mean, I always do rock. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I gotta go. Rockin' the cock. Okay, bye. I've clicked on my decision.
Oh man, you didn't even count to end, man.
Let's go! Let's go! Yes! Can I make one more phone call?
No.
No?
Bro, no, I'm about to lose. I can't let you have another phone call.
3.
Go wipe away the sweat, man.
1. 0.
Oh,
Oh my god, bro! What the hell? I lost at everything today.
Bro, I don't think you could upload this to YouTube. Jad Ali's? I don't even think they've ever spoken chat. Why are you doing them one by one?
There's no gift for subs option.
Oh, the gift is something Yesik? Bro, he's gonna be so happy.
I think I'm done for today.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
Sound like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh.
I'm excited. We're going to eat the spiciest ramen in the world. On the top, you could see my heart rate, because why not? But you know what else you could see? Bam! A second camera. Bam! A third camera. Because why not? Not only that, boom! There's a timer. If I don't finish the ramen in 30 minutes, I have to delete a video on my YouTube channel. This is the ramen. Look at that. Look at that. Boom! Ghost pepper. Spicy chicken flavor, baby. No artificial coloring? Okay. Flaming spicy madness. If you go on YouTube, you search up spiciest in the world, it's this exact one, okay? It better be goddamn spicy. I'm not ready for it. See, some of you guys might not know, but I'm actually a spice god. You might be saying, what, Pink? How are you a spice god? This is me in Japan. Eating the spiciest curry that this Nepalese people ever made. I ate that goddamn thing with nothing, with no cheese, no water, no bread, nothing.
It looks like I'm either worrying you guys or annoying you guys.
No, it's worrying.
It's worrying.
Not
Don't be worried. Don't be worried.
You're about to pass out.
I'm not.
I did not pass out. All right, let's start. Oh, it's smelly. I'm gonna start the timer once the water goes in. I can't touch it, it's too spicy. Try a drop of the sauce alone. I kind of want to lick it. Oh, it's on my finger. Whoa! I'm not gonna lie, it's already spicy. Jesus, my heartbeat is spiking. Look at that. Ugh. That looks better. Look at that. Oh, looks like what comes out of my ass. Let's start the timer. I don't want to delete a YouTube video. ASMR, some ASMR action right here. Woo! Black noodles give it a disgusting and hell-like aspect. That is racist. Come on, bro. We don't need no spoon. I don't know why my brother told me to get a spoon. What do I need a spoon for? I'm Japanese. Hey! Hey! Okay. Let's try to sip a bit. It's like stuck in my throat spicy. The timer ran away. I'll make it 28 minutes. No, 29 minutes. Since I screwed it up. It actually hit my nasal. I never felt something spicy hit my my nose like that. Usually they hit the stomach or the tongue. I mean, it's really spicy on the tongue and mouth, but it tastes pretty good. From the little that I could taste. Spiciness is all about tolerance level. The more you eat in a row, the easier it is. When I ate that spicy curry, I had eaten that month. I ate really spicy curry. That was less spicy than that, but really spicy throughout the whole month to prep for it. I did nothing to prep for this. Look at that shit. Look at that poop, bro. Look at that. So how's everyone's day going? Ah! This one has blood. Look how nasty that is. Look at that. It literally looks like specks of blood. Ooh. Still okay. Still okay. I'm not depressed. I'm getting drunk. It hits the nose really powerfully. Let's go! We're not even a third of the way. No, I have tears coming down. Yeah, a little bit. Kawaii chopsticks. Look at that. With blood on them. I need a breather. I don't need a breather, but I'm taking a breather. I gotta show you guys how much is left here. Look at that. Let's go! Let's go! The period blood is getting on my fingers. Ah! No offense to Whammon out there. I respect Whammon. Spiciest ramen in the goddamn world! And we're almost done with it. It looks like barf. Oh, yeah. Can't even see it. It's burning here. Can you guys see it burning? I don't think you can. It's burning. I will eat! There's barely anything left. I don't need to hurry. Why do I keep putting this in my mouth? It's not even spicy, baby. You see all this red? You see all this red? No red. No red. Oh, a little red. A little. That was easy. That was... My ears are ringing. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Like,
Comment.
and subscribe.
I know my diarrhea is gonna be crazy. We will be versing Sammy today, a fellow streamer, in Pokemon Showdown. We're gonna do over OO. We're gonna do OU, which is overused, underused, UU, and RU, which I guess is rarely used. We're gonna see who wins. The winner of each like battle and stuff has to make the other person do jumping jacks. So this is gonna be fun. Let's get started. Let's get started, baby.
I want to beat this man in the Pokemons.
You will not beat him in You will not beat me in Pokemon. What am I saying? So the rules are 10 jumping jacks per Pokemon death, and then 50 jumping jacks for the loser of each game. Oh, we're doing underused first. I forgot. We're doing underused first. Let's go. Jesus.
Oh my God.
That's your team? I didn't want to use legendaries because I'm a cultured individual. Oh my god, you made him shiny. Sora's Heartless.
Let's go.
Mine is Big Boy. Big Boy?
Also, I have never used this team. I made them 2 hours ago, so I don't know how good they are together.
No, that's a lot of damage. Yes! Loser, you're poisoned. Now I gotta switch out so I don't die. No! I was using reverse psychology. I thought you would switch out. Bro, you're gonna get owned. One hit KO, baby! Oh, are you still alive?
Bye-bye!
Stitch? That kind of looks like Lilo and Stitch. Oh!
Yeah.
No! Yes!
Dang it, I thought I was strong enough. I wasn't strong enough.
Oh, I thought you would switch out. You're really just gonna commit to that, huh?
I'm committing.
No!
What would that have done?
I don't know, man. Do me a favor.
Gross.
No. Do me a favor.
I don't give
By
consent.
dying. Let's go.
I have lost the first battle.
Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Jesus. You got some big boys. I would switch out if I were you.
Nah, I'm good. I'm staying in.
No, you have Earthquake. Oh, I was gonna Earthquake you. You have Ice.
Bye.
No! I'm gonna get sweeped. I have to Toxic you. That's my only chance. No, you're gonna sweep my whole team. I have nothing. No, bro. I can't do anything against this dumb Pokemon. Oh, you would have died. I should have switched out.
It's a guts fight now. Doesn't matter because you did.
No, I had the same move. I was gonna do it on you. Yes. I'll make you do 10 more jumping jacks. I'll take it.
What I was scared of is you having scarfed. Oh no, not the like.
Okay, this is the last battle for all the marbles. 160 jumping jacks. The loser has to do 160 jumping jacks.
I hate you.
I hate you too. Oh my god, bro.
I just stole like 2 of your team.
Bro, your whole team's gonna have Earthquake.
You don't know that.
I do know that. I thought you were gonna switch out. No, you had Ice.
Why did you
I'm an
keep
idiot.
Are you
I'm
keeping
an
a Dragonite
idiot.
to a freaking? I don't care how much multi-skill you have. Icicle Crash will just instantly kill you.
I'm an idiot. He's an Ice Ground. No shit. Oh damn.
I hate that.
Oh, I took so much damage. Leech Seed.
You're dead.
I forgot about that. Oh, I gotta do the jumping jacks. I don't want to do
No
that.
more.
I have literally nothing.
Dude, I'm so light. That wasn't even super effective. I did half.
Whatever. Clefable's gonna die.
Time for taxes, but you also have Magic Guard, so it's not time for taxes.
Hell yeah. I knew that.
Taxes are for losers.
Alright, this is my one chance to take out one guy. No,
Yes!
are you serious? Okay, you're paralyzed.
Yes!
Are you kidding me, bro? I'll take down.
There you go.
Yes. Okay, I got one. Why'd you change it
I'm
to
okay with this.
Crawdon? Why'd you do that?
Now this is what we call killing the game. Very advanced strategy. Like I switched him in. Like why did I switch him in? Like what was the point of that?
You should continue throwing the game.
Here's George.
Curious George. Yeah, Curious George is gonna kill me. What? Why don't you use a grass move?
Because it's not super effective. Oh, that's why it ended. It is time, boys. It is time. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful time of push-ups and pain.
I had the more of the pain, but it was deserved. Thank you so much, and have a great one.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
I can't feel my legs. If I get up, I'm gonna fall.
Good. Today, we're going to play Elden Ring. We're gonna give $5 to refugees from Ukraine for every death we get in Elden Ring. Let's get started. I had to buy the game though, so we'll see how it goes. Ooh. Whoa. Jesus. There's so many like. What the hell is this? Oh, it's a prisoner. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Gotta make them large eyes. Let's go, baby. He's ready for war. He actually looks so good. What am I doing? What is this? Oh my god. So beautiful. Body hair color. Ooh. Oh, shit. That's cool. Hell yeah. He looks so cool. Okay. We are ready, baby. There we go. Look at him. I'm surprised you can't choose your height, but I guess that's for hitbox reasons, I would assume. Huh? Huh? Where's he putting it? Up his ass? First off fingers, but hole. What? Maybe I shouldn't have skipped it. Alright, let's see. Oh, you could jump in this game. Oh, that's already cool. Ah! Huh? I'm jumping. Huh? I'm breaking chairs by. I'm not. That is so weird. Okay. How do you attack? Oh. I figured it out. This game is so dark. I'm not gonna die that often, guys. This is gonna be a disappointing stream. I'm a pro player. I'm a pro streamer, pro player. All right, let's fight someone. Why are there so many messages? I just want to fight. I wanna fight. Ow. I really should have watched the intro, I feel like. Boop. Boop. Oh. Oh! What the hell? Bro, I didn't even start the game yet. Ah! 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 Run away. Ah, you can't even run! I died. That's $5 to Ukraine. I wanted to fight, but not like that. Look at my butt. In the game, I mean. It's so... Oh my god. I have such a hairy back. I'm gonna skip this. You're supposed to die there? Oh. Oh, it's a guy. Alright, let's take this stuff. Use the finger to write a sign. Multiplayer will begin once you've been summoned by a player from another world. I keep just picking up people's fingers. Oh, I have to stand here? Oh, I would have never figured that out. What if I just jump off? Oh, I can't. Yo, this game is 2022 and it's not even made realistically. Did you see that? I'm confused. I thought this game was Limgrave. Finally, it looks nice. Look at that. Oh, that actually looks kind of nice. Can we fight? I want to fight. Oh, it's a chicken. Ah! What the hell? Wait, can I fight that? I probably don't want to, right? I'm gonna fight it. What happens if I... Ah! No, it was a prank! No, I was joking. Bro, I can't run, bro. What is this game? Huh?
I'm dead. I'm dead. You're not hitting anything. I don't think that was smart. This music, I thought the music would be intense, bro. But I guess it is when you fight people. I want to fight something, though. Oh, how about that? We could fight the little ones, right? They're mad slow. It's okay. Yes! Ow. You're dead. Ah! How are you not dead? Let's go. Our first kill, baby. We got octopus ovaries. That's hot. Oh, it's turning around. It's slow, though. It's okay. You can't catch me, loser. You're... Ah, look at him. Look at him. What a loser. I killed your children. What are you going to do? Ah! What? Stop, stop, stop. How do you run faster? How do you run faster? How do you run? This game is... That actually scared me. What's this? Ah! No, you big boy! You big boy! Ah! It's a joke! It's a joke! Ah! Oh, I'm still alive. Oh, it's Jesus. Oh. We finally get into the game. Oh shit. Nah, I gotta heal, bro. I no, I can't. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I don't know how to block. I don't know how to block, bro. They didn't tell me how to block. They told me, but it didn't work. I mean, it's okay. It's going to a good cause. You can't block without a shield. So why are they telling me to block? Bro, I hate this is such a dumb game. Why would they tell me how to block if I don't have a shield? They should know that I don't have a shield. I'm starting to think I didn't pick the best character. Come here, baby. Come here. Yeah, you're not hitting me, baby. Yeah. You're not hitting. Yeah, try to hit me. Try to. Oh, you missed. Yeah. Yeah, you ain't hitting me. Bro, let's go. Hell yeah. Easiest battle of my freaking life. I like how it's open world, though. That's very cool to me. Oh, hey. Where's my weapon? Oh, oh. No, I was joking. I was joking. It was just a joke. Hey, bro, it was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a prank. It was a prank. It was a prank. It was... Oh, he's so hot. Look at those butt cheeks. They're so defined. Oh, look. Oh, that was good. All right. Let's continue. I come in peace. I was just trolling with... You remember? He remembered. How'd you remember? Stop it! He remembered. He remembered. He remembered. You know what? Ah! I feel so bad. This guy just trying to pray and I'm killing him. But hey, I need to pillage your corpses. So stop putting me on fire. Stop putting me on. I'm about to die. Okay, we're good. Okay, where do I go now? Jesus. All right, we're gonna die. Oh, I had it this whole time? Oh my god. Let's go. Oh, it's a wolf's. I'm not a loser. I could kill these wolves. Come here, bro. Hey! You're a wolf! How are you stronger than a guy with a goddamn sword? Okay. It was a prank. 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 Oh my god, how many are there? Oh yeah! Get out of here. I got out of there. I'm gonna attack him. No, I was joking. Hey! No, I just attacked you 3 times, bro. He has a horse? Bro, come on. I thought I would be able to run away from this one. What if I crouch? He doesn't know where I went. What a dumbass. Hit me. Okay, I gotta drink. Ah! Big boy, big boy. No. Not big boy, not big boy, not big boy. Run away, horsey. Horsey, run. Stop hitting me. There's the big boy. The big boy. Why are you hitting me? You idiot. There's a big boy right there. He fights like a loser. All right, I'm gonna die. I'm done. Don't get on your horse this time. You freaking loser. You loser. You're a loser. I'm gonna kill you. Such a loser, bro. You're such a loser. You're a loser. Say it. I'm gonna stop attacking those guys. I'm gonna stop doing that. Dot. A proper death means blah blah blah. I don't care. Oh, what the hell? That scared the shit out of me. Whee! Loser. You don't fight like a man. Ow. Ah. Come here. Super Saiyan! I know your tricks already. Get out of here! Let's go! Did I miss him? Ah! We're gonna stop there. I'm not that rich. That was fun though. That was fun. Okay, we died 13 times, which means we have to give, or I have to give, $65 to the IRC, the International Rescue Committee. For those that don't know, they basically donate to people all around the world that are refugees. As you can see here, your emergency gift will help us provide food, medical care, and emergency supplies to refugee families in countries like Ukraine, Afghanistan, Syria, and Yemen. This one is specifically for Ukraine, but obviously, you know, you could donate if you would want to anything you would want to donate to. Obviously, because of the whole Russia-Ukraine thing going on now, I thought it would be nice to donate to Ukraine. There's a lot of refugees going over to Poland and other European countries because of the invasion by Russia. The details are going to be in the description of the video, so you can check that out if you want to. But yeah, we died 13 times, which is $65. So we're going to give $65 right here. That's $66.95. Many companies match employee contributions to charitable organizations. See if your employer, Twitch. Now you do the same thing, Twitch. So there it is. I encourage anyone out there who has disposable income to spend to consider at least donating to. It's helping refugees, refugees of war specifically, right? People who just didn't do anything wrong and are just got screwed because of geopolitical wars and stuff like that. So yeah, I would consider if you would want to donate. And yeah, thanks for watching. Have a great one.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
Look at those butt cheeks. They're so defined. Is thou girlfriend single? I have no girlfriend.
No, I've never been to a Renaissance fair. I've always wanted to go. My parents never took me to one, and our school wouldn't ever take us here. But for some reason, they would always take us to like the Civil War exhibit. I wonder why. But yeah, man, this is gonna be like me unleashing my inner child. Oh my gosh, bro, I swear. I'm done. I'm deleting my TikTok after that. Oh my god, I hate y'all. Tiger servant, where can I find the king's castle?
Are you looking
Wow, that camera work is amazing.
for the king?
Oh my god, I hate y'all.
Look at
Tiger
that
servant,
camera
where
work.
can I find the king's castle? No, I'm looking for the king's wife, my mistress.
What, pray tell, is she shopping for that you have to go and find her?
Oh, it's what she's gonna be shopping for of me.
Ooh, he has the moves.
Oh,
Maybe
yes,
one game.
my lord. Yes.
Yes. This is bad.
Who does that?
Feels like I'm back in the good old days.
Hey,
bro, break it down, bro, break it down. Hey, whoa, hey, stay 30.
Did you see that girl? Did you guys see that girl? Look at her. Look at her. She's like,
what is this man doing? I'm gonna laugh kind of awkwardly.
that's what she looks like.
What's good?
Give me $1.
Just take out the baby at the end and make it. Give me $1. Everybody just cash out me $1. Can I get a bite?
Oh my god.
Please don't be wrong. I don't want to be that guy, but like, I just feel like you're not like really like expressing what this whole festival is about.
Me?
Yeah.
Why you say that?
Because like you got a Glock when you should have a musket.
Right.
So if, like you could just like.
That was a good one actually.
Get a musket out of here?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome, man.
Has anyone ever said you kind of look like Carson Wentz?
Who?
Carson Wentz.
I don't know who that is.
He's a scrub. Is the baby about to perform? Kirk! Hey Brody, when did the baby go medieval? Is this like his new album rollout? I'm so nervous. The baby hasn't performed in like 6 months.
That's not the baby.
What is she saying? Turn on
Be right back.
subtitles.
Okay. Turn on subtitles.
Bro, you can't switch over mid-game.
What does this have to do with girlfriend? I just realized. You gotta calm down. Jesus. Bro, but you can't lie. Like, this probably makes it so much more fun for these guys, right? Like, you could see the king is like, people are enjoying this. This is a good one. You got this. Green. Green. Oh, green died.
Use a stem pack!
Uses a stem pack.
I'm sorry. Can you tell England like I'm like his biggest fan? I'm not a group here or nothing, but like I would do things to England if you know what I mean. When's Sir Thomas? Sir Thomas!
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You changed my life.
I'm glad I have. How so, sir?
Damn, this guy's a freaking Chad over here.
The way you fight out there.
He did cheat upon me, the Spaniard.
Fucking bitch, bro.
That's, well, my words exactly, but you said it better.
Fuck that nigga.
Well, I don't know that I would say that.
Fuck that nigga.
He's a Spaniard.
You would have won that.
He's a
You would
Spaniard.
have won that. I just dapped up Sir Thomas. I'm never gonna wash this hand, bro.
I like your shirt.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
It's the newest hottest drip on the market.
Where are you and Jace?
Nah, I'm a porn hubber.
This is
So
by,
what happens
does
if
it say? I can't. You,
hit it?
you
Drip on the
suck
market.
with the camera.
Nah, I'm a
Get a
porn
different
hubber.
job.
So what
What does it say? Homosexual. That's kind of cool.
happens if I
When
hit
he's
it?
a Spaniard.
Do I get the king's wife?
That's kind of racist.
Oh.
Unless she says yes.
Oh, she'll definitely say yes. Can I get one more?
Oh, come on.
Come on, guys, give me your energy.
Oh.
This is the king's wife.
Oh, you suck. You suck.
When is the brothel open? The brothel?
I'm not sure.
I've been working overtime, so I'm trying to throw my coins.
I mean, maybe Kat would know.
Meow. Meow. I just gotta go to her. Kat. Hey, I was wondering, when does the brothel open?
He's pretty funny. The cameraman is pissing me off, though.
I'm not trying to throw my coins.
You're trying to make it hail?
Yeah.
Why do you ask
Bro,
me
you already know what's
then?
up.
Because I'm dressed like this? Look at you. Why not ask me first? What? Nothing.
Oh my god. He has such a beautiful face.
I don't think we have Yes Daddy ringtones in the medieval times, if you know what I mean, Kat. That's a big meow meow. How much is that helmet right there?
That's all leather.
I want that.
Don't you hate when you ask people a question? You're like, how much is that microphone over here? And they're like, it's made of leather. That's not what I'm...
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I need this. How much VC is it? 500. Yeah. I'm gonna just see you at the brothel.
This cameraman is so
Are
bad.
you ready, kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Or woman.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Who lives in...
Bro, everyone. Look at this, look at this. Look at this, look at this. If you look very carefully, you can see what she does. You saw her face? She was pretty much like saying like, bruh, what the hell is wrong with him screaming?
That's copyright infringement.
Okay, guess what? My friend, you are gonna be my star pupil the rest of the show. So,
You deserve it.
DeMarcus Cousins the third.
What?
DeMarcus Cousins the third.
DeMarcus
Cousins.
Yes, the third.
The third.
DeMarcus Cousins the third.
That's me.
Let's all give DeMarcus Cousins the third a round of applause. Come on, everyone. That's all right. Are we all ready to make some noise? Say, oh!
I.
Really loud, sorry. Can you hear it, everyone? I've got Marty and Robbie.
All right. I'm losing brain cells. I think that's enough.
There you go, DeMarcus. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
We have the captain's pearl necklace.
Damn, he's excited. Oh, catch it! He caught it. Look how excited he is, bro. If he was my son, I'd be so proud of him.
How much was the bid?
500.
All right, how would you like to pay for that?
I got the balloons.
I have to be careful how I say whip it out.
Bro, I'll do whatever you want.
DeMarcus Cousins III.
Bro, this camera is so annoying.
Negotiate that later.
Meet me at the brothel. I'm down.
Someone really liked that brothel joke.
Why do I have a feeling it's not the first time you said that before? You remember when I told you were gonna be the star of my show?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it just happened, DeMarcus Cousins. Did we give it to him for free? Say hey!
You know what's you know what's kind of messed up? If people around him, like if this woman right here, if she's legit like he's a special person. You know, he deserves it, you know?
Because I promised you at the beginning of the show you were gonna be my center of attention, right? Well, you left me hanging, didn't you?
I blue balled you.
I didn't say you blue balled me. I said you left me hanging.
I'll never
You
do that
left
again.
my show.
I did.
You were my center of attention. How can I finish without my DeMarcus?
He left?
If you don't get caught. So who am I going against?
Why did he leave?
Oh, I gotta dip out.
What happened?
Fourth happens again.
I got 200, I got 210 in back, now I need 220.
Should I go 280? I want 280.
I've got 280 right there. Do you want to go 290? DeMarcus Cousins III. Do you want to do 310? I've got 300 in back. He's going to take it. I'm going to bid once.
No.
I'm going to bid twice.
I want it.
DeMarcus Cousins III, I am so very sorry for you. Let's all give DeMarcus a round.
He's not sorry.
His bands were bigger than mine. His pockets run longer. He said, if you guys buy more merch, I would have been able to get it. ShopToDeal.com.
I feel so bad for him.
Like,
Comment.
and subscribe.
Yo, I'm such a genius sometimes. Are you ready to get demolished?
I am ready to cry. Let's get it. Let's do culture.
Let's do culture.
Sitcom about.
Ooh, you got an interesting one. I got wrestling is.
Yours is so much easier. Sitcom about friends. Shit.
Wrestling is fun. Damn it.
You fucking kidding me?
I don't know. Yeah, that's dumb. That doesn't make sense. Wrestling is good exercise. Ooh, that's a good one. What? It's so dumb.
Bro, the number one thing I think about when I think about wrestling is the calories I burn. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, should I do calories?
I
don't know. Wrestling is calories burnt? You lied to me!
When you actually typed that, what the fuck?
You said...
I was incredibly sarcastic, like lethally sardonic. Oh my...
using big words, bro. This is not the SATs.
No, if it was, I'd be doing better than fucking Google Feud.
I want to write something, but it's kind of messed up.
What? How messed up?
It's not politically correct, but I think people would search
this. Also,
this.
a commonly held belief that we'll win this round because I'll type it immediately.
It might. I'm typing it.
Type it.
Nah, no one saw it. Okay, we lost. What?
Oh, no, that literally was going to be like my first fucking guess.
Okay. That's fake, right?
Oh my god.
I won the first round. Let's go.
Sitcom about Afghan interpreter. It'll probably be Google Maps, right? All right.
That's so easy. Okay, I got hats. Hats for kids.
Wrestling is fake. Are you fucking kidding me?
I didn't think of it. Hats for kids. Come on. Let's go. Okay. We're getting better at this game. Okay. I have more points than you.
Motherfucker right now. This motherfucker.
Boys for tots, hats for thoughts.
Drive.
Google Drive.
Oh,
So
fucking no.
oh no.
No, somehow not.
Ooh, hats for children. Would that be different than from kids?
Sure.
It wasn't. Hats for hats.
This is so like
so
I don't want to say easy because I'm assuming what the answers will be, but also I know exactly what my guesses for yours would be.
hats for parties. Like what hat? Who looks up hats? Hats for synagogue. No, not many Jewish people in the world. Hats for
You're Jewish, but no, separate a little bit.
what holiday do people? Hats for Halloween. Hats for Halloween. Damn it!
What the fucking shit? You said hats for Hanukkah, and I was like, bro, think how many Jews there are in America. That's not going to
wrote
be the leading
Halloween.
Google
I wrote
search.
Halloween.
That doesn't exist in most of the world.
Shit, you're right.
Fucking God.
I'm American, okay? I'm ignorant.
Oh my God, it's really shining through. We know.
Oh, hats for winter. What?
Stop cheating, Call of Duty.
Hats for men, hats for women. Oh my God, that makes so much more sense. Oh, I'm an idiot. We'll put something. Guess.
Shut up. I'm
Guess. Sorry.
Should have done Google Play or something.
Google News. Google
Google
Translate. Google Translate. Yeah. That makes sense.
Fuck. Oh, that would have been it though. Damn it.
It would have.
I knew it
You
should have been
screwed up.
apps. I didn't know Google Photos was a thing.
Fair enough. Facebook is.
I have mine is recipe for.
Facebook is down. Ooh. Ooh, that worked. Second choice. Let's go.
Recipe for. There's too many different foods.
Just what's
as far as like.
Facebook is Meta. Yes.
Wait, did that actually? Suck my nuts! Oh my fucking God.
That makes so much sense.
Recipe for
disaster?
fucking
No.
pie. Are you shitting me? My prompts are so dog shit. I hate it.
You're just bad. Facebook is dead. I'm getting so many points. Facebook is for my grandparents. Okay, that didn't work. What's the number one? Facebook is changing its name. Bruh. Facebook is blank screen on iPhone is an example of dead, toxic. For old people, that's what I was thinking. Changing their name.
What are these?
Give me a sub. Give me a sub right now.
Fuck up.
Bro, they're at 33,000 score. He had 4,000. Hey, thanks for the resub. All right. Next category, people. Okay, let's do it. I ate too much food.
Wait, hang on, I just want to make sure. We just picked people. I have how to build a.
Well, people build things, so.
That's not. I'm just gonna reload that one. See if I
Wait,
can
what? You can't skip it. What are you doing?
Wait, no, it's literally not even going to give me anything related to people. It's. I lied about is my new prompt.
You're such a sore loser, but it's okay. All right, I swallowed a piece of gum. Easy. Let's go.
Oh, I lied about my.
I got 2 for 1.
Oh, you got 2?
I got 2. I swallowed a piece of plum. Yeah, what do you got? Oh, actually, I got the number 1 thing.
Fuck yeah, baby.
What was it? I can't see.
Age, honey. I lied about my age.
That's so easy. I swallowed a penny. Damn it, my brother swallowed a penny. What do people swallow? How do you swallow a piece of plastic? Swallow dick? But
Yes.
it says I swallow a dick?
Yeah,
I
you
swallow
swallow
a dick. I swallow a dick. No! Bro, you never helped me out.
I'm trying my hardest. You swallow a load of your pride?
I swallow. No, but why would you search
Load
that?
of my jizz?
Bro, there's like a 2-letter word there. I swallowed a bug. A bug. What? People swallow bugs.
I lied about my SAT scores. Fuck!
That's so specific, bro. Not everyone takes the. What? Not everyone takes the SAT. What? Are you just thinking about America?
Everything is so vague, but not fucking vague enough. Like, it's so dumb.
Could we put a timer? Because we're taking too long with this one, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. We'll say you have 5 seconds.
No, huh?
5.
Nah!
4.
I
3.
I swallowed the controller.
2.
Damn it. I lost.
1.
You also have a second. Put it. Put it.
I lied about my...
Put it. 3, 2, 1, 0. Put it. Put it. No, I had a second also. I just put some chicken bone.
I lied about my age to a guy I met online.
Pedo territory there, though.
All right. My next prompt. I'm
your next
too
prompt?
fat to...
It's so easy. Mine is it weird to like... Oh, come on. Is it weird to like hentai? Come on, everyone looks that up.
All right.
Really?
Mine is I'm too fat to stand.
What? Is it weird to like
You don't start with it.
furries? Damn it! Damn. Is it weird to like anime? We'll go more general here. Everything's anime related, but... Yes! Yes! 6,000 points, baby!
All self-conscious fucking weeds.
Is it weird to...
Oh, this is sad, but like, I'm...
I got one.
No!
What'd you get?
Oh, I'm so sad. That made me sad. I'm too fat to date.
Aw, that's sad. But it's the number one answer! You asked...
Number one. I've gotten both number one answers, and I'm fucking depressed. What the shit? Oh, this is gonna be some real sad fatalist shit. I'm too fat to exercise.
Yeah, I thought of that one.
Oh my god.
You got such an... You got an easy prompt.
It was number 2. Dude, I literally didn't guess these until I was like, let's get really sad. Oh my fucking god.
I got it. Is it weird to like my best friend? This is my last guess.
It's not a bad idea, but also I feel like it is so neat, but fuck it, go for it.
I'm pressing enter. Yeah! It's the 10th the last option. Okay, we're good.
Okay, I mean, you fucking damn. That's
word
legit.
for word.
That's
Yes.
legit. Okay.
There's a reason why I guessed that.
Oh, sweetie, shouldn't tell us that we're here. It's awkward, isn't it?
A little awkward now, yeah. Weird to like guys. Come on, every guy has searched this up. At least
Surely
once in their life.
smart, yes.
Is it weird to like guys? I'm pressing it. I just want to sync it up with the music, I'm not gonna lie. No!
Trash.
Is it weird to like your cousin? What the hell, Google? What's wrong with you people? The smell of your own farts? Pain? The smell of gasoline? Being alone?
The smell of your own farts is not up there. No, wait.
It is. It was the second option. Why is that weird?
Alone.
I love
Smell
that.
Of your own bow.
B.O.
Oh,
How are you beating me? Oh my god.
When is the next election?
I did not think of that. Who's gonna search that up? Like, how many people care about politics enough?
No, every dipshit American that doesn't know how to participate in government.
But the whole world is not America.
True, fair, true.
Dad's belt hurt again. Dad's belt hurt me again.
Fuck.
No, that should have been one.
Okay, here's some fucking global shit. When is the next eclipse?
Who looks that? What?
Look at all those points!
What?
How?
How?
Those motherfucking points!
Who looks that up?
My pussy is so wet.
Dad's gambling too much. No, come on! What? This is this is so hard. That's what Dad said. Who searches up dads? Yeah, like, come on. What is here? I'm stopping the music for this.
Oh,
Dad's
whoopsies, I
kitchen.
forgot.
Dad's Christmas date. Dad's barbecue. Dad's place. Dad's root beer.
Yo, what?
What is that? Who searches just
Dad's
these things.
leftover turkey pot pie. I'm not even gonna be on stream to be able to enjoy it. I'm just gonna have myself on his VOD of him gifting me a sub
I hate my
and cope with that however I can, cause God, I'm struggling right now.
I have to see my own face too. You know what? I'll put.
My name is Nicole. No, it's actually Jared, but my prompt is Nicole, and I only know one famous Nicole, and she was married to Tom Cruise. So Nicole Kidman.
Oh my God! What? You got like 7 famous Nicole. What? Okay. I got Ralph. There's Ralph Wreck-It Ralph. But we're not gonna try that yet. We're gonna try Ralph Lauren.
No, you have such a fucking more famous Ralph. It's insane, but I don't know.
Huh? Ralph. I think Ralph Lauren is the person. Yo, let's go! We got three. We got
Common last name, right?
What'd you try?
Nicole Smith.
That's so
I'm just
stupid.
doing white people last names and seeing if that works now.
You know what? F it. Ralph Wreck-It. It's Wreck-It Ralph, but damn it, it didn't work. I have a cousin named Nicole.
I also have a cousin named Nicole. She's not fucking famous enough to get trending on Google though.
Is it the same cousin? Probably not, right? Yeah, I got.
Go snook snook.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna get any of these.
I just know Ralph Macchio exists. Scherzinger? Who the fuck is that?
He's Jewish, probably.
Cool. I mean, that doesn't tell me who she is.
I don't know.
Tells me that she is in fact a Jew, but that does not tell me who she is.
Hey!
Yes?
We don't use that language around here. Jew?
Was that a hard J? I'm sorry.
I got
my next one is Russell, which.
Oh my God, that's so easy!
I immediately want to go with Russell from Up because I'm a stan, but also
What?
I know Russell Westbrook is an NBA player.
Yes. I don't even watch basketball, and I know that.
Yo, Twitter is the only.
You're
thing
so
that keeps me up
lucky.
to date.
You got the easiest name. Scott.
Scott, come on.
I'm just gonna do Scott space Y. Pippin. I don't know. Damn it.
That's fucking. I hate you so much.
What? That was a good guess.
Fucking Scottie Pippen.
No, isn't that a guy, basketball player?
No,
or
he
something?
is the guy, but then you tried that.
Well, because Scott. Who's Scott?
I don't fucking know. I know like 3 Scots from Twitter, and I doubt they're trending.
I don't even know a Scott.
Okay, you got yours. All right, next up, Russell Brand.
That's bro. Everyone knows him. He's the British guy that thinks he's so smart.
British guy who always talks about introspective spiritual bullshit, even though he's not quite the most intelligent individual you ever heard. But it's all right.
It's actually a really good, like really good. But I'm not British. So I don't know.
All right, imitation of it. He's a snack jawed. He's not snack jawed, but he's very inquisitive. Believe it.
Scott, YouTuber. Scott, streamer. Okay, I'm done. What is it? Scott Disick. Scott Eastwood? That's Clint Eastwood. Scott Peter. What's Disick? What is that?
I have no idea.
Change your last name. It's dumb.
Russell Wilson and Russell Peters. Oh, Russell Peters. He's a comedian. I forgot.
Yeah, he does that. Bro, watch this. Look how many points I'm gonna get. Bruce Willis.
What?
Bruce Willis? Wait, watch. There's more. Bruce.
You have Bruce eat shit.
Yeah, Bruce. You got Bruce Willis. You got Batman. Wait, what's his name? Bruce.
Yes.
Wait, but I'm thinking Batman. He's a little. Isn't his name Bruce? It's Bruce. Springsteen. Nah, that's not right. Wait, Bruce Springsteen. Was that his name?
Wait.
Yes, let's go.
I was gonna be like,
music.
whose name? Who are you asking about, Elliot? What do you mean?
Yeah, Bruce Springsteen. He's a bro. That's what getting to know 80s music is.
Oh, I'm an asshole. I'm.
You remembered? No, don't put it.
I got it.
No. No, he got it. No, Lisa Simpson. That was my first guess. The second I saw Lisa, I thought of Lisa Simpson.
Kidding me? Are you fucking have 5 seconds, bitch.
No, that's BS. You don't give me 5 seconds. Wait. Bruce Batman. Damn it. Bruce. I tried Bruce Batman. Oh. He's gone.
Give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
Damn it.
No worries. Your dogs are free. Bro, I have more time to think of who Bruce is. Oh, Bruce. Bruce Banner! Bruce Banner! Bruce Banner! It's so Bruce Banner! Oh my god, it just popped in my head. Oh, I can't wait till he gets back. I'm gonna pretend like I don't know what it is. That's Batman's name, Bruce Banner. It just popped in my head. Wait, Bruce Banner is Hulk.
Are you still guessing fucking Bruce right
It's
now?
Bruce Banner! It's Bruce Banner! It just came to my head.
Bunghole, you idiot!
What?
It's Bruce Bunghole. Do you
It's
not
Bruce
know how to pronounce his last name?
Look, watch. Bruce Banner. What? How is Bruce Banner? Bruce
Yo,
Banner?
If he put in Bruce Bunghole, he would have got the top fucking answer, but he's just so stubborn. He never wants to listen.
Wait, it wasn't Bruce Banner. Batman. Yo, Batman. What's up, Bruce?
Bruce Batman, that's his last name.
I tried that already. Oh no, no, Waffles just gave it away. I know exactly what it is. Wait, Waffles just gave it away. He said Masta, and it popped in my head. It's Wayne. It's Wayne. It's Wayne. It's Wayne. It's Wayne. Waffles, that's messed up.
You are coaching him. You're literally coaching.
Wait, can I type it in though? Will you allow me to type in Wayne or no?
I guess so.
Are you serious?
I guess so.
Really?
Type it in, fuckface.
You sure?
Yeah, let's see what it does. Let's see what it fucking does to the score.
It's
What?
It was nothing! Oh my god! Oh my
Bruce Lee, you stupid fuck!
Bruce Lee! Bruce Lee! Bruce Jenner!
Yo, I love that Bruce Campbell is more relevant than Bruce Wayne. That's amazing. What is the best kind of... Oh. Fuck.
I got should I get a... I got one. Should I get a tattoo?
Oh, no, fuck you. Literally...
What? There's no should I get a tattoo?
You're dumb. You're stupid.
Wait,
you're
should I
dumb.
get a COVID vaccine? Should I get a COVID vaccine? Yes! Oh, look at those points! Look at those points!
Fuck you. Literally, fuck you. Literally,
Yes!
I guess T. It didn't have anything.
Should I get a car? Should I get a car? No?
Best kind of car. Huh. What is the best kind of pet? What the fuck are these results that I have? Are you fucking kidding me? Magnesium?
Oh, wait. Should I get a booster? Should I get a COVID booster? Should I get a vaccine? Ooh.
Vaccine.
No, none of those have vaccine in them.
Fucking God, if you actually get an extra fucking thing off of the vaccine right now.
Yo! If I get this, it's like 10,000 IQ right here. Oh, okay. Alright, done. Should I get a booster? A different booster? A dog? I literally said dog. I didn't type it. I said pet.
Should I get a divorce?
Yeah, that's the worst one for sure.
Yo, Google tells you whether or not you should split up. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna start off with what happens if you microwave metal? What the?
No one cares.
That's literally the main thing. You're gonna fucking die, dude. Jesus.
What exactly is inside the COVID vaccine?
Oh my God.
Yes, I actually got one. Yo, type in what happened if you microwave the COVID shot or something.
What happens if you microwave the COVID vaccine? What happens if you microwave your vax card?
Bro, it's all the meta. You gotta think, what's the meta right now? What's the meta in the world?
What happens if you actually though? What happens if you microwave meat?
It's okay. Oh, I knew.
What happens if you microwave a fork? If
A penis. A penis.
I just want to go with like the short answer of like foil because I know it's gonna be one of those, but I don't I feel like it's gonna be aluminum or tin specifically. So. Fuck. Do a shot.
All right, I'm doing a shot. You guys ready? Oh,
Get
the
your
vodka.
stupid fucking gaming chair out of the way, asshole.
Sorry, sir.
All right. Is it
I am the
your
best
go?
at
It's
this.
your go.
Virgo?
Virgo, you little cancer.
What exactly is cancer? Is that a good guess? You think? Oh my god!
No,
Yes!
subtract-
You gave it to me! You gave it to me!
No, subtract the point.
You gave it to me! That's your fault!
Take them away.
No, I'm not taking it away. No.
I did
No.
not give.
That was such a good moment and it was ruined.
And you are still the one guessing. I forget. I won't lie. I forgot what the joke we made was.
You want me to tell you what happened?
Sure.
You gave me cancer.
Oh, hang on. I'm just gonna talk. I'm gonna mute real quick. I'm just gonna talk to myself. Stupid idiot. Fuck.
You didn't.
Idiot.
Is a vegetable.
That's a good guess. Yo, I actually looked that up for a tomato the other week. The whole
What exactly is a tomato? That's a better one. It wasn't one. Okay.
I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm gonna stop talking to you. You're gonna keep stealing my fucking answers. I'm gonna keep trying to commentate, and you're gonna keep stealing my fucking answers. I'm gonna literally not.
All right, let's get to watching Nathan's vids. Ooh, I actually saw this so much on my recommended, but I didn't watch it yet because I knew this was saved up for today. Bidoof's Big Stand, original animation by a Pokemon YouTube channel. Let's do this.
Oh my god, this is so beautiful. Oh my god.
Oh, it's Pikachu. It's always Pikachu. They're so creative. Uncreative. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Pretty creative. What the hell? They look so dumb. Look at this. Look at this one eating the hill right here. Oh, are they supposed to be beavers? Look at this one. Look at this one's face right here. Look at that. Jesus. I just realized they're beavers. Oh, he just farted on his face. What the hell is going on? Oh, they're woodchucks? Oh. I saw the dam, so I thought they were beavers. What's up, Mac? Jesus, he almost died, bro. Bro, kick him out. Kick him out of the clan. The Ku Klux. I mean, the Bidoof clan. What? Bro. You just, like, killed your whole family. Oh, they're so alive. Beat him up. Beat him up. Beat him up, bro. Damn, not even the other races want you. Damn, Bidoof. You suck butt. Don't eat it. Oh. Bro, there. What the hell? This is cannibalism. Is this supposed to be like Pikachu versus the... Is this supposed to emulate the first episode? What is this? Oh, shit. Bro, he's just a Bidoof. Well, then again, he's God. It was so powerful it moved my cursor. Why is this such epic music? Alright. This character looks so stupid. How did they make everything look good? And then they made this. What is this? Like, why do they look so weird? Oh, now they look cool. What the? Dude, this guy's a level 100 Lucario. Damn. Bidoof wants to be... Oh, I'm getting chills, bro. It's like an anime. What the hell? He's learning how to stand. Oh. Never mind. A blueberry. What is that, an oranberry? He's like, nah, you suck. You're a Bidoof. You're a loser.
Yeah, I know you're pretty weak. I saw your stats on PokemonDB.com. Ugh, fine, I'll put you in my PC. I need to catch them all anyway. I'll never use you, though. Oh my god, he's actually using him? Oh, you're an HM slave! He's literally an HM slave! Wait, why are you giving him berries? Oh! He's definitely an HM slave. Mac, you bored? See? HM slave, you can't fight Badoo. Yo, that's kind of cute, actually. Oh, he's tired of getting the... Oh my god. I love how they're literally representing him as a HM slave because that's all he is. Oh, that's hilarious. Damn, it's kind of sad though. What the? What? Oh, he ran out of all his Pokemon, so he's forced to use Bidoof. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Wait, what's his team? He has Infernape, Luxray, Glaceon. Was that Togekiss, Lucario, and Bidoof? Eesh. Damn! Yo, this looks so cool. He's like, bro, the guy has 1 HP. You have Focus Slash. Just bite him. Just use Cut. Oh, snap. Oh! Damn! He HM slaved so much, he became a level 100 Bidoof. That's such BS, bro. Bidoof would never be that strong. He's not even evolved. Oh, shit. That's his arch nemesis. Yo, this is so well done. What the hell? I don't understand why they make these and not just make full animes. Shit, he's dead. Oh, Bidoof. I'm legit getting chills. What the hell is this? It's so beautiful. All this time he has like asthma and no one's addressing it too. Or I guess allergies. The power of friendship! Yeah, this is definitely an anime. Use Cut! Oh, use Rollout. Oh, Rollout would be good, actually. Ooh! Ooh, let's go, bro! Hey, look at him! He's using Jump. It's a new move they introduced in Generation 9. Oh! Yo, his asthma helped him! What the hell? That's so stupid. Wait, Bidoof took out 2 Pokemon there? Oh, I didn't realize it was the same battle. I'm so dumb. Rest in peace, Bidoof. What the hell? Why'd you throw him? What? What? That's not how physics works. This is so stupid. Oh, that was stupid and beautiful at the same time.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
I am going to commit great crime. I'm going to bust nut in water tower.
This is so stupid. Kurtzgis, how to build a Dyson sphere, the ultimate mega structure. All right, let's see.
Human history is told by the energy we use. At first, we had to use our muscles, then we learned to control fire.
Now we have to use our brains for the internet, so we could get
A lot of money.
We industrialized the world using coal and oil and entered the atomic age when we learned how to split a nucleus. At each step, we increased our energy harvest to a scale never seen before and advanced as a species. Currently, we're slowly transitioning to renewables, and if we're lucky, fusion energy will become viable in the future.
Fusion energy is a proposed form of clean energy generation. Okay, and you have to heat up deuterium and tritium, and the atoms collide, and it's helium, like the balloons. That's just background knowledge for you. Hot tub stream went, yo! Hell yeah, I would love to do a hot tub stream.
As humanity
Cold
progresses
fusion, though?
further,
I don't
if
know
we
what
don't
that is.
destroy ourselves or our habitat, we will likely gain complete control of our planet's resources. At that stage, we'll probably begin to look outwards.
We're
for new
already looking
places to
outwards for
expand
new
into.
places to expand
But
into.
space is hard, and establishing a
You know what else is hard? I don't know.
serious human presence in the solar system will require ungodly amounts of energy. Luckily, we know where to find it.
The sun.
The sun.
The ultimate source of energy, of
A
course.
furnace 100
Quintillion times more powerful than our most efficient nuclear reactor. That's actually obvious.
Of 1 trillion nuclear bombs per second.
Jesus.
So how do we get this energy? Not some of it, all of it.
Wait, if you get all of the energy, won't there be no energy left?
If we want to collect the most energy physically possible, we'll have to build the largest, most ambitious structure in the universe.
Wait, so is the lesson here that we just put like circles and close up different things in space and then we get its energy? Because we figured this out with the black hole video the other week.
The Dyson Sphere, a megastructure that encompasses a whole star to capture its power output. For an intelligent species, building a Dyson Sphere is a technological leap
on par with the discovery of fire for our ancestors.
The transition from a planetary species,
I mean, that's probably harder than fire, bro,
to an interstellar species. It would usher in an age of exploration and expansion on a scale we can barely imagine.
I paused there with my chopstick.
A solid shell enveloping the sun is probably not the way to go. A large rigid body like that would be vulnerable to impacts, possibly shattering. It would be liable to drift and could crash straight into the sun. A more viable design for a Dyson Sphere might be a Dyson Swarm.
Dyson sounds like a company where you get like wipes to clean your house with. What is this?
Almost set of orbiting panels that collect the sun's power and beam it elsewhere. The sun is very big, so we need a lot of satellites.
I thought it was small.
If each satellite is a square kilometer, we'd need around 30 quadrillion to surround
What
the
the
sun.
hell?
Even if they're built as lightly as possible, we need about 100 quintillion tons of material. And then we need the energy to actually put the parts together and deliver them to their positions around the sun. On top of all that, we need to have a permanent infrastructure set up in space to start building. Let's assume, for the purposes of this video, that our descendants will
This is
take
so
care of us
complex.
and want to create the megastructure. Of the planets
What?
available, Mercury is the best candidate. It's the closest to the sun and very metal-rich.
Huh?
Close to the sun also means less moving stuff around.
You're gonna
And Mercury has no
disassemble a
atmosphere
planet?
And only about a third of the surface gravity of Earth, making it comparatively easy to launch material into space. Next, we should consider the design of our swarm. Simpler is better. Conventional solar panels are far too intricate and short-lived. Our satellites need to operate without repairs or intervention for astronomically long times, and they need to be cheap to produce.
Bro,
They're most
it's
likely
not gonna
going
happen.
to be enormous mirrors, which refocus sunlight to central collecting stations like in concentrated solar power on Earth.
It seems like mirrors just solve every issue in life. Like when you think you're too fat, you get one of those skinny mirrors and then you realize you're not. I don't know.
To build and launch them efficiently, they must be incredibly light, made of little more than polished metal foil bound to some supports. And last, we need the energy to build and launch the swarm itself. Taking apart a planet and launching things into space requires an enormous amount of energy. For example, if we used all the fossil fuels and uranium on Earth, and we were perfectly efficient, we could only launch as much mass as Mount Everest into space. A rather meager accomplishment compared to planetary disassembly. To get the
I mean, you just get energy from the sun. To build the thing to get energy from the sun. Watch, they're gonna say that.
Energy needed to build a Dyson sphere, it's almost as if you're going to need the power output of a Dyson sphere.
That's what I just said!
There's plenty of sunlight to be
Oh,
found
I'm so
locally,
smart.
let's get to
IQ
work.
plus, let's
Humans
go.
are expensive to keep alive and are very sensitive to the environment, so we'd want to automate as much as possible. Ideally, we'd have a small crew of controllers who oversee an army of autonomous machines doing the actual
Jesus.
work. There are 4 major pieces of technology required. Solar collectors.
Well, let me guess. Solar collectors, miners, refiners, and launch equipment.
Miners, refiners, and launch equipment.
Bro.
The solar collectors they'll provide the energy to run our miners, which strip mine the surface of the planet.
Strip
and our
mine?
refiners.
Whoa, the miners shouldn't strip. You see, this is where I disagree. This is where things become political, okay? Kyrgyzstan, I don't agree with this video. This is messed up.
Which extract valuable elements and fabricate them into our swarm satellites. To get them into space, we need a creative and efficient solution. Rockets are too expensive and difficult to deorbit and reuse. Instead, we'll want to use a sort of railgun, a long electromagnetic track which launches our satellite.
I thought he meant an actual gun. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what's going on at this point.
At high speeds. Our swarm satellites would be packed tight for launch, unfurling like an enormous origami once in orbit.
Oh, they're gonna send it like in a like a roller coaster from Mercury to the sun? What the hell?
If a square kilometer of solar collectors takes a month to build, we could be done in a decade.
Jesus.
If only our infrastructure on the planet's surface can keep up with the quickly growing budget of energy. Even collecting 1% of the sun's energy is an unbelievable change.
How much
in our
percent of the
species'
sun's energy
budget.
do we get? How much percent of sun's energy do we use? What percent of the sun's energy actually ends up on Earth? Don't give me the math, just give me the number. Earth gets about 0.0000287% of the total energy of the sun falling on it.
Terraforming planets, constructing more
megastructures, or even traveling to other stars.
It could be the start of an interstellar civilization.
That's
Based
insane,
on
bro.
physics alone, this is not just possible, but easy.
Oh
It's
yeah,
such a
it's
simple
easy.
Process and such a necessary step for any species.
If it's easy,
to
why aren't we
expand
doing it?
beyond their home planet, that many astronomers think there are probably Dyson spheres already out there in the Milky Way. We haven't spotted any yet, but they could be there. It's far from certain that humanity will ever get to this point. Our attention is too often focused on short-term political gains and conflicts that will not matter in the long run.
Well, some conflicts matter in the long run, like World War II, but you know.
But if we survive the challenges we've set ourselves, we could potentially become the first species in the universe to create a structure with the scope of a star. If we do it,
Jesus.
the only limitation left will be our own imagination.
Because we're growing exponentially, it's pretty fascinating. Like, by the time me and you guys, Chad, and all the thousands of viewers watching this YouTube video, if this becomes one, like becomes, 60, 70 years old, unless you already are, in which case, GG. We're gonna see a lot of crazy, cool stuff happen. Right now, people, NASA and Elon Musk and whatever, they're trying to figure out ways to go to, like, the moon and Mars and stuff. This video is talking about going to Mercury, bruh. That's very far.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
Is that Joe Biden kissing an anime
High Guardian
character?
Spice is a Crunchyroll original anime that was made with a 100% female.
I
writing
don't
room.
see Joe Biden kissing. I don't want to watch it. Ooh, anime. Which anime song is the best with the Anime Man and with Pink Poong Moosters? Who am I to watch this video and react? I am a person that lived in Japan for 2 years, so I know what I'm talking about.
Another way. What is this, Joey? What are you doing? Welcome back to another daily video. My name's Joel from
They're gonna get canceled.
Official. Today we're gonna be looking at anime. Introduce yourself, man.
My name's Joey, the anime.
I like Joey.
I have anime.
I know both of these guys, actually. Both of these guys are cool. All right, I want to see the content. Stop talking. There we go.
Note opening. Let's have a listen.
Oh my god, this is a Naruto opening that's being played at the same time. Boruto, actually. Isn't that crazy? I feel like this anime song is overrated, but that's just my 2 cents.
It is a little bit. It sounds like he's swallowing the microphone.
Yeah.
That's like the whole
Monkey
song.
do
I don't know.
bad.
It's I don't know why
Monkey
people.
do very
I'd
bad.
rate it 4 out of 10.
I'm interested to know your opinion on this. What I would like to consider probably the greatest guitar riff ever heard.
I'm not a big guitar riff fan, but
Sorry.
if it's as good as you say, then sure. Okay, let's have a listen.
Yo, 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 yo.
What is this?
Wait, that's really bad. I'm a guitarist. Ow. I know what sounds good. That sounds terrible.
It's the greatest guitar riff of all time.
I would rate that 1 out of 10.
Another way. Another
It sounds okay.
way.
Stop making fun of Japanese people. That is racism. Next.
This is the problem with a lot of Japanese music, though. I'm gonna
Whoa, 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 whoa. Again, he's being racist to Japanese people. You gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill.
stand by this that like a lot of the singing isn't great. There's a lot of exceptions, but it feels like there's so much singing in the mainstream in Japan that it's just not that good.
I think a lot of
Yeah, let me hear you sing, huh? English is seen as a very wow thing in Japan. You know, if you know English and you could add it to different things, it's a luxury product if it's in English, you know? and
Monkey
stuff like
do
that.
okay.
It's a
Monkey do pretty okay. I guess.
commentary on the downfalls and logistical decline of human society as our access to
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
Can you hear this as a song anymore, or is it just a meme?
No, it's a meme now.
I remember liking this.
That's a great song. I didn't even know it became a meme. This song is like 10 out of 10 or 9.5 out of 10. This song's amazing.
These vocals are crazy good. It's a little bit like.
Wow. It kind of is, but it sounds good. It sounds like good, like. It just sounds really good.
Oh yeah.
I don't know this song.
That piano riff just looks like something random used in a music program. Like
That does sound weird. I also play piano, so I know what I'm talking about. Even though Rumi is definitely better than me, and you guys shouldn't listen to anything I say.
Ooh, self-burn. Those are rare.
This is the opening.
Is it? Oh.
Yep.
It sounds weird. This song sounds like I don't want to like it, but I like it. Like it sounds weird, but pretty good at the same time. It's a very weird song. The prostitute spat fire. What are these words? The prostitute spat. Oh, he's staring into my soul.
Yes.
Oh my god, yes! This opening is 10 out of 10. I freaking love this opening from Full Metal Alchemist. This opening, it just sounds so beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah. This is
Look at his loops.
Oh my God, this is.
What's wrong with those loops? Yes, they like the song!
After critiquing a lot of the singing, I gotta say she's got an amazing voice. That is really, really good. That is
Right?
We got experimental
Thank you.
Susu
I'm so happy he liked that.
Hirasawa.
Whoa. That's some weird visuals. What the hell was that? Jesus Christ! That was so scary.
Yes.
Whoa. Is this a horror?
Why are they laughing?
Is this a horror thing? The song sounds like a 4 out of 10, but it could be like a 7 out of 10. You know what I mean? Like it sounds pretty good, but pretty weird at the same time.
Haneda Risa Wareta Ringo Shinsekai Jori ending.
Oh my god, he's pronouncing it wrong. This loser is pronouncing it wrong. It's Haneda Risa Wareta Ringo Shinsekai Yori Ed.
I guess ED.
I love this anime.
My cam is lagging, not the YouTube video. Interesting. That is annoying.
I just love the like kind of.
That sounds mad nice.
Like,
Yeah.
guitar sound.
So good. But it still works as a real song too. It's not just experimental. Yeah, okay.
Oh
voting time.
What do you think?
Next.
No, Yumiya.
Okay. That's racist. This song is so overrated. Super overrated, but a good song nevertheless. Bees and the Jaegers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Is that the last song?
How epic this anime! I'm getting goosebumps.
I don't even.
What is this song?
This one's called A Last Flower, and it's the ending song to an anime called Aku no Hana.
Aku no Hana. Aku no Hana. Aku, devil of flower? The flower's devil? Wait, how do you say devil in Japanese? Akuma, Akuma. So is it referencing like that? Oh no, never mind. It literally shows the kanji. What the hell?
Is this a song?
What is you thought the one before was Nightmare Fuel? This is
Okay, I don't understand how they're watching this and laughing and not like getting what? That was creepy. I don't want to. Okay, that was all of them. Thanks for watching the video. I'll see you guys next time. Like,
comment,
and subscribe. I'm recording a YouTube video. And you ruined the moment. You broke my internet. Bangdream.com. I'm going to check this out for a second. Nope. All right, let's continue watching. Let's watch video.
Wait, I thought Itasha was just an excuse for people to put pictures of anime girls making weird faces all over their
Whoa.
cars, right? Yes and no. Let me explain.
I've never heard of Itasha. What is Itasha? Itachi? Noriaro. Let's go ride.
We're out here today in the Sky Park Resort in
cafe.
Nagano for the Itasha Vision photo session meeting. Combine this kanji with other characters, you can change what sort of car you're talking about. For example, Japanese car is Nihonsha,
Nihonsha. Yeah.
Amesha, American car, Itasha, Italian car. Or is it? Because the internet likes to make a big joke out of things, these guys changed the
I never
character
heard that
from
before.
Italian ita to this one. Ita, which means pain.
Itai means pain.
Itasha, or painful cars. Because any normal person walking down the street who sees one of these is going to go like this. Alright, let's use this Mark X.
That looks so cool. That doesn't look cringe to me, but that's because I like how anime looks. Like, anime just looks cool to me.
And of course, the question is, why do they choose certain characters? Well, the word for that
Oh, this one also has. This guy is such a loser. They don't even have any art on their hood. You know? They're not pimped out. You know, you look at this guy before. This is a sweet ride. I'd pay big money to be in that car, you know? N-word on the card. Wait, what? No, there isn't. You're so stupid. That's not what it says. It says Niji ga Saki Hai. Or, yeah, Niji ga Saki Hai. That's the person's high school.
And there's quite a few of these
Yoshiko.
virtual idol singing groups, so there's a lot of characters
They always have their cheeks blushing. Why?
to choose from. Now, next genre is, of course, anime characters. Now, this one here, very nice crown. This is from the Fate series.
Oh, shit. That looks sick. I never really watched Fate, but I have a friend who's like really big into Fate Zero. He would love this. If I got this for his birthday, he would be glad. Sexualizing kid anime character. I'm not doing it. I'm just watching it. Oh my god.
This Supra has the full cool body kit. So as you can see, most of these cars
That
so
looks
far
cool.
are fairly close to being show cars. Proper wheels.
Roka Asahi. I don't know what
Here's
that is.
another genre.
What the hell? Bangdream.com? I'm gonna check this out for a second. Nope. Alright, let's continue watching.
This time, Strike Witches theme. Now, this one is really hard to explain. If
You could hear in his voice he's getting really excited for this one. He's like, if you don't know what that is. He's like, Jesus, calm down.
Imagine, okay, here's another.
Oh, because it's a furry, so it's okay, right? It's not a human. What kind of character do I want to see? I want to see my my crush as an anime character. I don't know. This is really weird to look at. Oh my god.
Military.
Next card, bro. Bro, okay. Is it just me or he spends like 20 minutes on this car? Okay. At least try to hide it, man. Okay, that looks better.
It is. Isn't it? These things are still kicking around. Look, it's got the nos in the back.
The inside looks really cool, actually.
Yeah, it's a bit of a throwback. What they've done here is lay a semi-transparent print over a reflective silver base layer.
That's
so when
cool.
you change angle in the sun, as you can see with Fubuki here.
Whoa, that's trippy.
Like the sword slash.
That's actually so cool.
And the cool thing is there's
5 minutes in, we got to the cool stuff.
Seam because it's just one laid over the other. So it's just
whoa,
one flat
wait, he can't touch her. The owner of that car is gonna get really mad.
So a full Rocket Bunny kit, endless brakes, BC wheels on this 8.6, and Sword Art Online.
Sword Art Online, something I actually know.
Series. It's like a
Oh yeah,
genre
some
where you get
of
swept
these
away
cars
into
are
another
definitely
universe,
amazing.
you know,
For sure.
magic and whatever. Okay, now this one, yeah, this is going to be a bit harder to explain. Horny Pirate.
Damn, he edited for this video. Okay. Alright, I think we got the idea of this video.
Something really notable about these cars is they're all done very well. Like, they all have expensive wheels, you know, good brake kits, nice seats.
Yeah, they look like good cars. How does he talk about this for 14 minutes? Oh, he doesn't. He talks about himself for a few minutes. Damn. He's so hot.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
That was a dumb joke. Let's just continue watching.
Doctor says try E10. E10 D's nuts. We don't judge other cultures. I don't know what we is. I judge other cultures. Canadians, they're pretty cool. We're basically gonna be versing Triple G today in Battleship for like 10 billion subs. Speaking of the devil, what's up, Triple G? How you doing?
Hola.
Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Ça va bien.
Oh.
Comment ça va?
No one usually responds to that, so I don't know what to say now.
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready to decimate you and steal your money. All right. What map do you want? Do you want Fort Saint Angelo? Do you want Mansell Forts or do you want Montevideo?
I like that one. The middle one. Because we can only have the 3.
Oh, the Mansell Forts?
Oh yeah, looks cool.
I mean, we could have more if someone subs in 3 seconds. We will buy this for $2. I'm just joking. It's a joke, guys. Don't give me money. I will not spend it on that. Okay. Oh yeah, wait. You could cheat. Don't look at stream.
I'm not. Don't worry.
He could so cheat. Okay. I hope you're not. I am ready. I have practiced. Yeah. Oh, we shouldn't be the same guy. That's weird. This guy looks like a pedophile. He looks really weird.
Jesus.
He looks weird. He doesn't look weird?
He's very eccentric as a Capitan.
Yeah. Well, his skin tone is most similar to mine, so I'll choose him.
Oh. That's how we're going?
No, you can choose whoever you want. I hope the stream is better than the Rihanna movie. I've never seen that, but it's probably not gonna be, so I would just put the Rihanna movie on another monitor.
The Rihanna movie? Like the Rihanna movie Battleship?
Oh, is that a thing? I don't know.
Bro, it's a good movie. Liam Neeson's in it. Bruh, it's a banger, dude. I'm set.
I'm not. I was talking too much. Wait, I have a strategy. I'm gonna have to mute myself to tell chat my strategy, though.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So what we're gonna want to do here?
You're not muted.
I was testing you.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna. I was joking. I'm joking. I will mute myself though to tell them. Okay. We're gonna make a happy face. Okay. He's never gonna see it coming. Okay.
Oh, you got to go first.
Hell yeah.
It's the enemy's turn.
If I don't hear you sunk my battleship at least once, I'm gonna unsub. I'm definitely not gonna say it now. All right, guys. Where do you think
I should shoot. Every single time I'm gonna ask you. No, that would take forever. Okay, I'm just gonna hit right here. Damn it!
I'm going.
Don't go
boom.
G7. Don't go.
Oh, I forgot that they even had them on the side. Oh my god.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, you could have them on the side?
No. Like I forgot that the coordinates were A to like J.
Oh yeah.
I just been like, oh wow.
I'm going G7, boys. You were wrong, Doctor. You're fired.
You know what? I'm going like a G6.
Stupid.
I missed.
Ooh, I'm gonna do this because you're gonna be doing this real soon because I'm gonna win all your money. F4, you're gonna alt F4, baby.
Just to copy. No?
Dinell is telling me F7, but that's dumb, all right? I'm a commander out in C. Why would I hit in the middle where nothing has been hitting? We're gonna go for that B8, baby. Damn it.
Let's do C3.
No! I'm just joking. I tricked you.
You did. I was like, oh shit. Oh.
Trudeau is saying try Alt F4. I'm not born yesterday, okay? Jesus.
That's called that's the nuke. That's the nuke. You know
that's
that,
the
right?
nuclear option.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You know how I try to I said I want to get out of the stigmatism of being Canadian. I really talk about being Canadian a lot.
You do that. Do. Haha. Okay, I'm tacking C4 because C4. There's nothing there.
A10.
Damn it. Why do you think I have everything on the side? That would be so dumb. Reverse psychology. You have everything on the side. G1.
Got him. I feel like C4 is like a thing.
No, it was a joke. It was a
I
joke.
feel like it's a thing.
No, it was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was
All
a
right,
joke.
fine. D4.
No, it was C4. It was C4. It was C4. It was C4.
Hey,
It was C4. It was a joke. It was a joke. It's C4. It's C4. It's C4.
You took a lot longer to say no on the D4 thing.
No,
So
it was a joke. It was
Boom,
a joke.
baby.
No!
That's a
How
that's
did
a
you
hit,
fly?
baby.
Oh.
Okay, so I
It's
gotta
not
go
C4
again?
though. Yeah, because you hit my ship. It's not C4 though. It's not C4.
Damn it.
Doctor says try E10. E10 D's nuts. Oh. I actually didn't get that until I read it out loud. C1? Now we'll go for E10. E10 these nuts. Well, apparently not. It's a 1. It's a 1. You already sunk it. Yeah, you already sunk it.
Okay, let's
bro.
go for another one then.
Yeah, go for a different ship. You already sunk
I'm going D5.
Oh god. Guys, I'm
Wait, it's
losing.
more? Okay, D6.
You'll never figure out where it is. Did I make my head smaller? Guys, is this too small? No one wants to see my face, right? Doctor says this guy doesn't know about the grid method, probably doesn't even read theory. Probably true.
I can't even read.
Now I feel bad. I'm gonna go I6. It's a hit for sure.
Oh.
That's B.
Okay, so I'm going D.
These nuts.
3.
Oh, sorry.
These nuts. Oh! Sunk your battleship!
Yeah, good job. I'm gonna go for A. According to my calculus, it is H4. Really?
I'm gonna go F1.
That was like not even close.
Bloop.
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 Anyway. Bloop. Anyway. Bloop. His women still call him triple leg. Ooh. Trudeau said that, by the way.
That's true.
Oh.
That's accurate. He's correct.
It's kind of interesting. We're gonna go for B10 because Ben 10 Alien Force is my life.
Oh.
And you didn't put anything there.
I'm going A1 steak sauce.
What? You think I'm a corner pleb? Wait,
You
that
never
means
know.
you are. Yes! Yes! That was 10,000 IQ! Oh my god. You're projecting your positioning onto mine.
Ooh.
Yes! I got the right direction also. Ship sunk, baby.
Oh my god!
It was C2. You messed up.
Holy shit, that's scary. Oh no!
Oh, you did do it on a line. I'm a genius.
Oh no!
No wonder you lost. You lost half your ships on easy mode.
Wow.
Yes. I'm a big brain Tim, as Chudo says. I don't know what that is, but I am that. Sorry for getting distracted. Triple.
That's fine. I'm just
I mean-
sitting on the edge of my seat here. Son of a gun.
Oh, let's go. Good suggestion, Dinell.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 No!
I'm gonna go the other way. You thought out. Oh! And you like the corners. You like the corner. Yes! I'm a genius.
Oh no!
Wait. Don't hit yet. Don't hit yet. They're
That's
doing
fine.
all these rewards on screen. Okay. I wonder where the other ship is. A10. Let's
Damn
go, baby. So easy.
It'd be really nice if I could have a turn.
Oh, it's still my turn.
Yeah.
Sorry. I forgot.
Oh god. Oh god. I gotta come back.
I don't think you are coming back. Well, you could. It's
Guys.
possible.
Oh.
Okay, last ship. I have an echo button. I don't know why I did that.
This is my 2.
Damn it.
Gosh.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
You want me to give you a hint?
Give me a hint.
Yes.
I think can I guess? And if it's like correct, will you tell me?
Yes.
Like no cap?
A little cap, maybe, but
A
I'll
little
try.
cap?
I'll tell
I
you.
think on the 10th row there's a ship.
Maybe.
I just don't know where.
I'll give you it. Yes, there's a ship on the 10th row. Bro, do Canadians not learn columns and rows?
What do you mean?
That's the 10th column.
What's a row?
Rows are horizontal.
Rows are horizontal?
Yes.
And columns are vertical?
Yeah. I feel like you just yeah.
Mine is blonde. Okay, so I think, let me check. F.
Damn it.
Mamacita! Okay, now this is where I am confused. I can go down or I can go up.
Or you could go left.
That's accurate.
You will never know.
Okay, I'm going down though. I have a gut.
I have a gut too.
Okay. Okay, so it's up. I think you'll be surprised.
I think I won't. I'm surprised.
I gotta get this easy one.
I was on the left. No.
Feels good. Oh yeah.
What the hell?
What? This is your big one?
Is this getting you horny? What are those reactions? Feel good.
Yeah, we get it.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna turn the screen to black and all you hear is that.
Feels good. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna get demonetized. Not like I'm monetized, but. Ooh.
Dang it.
You think I'm an edge person like you with all the ships? We don't judge other cultures. I don't know what we is. I judge other cultures. Canadians, they're pretty cool. Why do you have a 2-ship left? Oh, let me do a strategy. Let me be a mathematical genius. Let me
Okay.
not put it next to ones that, I don't know. Damn it, it didn't work.
That shocked me. I was scared.
Ooh, I want to get a shock thing to shock myself on stream.
Oh no! Oh my god! Okay, wait. So I have a 2, and then I have what is your 4? Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Okay, okay. How about this? Are you a lefty?
No, I'm a righty.
I'm a lefty, so you should go down.
Okay. I got played. I got played.
Well, it was logical. It just
That's true.
didn't happen to be the case.
You know what? I feel like you group them.
Why would I do that? That's so dumb.
I feel like anywhere on like by J, you have nothing.
Okay, good. Yeah, I have nothing on Jay. That's a good idea. Yeah.
I feel like you don't. I feel like you're a person that likes the group, like the Groupon.
That's dumb. I'm a very strategic player. I would not do that.
See, I have this weird
I mean, maybe
feeling.
I would. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I grouped them all. Yeah.
I have this weird feeling. I kind of want to go to the 8 space
column or row?
column.
Yeah, column.
But then I want to go to for 2. Oh, A B D E.
Bro, you're thinking way too much for this, and you're gonna lose because of that.
I think I'm gonna go with F.
He's doing his alphabets. Okay.
Yeah.
I told you were wrong. Why would I group them all?
Dang it. Hey, buddy.
Is that your dog?
Yeah, he's here hanging out.
Oh, cool.
His name is Thor. He just licked me in the face.
A beautiful name.
Yeah. He's gonna tell me where we're gonna go, and I hope now we hit because I have the power of Thor.
You're not gonna have the chance because I'm gonna win right now. Beat him quick. Oh yeah, I gotta beat him quick. Wait, am I surrounding your ship? Oh, I might be surrounding it. I think I got it, guys. No! Oh, well, they have 3 directions. The power of Thor might not work here.
Buddy, I need to talk to you right now. We got a quick huddle.
No, you've psychologically analyzed me. I cannot say anything.
Okay, buddy, here's the deal. I need to know. Are we going left, right, or down? Hold on. Can I make a call? It's my Portuguese minute.
What?
Can you hear it? Can you hear it?
No.
Hold on. Can you hear now?
Hello?
Hey, this is ride or die right now. I need you to make a choice. I need either left, right, or down.
Down.
Huh?
Left, right, or down?
Yep, down.
Down?
Yep.
Okay.
Who are
Thank
you
you.
talking to? Ha! She lied to you.
No!
Did I surround you? No!
Oh my god.
Oh
my
yes!
god!
Yes! We have a chance. We have a chance. Okay, chat. Thank you all for the hype train. You guys tell me where to hit right now. I'm being told to go C5. Damn it. C5, F7, H5. You gave me 3 different... J5? It is... Jesus Christ. If it's J5, I'm gonna walk off stream.
Could you imagine? Holy! There's so many opportunities that it could be right now.
Oh, yes! Okay.
Okay.
Up, down, or right?
Phone a friend.
I'm gonna phone a friend. I'm phoning a friend right now. I hope he's not sleeping. My friend's not answering. I'm gonna call another friend. I don't have any other friends. Damn. Oh, he's calling back. Hello? Yeah, you're on stream right now.
I'm on stream?
Yes. Does everyone hear?
Can I suck your dick?
Stop! What do you say? Alright, he's dumb. I hung up.
Classic friends. Love them.
Yeah.
Love them.
Everyone heard him. No! I had to hit! Yes! 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 Oh my god, that was so lucky!
Oh my god. That was close.
That was
close.
Super close. Jesus Christ.
Good game. Good game.
GG's, man.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
That's the new
That's the nuclear option.
Alt F4 is the ultimate one. Hiroshima.
Whoa, too soon.
Cut that. Cut.
No,
cut that,
that's going in the video for sure now.
Oh my gosh, my first pee is gonna be Sneeko.
What?
Be Sneeko.
Bing bong.
I don't know. I think I have a broken
What's this bing bong that started happening? The reason why men hate women.
You can get whatever you want. I will do anything for you, Sneeko.
Hey, yo. I'll be back, baby.
Maybe I want someone to pee on my face. Oh my gosh, my first pee is gonna be Sneeko.
Oh my god.
Bing bong.
Bing bong. Know the vibes. Nuki Luciano. I seen my boy right here. I was locked up with my son China Mac. Ain't really too much to do in there. Gangster.
Now you're back. You're an upstanding citizen, working hard, providing and voting.
Yeah.
Shout out to my mom. What up, mama?
Is love worth it?
Is love worth it? She left me while I was on Rikers Island.
What?
And I was like, you know what, bitch? I'm never loving nobody else again. It's over.
Bing bong. Whenever I have a sneaky link, I always watch Sneeko. Bing bong. Everyone divorces and everyone breaks up. So have sex with everybody and get tested.
You?
Not really.
Bing bong. Yeah.
He ran down on you, or you went up to him?
Neither. We bumped into one another in the whole sort of thing, and then we started hanging.
It was like the movie scene where you bump and then your papers fall everywhere, and he's like, "Oh, let me help you."
Basically.
I would say he ran down on you if he was like picking up your papers.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you been married before?
Too long.
I honestly don't know what to say. This is just beautifully edited.
You like the young man, right? You're a cougar, Mrs. Robinson in this. Damn, yo.
It works out that way.
Is love worth it? Nah, love don't pay bills.
You know why I fell in love with her though? She was my getaway driver. She was like my Bonnie and Clyde type shit. We was doing everything, so I fell in love and then she left. Fuck that bitch.
She was a good driver too, you know?
She was a great driver.
She Chinese too?
She was Korean.
So she's not supposed to be a good driver.
Why the fuck you say that?
I don't think that stereotype's true.
I honestly don't have much to say because it's so funny. Like, it's so nicely made.
I'm so down. I'm 19.
Age to get peed on?
Yeah, that's like a ripe age. Oh my gosh, my first pee is gonna be Sneeko.
Bing bong.
I'm telling him, here, take the plan B, put it up your ass. It hits you quicker. Kills the baby quicker. Bing bong, fuck your life.
What's up with it? How you doing?
What's good? Fuck you want?
It's Christmas coming up. You got a girl, you getting presents?
Got mad bitches. Yeah, you wanted them.
So what's my present?
My dick.
Hey, yo, whoa. What the fuck?
This is so stupid. The saddest. This is probably like in my neighborhood too.
Where did she take all your money?
I'll be back, baby.
It's the new sheesh.
G, that's the reason why I got that. G. Oh, baby, I miss you.
Yo, cameraman, look at that shit, bro. They took a chunk out that shit.
Oh.
Shit like I got fish fillet.
Who you cheated on?
I fuck her cousin. Or her sister. Or her mother.
Mother too?
As I get older, yeah, the mothers be down.
What's the main difference between...
You see, he didn't say the truth. As he gets older, the mothers are the only people who are down.
Well, younger men are more virile, more visceral, so they're going to want more physical. Okay. I would say.
Your language is very professional with everything. Like, I know what you're saying.
This
but, like,
editing is
say-
so
I
nice.
could simply say sex, but I don't.
There we go.
Bing bong. My father cheated on my mother all my life when I was
Oh,
a little
snap.
girl, and I never thought he was trash. He was still my daddy.
Did that change your opinion of your mom?
No, no. She was faithful to the end. Very, very loyal. I don't know that I would have done it that way. I don't think I would have stood it that long. You know.
You think cheating is normal?
Yes, it is. When they have a woman on the side, they come home to their wives all excited, and the younger woman has given them now more of that feeling they need, and when they go home to their wives, they're, yes, now I'll do it with my wife. And that's normal in France. Did you know that?
There are certain places where cheating is normalized. I wouldn't be surprised, I guess, if France is one of them, but I didn't know that.
You got a girl? Yeah. You let her cheat on you? No. Chicks would do that. If you in your mind and you're like, damn, I think she's cheating, would you be okay with that? Nah. There's a lot of sensitive thugs out here, man.
She's my getaway driver.
When did you fall in love with her? Like one time you're getting away, she's driving, you just looking at her like in the rearview mirror?
When
1 minute
she
podcast.
fucking knew I had a gun. She took this shit, put it in her purse. I fell in love.
That's the scene.
What? She found out he had a gun, So she took it and put it in her purse. I mean, I'm just repeating what he's saying, but that's just because I don't know what else to say.
From Goodfellas. That's not your life.
Oh, it's my life is a movie. Now I kind of look back at that shit. I look at other people do the shit I used to do and be like, you're a fucking idiot.
What year in did she end up leaving?
The first year, bro. The fuck? No, I'm lying. For like one visit. But the whole visit, she was just like, she was just giving me this one look the whole time, like, you know.
Fucking somebody else?
No, like she's just not gonna be doing this shit. Or maybe she was.
The funny thing is, I do know people who talk like this. Like, I know people who are this guy. My cousin is like this guy. My cousin is literally this guy, except he's not Asian.
She was probably fucking somebody else as soon as I got her.
Second you got locked up.
Right. Bing bong.
How many sneaky links you got right now?
Just one. And he's the one that saw you here. Shout out.
My God, someone's playing basketball outside and just hit my window with it.
Cadence, thank you for showing me Sneeko.
Cadence, I hope you don't mind if I pee on her face.
My bad.
Do you think he? Do you guys?
Yo,
Do you guys think he actually peed on her face?
if a gay guy jumped on your back, would you beat him off or let him stay? If you had a knife in your back and a dick in your butt, which one would you pull out first? He's out of here. Oh, my man's is jamming right here. He got the cane and not needing to use the cane. That's the real flex. Yo, don't ever disrespect me looking like Jeepers Creepers, you heard? Yo, you married?
Hell no.
You got a wedding ring, bro?
All right, we're done with this video. Next video.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
I'll be back, baby.
All right, let's get started.
Pokimane has been in the news a lot in recent months. One of the top 10 streamers on Twitch, and by a landslide, the biggest female streamer on the platform. Probably one of the most criticized content creators at the moment. There's many aspects.
I feel like people hated her, and then people stopped hating her, and then some people who hated her just like kept hating her, and then just stopped caring, and then she's just fine right now. Is that accurate?
This topic. There's the excessive copyright claiming, the mustering of an army of so-called simps to go on the offense for her, the seemingly delusional statements, and many more nuances that add up to paint a picture that has drawn a lot of backlash against her on YouTube. But what started with Pokimane seems to have reached a boiling point, where Twitch streamers and YouTube creators are now at war over the definition of what transformative content actually is.
I love how this was uploaded a year ago and she just got banned now. She's not the only person who's like doing that, but it's just funny.
What we're seeing unfold right now actually started a couple of years ago. And although the term simp wasn't established back then, the concept behind
When did the word simp become a thing? When did simp become a word? 1985. US rapper Too Short used it in his 1985 hit Pimpology.
One incident that got quite a lot of traction in 2018 was when
Sniperwolf?
Keemstar called out a Twitch streamer called Sniperwolf for photoshopping her pictures.
Wait, she was a Twitch streamer? I thought she was a YouTuber primarily.
One of her fans came to her defense, and Keemstar quote-tweeted him with a joke saying, "Alexa, what is a virgin?" Now, what justified this joke was the fact that the guy was in his 30s, and
That's
in his
dumb.
own pinned tweet, the dude was hardcore simping for Sniperwolf. Pokimane, however, didn't think this was funny, and she started a public argument with Keemstar over Twitter, which for a lot of people came across as disingenuous and condescending.
So, again, Keem, do better. Have a good day.
Later,
I feel like the way she talks sometimes is just like the way she says stuff. It's like why do you say it like that?
a YouTuber by the name of Boblax took all of the tweets, all the videos, all the back and forth between Pokimane and Keemstar and compiled them into one video in chronological order, forming a sort of time capsule to document the argument. Pokimane, however, didn't want it to
stretching
be
your
documented,
butt.
so she decided to copyright claim the video. She still stood behind her decision while disingenuously apologizing to escape the backlash.
You know
Although
which
I was
song?
legally within my right to take down the video.
That's a cool
morally, and
effect.
As a content creator, it wasn't something that I should have done because, I mean, at the end of the day, those were tweets that me and Keem made publicly and videos that we made publicly. So I totally apologize for that.
Sometime later, during a podcast, Pokimane expanded on this topic, and even from the way she talks
Is she wearing a Friends
about it over there,
sweatshirt?
she seems to only be sorry because she got called out, and not at all for the action itself. So we already see a pattern of disregard for content etiquette on Pokimane's end, but as time went on, this issue appeared.
Yeah, but we don't. Jesus Christ, we don't even know how many like videos she copyrighted. Like there's probably a billion videos of people talking shit about her, including this one, right? Gotcha. The Karens.
Now, I have to make one thing clear, which is that copyright claiming in itself is not the problem. Sometimes I believe it's justified. After all, the purpose of the system is to protect original content. But more often than not, copyright claiming on YouTube is used as censorship. And for Pokimane, this seems to be the case a lot of the time.
PewDiePie calls out Pokimane for copy striking smaller YouTube channels. Does she copyright more than one? Are they taking... Like, I feel like there's a lot more information you need here, you know?
Silencing her critics and taking down videos left and right, she's proven to be not just thin-skinned, but also to seemingly take pride in this behavior. I mean, in this video, she actually talks to this dude live on Twitch as she's preparing to copyright claim him.
Wow, I'm so sorry that it takes you a lot of time to steal other people's content. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god, no.
And put it together. I'm so sorry that it takes you so much time to go to the top clips on Fortnite and then just right-click and save all of them as, and then just like put them all into Premiere and then just like export it. I'm so sorry.
I personally don't think copywriting channels is useful. People can copyright strike for content that's literally exactly the same, so if that's what she's doing, I don't see how that's a bad thing.
Despite her apology in 2019 for all the copyright drama, a year later, not only did she do it again, but this time she riled up her entire audience to attack on her behalf.
These visuals are great.
People like this stop is if people like me and my community give them feedback that this is not an okay thing to do.
Why?
I attack them.
Why is it
but
so?
I hit a little dislike and I say this not cool. And you guys, that's just how I am with content. I love something, I say good one, and I hit it with a like. And if you think something is not okay and you want to see less of it, you also have to give feedback because that's how YouTubers work. If they're not going to work off of morals, they're going to work off of
money,
dislikes and comments and whatever.
Yeah, just give them feedback is what sending a hate train on somebody is called nowadays. A female creator in a landscape known for being built on male...
This is so messed up. Hand lotion and shit, like, this is so
viewers
dumb.
Donating money to people like her in exchange for a few seconds of being noticed, someone with that amount of intrinsic power over her male audience, telling them en masse to go to somebody's video where he criticizes their queen.
I'm still confused. So in the beginning, it seemed like, okay, one video she did try to copyright strike where someone was criticizing her. That was pretty dumb. And then she said, like, I'm sorry, whatever. But we don't know if these other videos are people that are just copy pasting her content, which is what the copyright system is for, or they're just criticizing her. Those are two different things.
What happened next is that It's a Gundam, the YouTuber who made the video, lost a major sponsor that he had lined up. I didn't get a chance to make a video on this at that time, but the whole thing, in my opinion, was just scummy. It shows a condescending side of Pokimane and a meme-like Karen-ish entitlement that crossed...
What? Is this supposed to show that Karens look like this? And she was like wearing a wig or something? It's so weird. I think this guy is just mad that Pokimane didn't read his $500 donation.
And ever since this incident happened in May, Pokimane has been under continuous scrutiny on YouTube, to the point where just recently she's decided...
Hi friends, since quarantine began, it's been hard for me to find the same joys and motivation for making content. The things I look forward to the most, like visiting my family, traveling, going to conventions, and meeting some of you aren't possible right now. This has led me to feeling burnt out for quite some time. I've been planning to take a month off. I recognize that I'm very lucky to be able to work during a pandemic. However, I still need to do what's best for my mental health. I haven't taken a month off since I graduated from high school over 6 years ago. Damn. I feel long overdue for this, whatever. I want to be happy and excited to make content. I'm looking forward to coming back. This is just a message. Disconnect from social media, go outside, pick up a new hobby, and hang in there.
Decided to take a step back from the internet for a month. But the snowball effect that started with her continued to roll on down even in her absence.
Okay. I don't know what was bad about that, but okay.
The one argument that Pokimane never seemed to own up to was that while she was complaining over people making videos on her that she thought weren't transformative enough, over on Twitch, her live content consists
of... so that's the thing. Is she getting rid of videos that are people criticizing her? That's actual transformative content that's legal and all this stuff? Or is it literally copy and paste content? That's what I want to know.
A lot of just watching videos, giving mild reactions,
show us your toes.
There, oftentimes eating or not even looking at the screen. And this seems to have sparked a huge debate over...
Wait, what do you say? It does seem very hypocritical if people copyright strike people who are reacting to their content when they themselves are reacting to content. So I don't know.
Times eating or not even looking at the screen. And this seems to have sparked a huge debate over what's considered
I
transformative
think
on
Angel
YouTube
or
versus
God
on
sent
Twitch.
that the other
This
day,
is
right?
the most frustrating thing because I'm a React Andy myself.
Yeah, I do respect Hassan for this. Like how he just lets people make content off of him. Like, and he doesn't do it. He doesn't copyright strike anything. So.
YouTubers literally sit around, okay, and they make one video. They make one video a month and get like Patreon money, and then they cash out with like a 6-figure check, and then they turn around and on streamers who literally go live for 6 to 8 hours every day.
That's not what I thought I was gonna be saying.
Of course, there's gonna
Catchy.
be dead space in between, you stupid. This shit genuinely tilts me, dude.
Okay, so let's think about this for a second. Because, by the way, I'm one of those channels that uploads once a month. Twice, tops. Sure, that's 2 days of content in a 30-day month. But you know what I do the rest of 28 days? I put in hundreds of...
This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Why would you try to create like a rift between YouTube and Twitch? Yeah, he just sounds like very salty. Yeah, it's a very weird video.
Here's the downside to that. I could be working on a video for 2 weeks straight, I put it up on YouTube, and guess what? If it's demonetized, that's 2 weeks of full-time work that goes completely unpaid. And I'm not talking hypothetically here either. My last 2 videos were demonetized for, and I quote, discussions of modern acts of terror, events resulting in catastrophic loss of life or content.
Yeah, YouTube does have a lot of problems to watch.
I mean, all I did was talk about Shane Dawson and Dr. Disrespect. As far as I know, neither of them have anything to do with terrorism or
ambitious
events. And by the way, appealing the decision not only doesn't solve it most of the time, but it also may prompt a manual age gating considerably.
Like this is understandable to bring up, but this is such a weird place to put in. Like, why would you talk about this in the middle of a video trashing Twitch?
Limiting the discovery of your video. You know, just to kick you in the nuts while you're down. Because why the hell not? Twitch streamers may well spend hours every day live streaming, but while I'm working my ass off for free, crossing my fingers not to piss off the chimps with the red button that can make my video vanish off of everybody's feed, these dudes get a steady income from subscription revenue and donations.
99% of Twitch streamers don't get a steady income. 99% of YouTubers probably don't either. It's like the rich arguing with the rich. Like, calm down, okay?
I think. He goes, while I'm sitting here lazily writing, recording, and editing videos, I'll be sure to take time out of my day to think of all the streamers doing the real work of eating while watching videos. Following that up with streaming, I think is more difficult to do well than people appreciate, but almost all of the work that goes into a video is unseen. At the end
That's true. That is very true. I will say though, I feel like I could be wrong, but it seems like the biggest Twitch streamers don't have a lot of work that's put into their Twitch streams, but I think a lot of smaller streamers surprisingly do.
End of the day, both mediums have their advantages as well as challenges and obstacles.
After that, he says, is ignorance.
Career path on this planet. As someone who doesn't have a lot of experience with live streaming, but rather with making animated content on YouTube, I realize I may be somewhat biased. So
okay. He at least he says it like at the last minute of the video.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
I'm still confused. All right. The Black Hole Bomb and Black Hole Civilizations. This sounds interesting.
Black holes are the largest collections of pure, violent energy in the universe.
Damn, this sounds so intense. Like there's gonna be a black hole right now and just suck me up like...
If you come too close, they'll devour you and add your energy to their collection. And so, the energy is lost to us forever.
It looks so evil.
Or is it? It turns out there's a universe cheat code. A way of powering civilizations until the very death of everything, or of constructing the largest bomb in the universe. But how?
I don't know.
That all energy is trapped forever in black holes, even light.
I don't know.
This is true.
Yeah.
Everything you think you know about the weirdest thing in the universe is about to get weirder for one simple
Weirder.
reason. Black holes are spinning.
They spin? You know what else spins? Your mom in my bed.
Why black
Excuse
holes
me.
spin?
They spin because the gravitational force that is applied to them is too strong and too weak at the same time. So they cancel each other out. But because the speed of it pulling
is faster than the speed of it pushing, it's it spins. Let's just pretend that makes sense, okay?
When really, really massive stars die, their cores collapse
Under their own gravity into black holes. Yeah.
This means something
Very
big,
big.
becomes very,
Very tiny. Yeah.
Like
yeah.
the
The tiniest anything can be in this
universe.
universe. Yeah, obviously.
But stars are rotating, and a fundamental property of our universe is that
Ooh, I saw Inception. I've seen that one. That's very, very logical.
momentum can't go away. A big thing that spins and becomes smaller
Spins faster. Yeah.
So, as the core of a star collapses,
It spins
its
faster.
momentum makes it
I get
spin
it.
faster and faster and faster until it collapses into a black hole. And the
Is that what
black hole
happens?
keeps on spinning, inconceivably fast. Some of them spin millions of times a second.
Wait, if it's inconceivably fast, then this is a lie. This video is a lie because this video is a conceivable thing. I could conceive this black hole spinning, but in reality, it's something that's inconceivable, which means they shouldn't show anything on screen because that's not realistic. So this video is a farce and it should be downvoted into oblivion.
You can imagine it like this. Falling into a static black hole is like sliding down a hole.
That's why it's called a hole.
Being inside the
Black hole.
ergosphere of a spinning black hole is like spiraling.
Is a black hole black or is it dark? And is dark black or is black dark? The question of the century.
The ringularity makes you dance whether you want to or not. You need to move faster.
What the hell? That's not right. That is sexual abuse. What the hell? Oh, but he's kind of enjoying it. It's still sexual abuse, even if he enjoys it. God damn it.
Than the speed of light just to stand still here, which is impossible. But here's our cheat code. We can steal this energy.
Jesus.
And there's a lot of energy to steal.
Why is the energy in the form of a hand?
How to steal energy from a monster. Take the supermassive...
I feel like this man could literally say the stupidest things and it would just sound so smart and correct because of the way he says it. And he's British on top of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I try. Listen, I try. Ergosphere kink, I try.
The easiest way to steal this energy is, oddly enough, to drop something into the black hole.
Why did a bird drop a bird? Why? Wait. Can we talk about this? Why did a bird drop a bird into a hole? And why does one of the birds have a freaking condom on its head? And if you can't see it, then now you could see the condom. Look at that condom. Bruh. Look at it. Jesus Christ.
The black hole bomb.
Uh-oh. We don't want no
only need
bombs.
two things to build a black hole bomb: a fast spinning black hole and a big mirror.
What
the
the
mirror
hell?
has to completely envelop the
All
black
right,
hole.
all right. Like, come on. Like, they're probably gonna find a better way than to put a freaking mirror around a freaking black hole, bro. Jesus, that's some crazy stuff.
Which is similar to a Dyson sphere, a megastructure that harvests the energy of an entire star.
What?
Although our mirror would be easier to build.
What?
Mirrors are simpler, and black holes are much, much more compact than stars.
Is it that easy to build a mirror around a black hole? Wouldn't the black hole try to envelop the mirror?
If we made the mirror 10 centimeters thick, the metal of a big asteroid would probably be enough material for a black hole with the mass of our sun. Once our mirror is in place, we only need to open a window and shoot electromagnetic waves at the black hole.
What the hell?
You can imagine what happens next by imagining...
I feel like this is a video for like 2048, not for 2022.
tossing a ball at a wall and it coming back faster than a bullet. The waves hit the black hole at light speed. A small proportion of the waves falls past the event horizon to disappear forever. But a much larger amount sloshes through the ergosphere, where the black hole
love that word.
forces some of its rotational energy on them and amplifies them. Every time they go around, they are getting exponentially stronger. By opening some windows in the mirror, we
Okay,
can
so that's how you make
extract
them
energy from the
stronger.
waves as fast as they grow. Which we could use, in theory, to create what would be, for all practical purposes, an endless source of energy for trillions of years.
Jesus.
Or we could blow it up.
Or we'll make things that require so much energy that it won't be for trillions of years. That would be fascinating. Like we'll make like rocket ships or whatever that could travel at light speed that utilizes this energy. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my butt. That sounds right?
The beauty of the black hole bomb, the Penrose process, and the super radiant scattering is that they are not science fiction. In the far, far future, this might be the only way to survive in our dying universe. After all the red dwarfs have cooled down and all the white dwarfs transformed into black dwarfs, the universe will turn dark.
It's crazy. It's like if society and civilization just keep progressing, we could survive for so long, assuming that we don't kill ourselves.
Rotating black holes might be the only sources of energy in the entire universe that life could harvest. If so, the last living being in existence might one day end its life around a black hole.
Damn.
Which is equally chilling and uplifting.
Yeah.
It turns out that even without any light,
that's crazy.
There are places we can go.
Yeah, we can go into your mom's room without any light.
Using maths, we can calculate things and come up with theories about how we die if we fall into them.
Nice.
Like,
comment,
and subscribe.
Conversation of rotational inertia makes my head spin. You get it?
Harbin, a Chinese city with a Russian feel. That's racist. But we're gonna watch it for you guys.
Hello, and welcome to Harbin. It's the coldest city in Dongbei, and it's currently minus 25 degrees.
Wait. Why is she speaking in English? She has Chinese subtitles. I don't need this English.
Hey Ma, hey Dad, where are you guys?
We're in Fiji. It's around 30 degrees.
Hey Mom,
Jesus.
quick question. What's the temperature of our freezer at home?
It's about minus 18 usually.
Well, I am currently in a place 7 degrees colder than our
Wait, minus 18 Celsius or Fahrenheit? This is important information. I'm American. It's important.
freezer.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
Oh my gosh. There's a city in Japan that's also like Russian. That's because it's right next to Russia.
The main reasons I wanted
And it's very cold.
to visit.
Oh, it's Russian. It says Pussy. Pussy? It says Pussy is Rossi. Rossi. It's like Russia. Something and the Russia? I don't know, bro. My Russian sucks.
At Harbin is its very unique cultural heritage. Believe it or not, this city was once a thriving cosmopolitan
Oh, that looks so
center for
Russian.
Russian culture.
Russian culture. Oh, Rasprad Mashura. Okay, my parents are Russian, okay, technically. Former Soviet Union. So I should be able to read everything here, but I'm a dumbass, so I can't.
The influence of Russia came in the late 18th century with the construction of the China Eastern Railway, which was an extension of the Trans-Siberian Railway.
Obviously.
China with Siberia. And if
Yeah.
you're wondering where Harbin fits into all of this, well, there's Harbin right there, right in that massive intersection.
That's Kumamoto, where I lived in Japan, but the subtitles are blocking it.
So basically, Harbin went from being in the middle of nowhere to the middle of everything.
Oh my god.
The largest commercial center
Sorry.
of Northeastern Asia. Behind me here is Harbin Railway Station as it looks today. It's already 120 years old.
Damn, that looks cool. Looks very communist with its red. It's kind of weird.
Thousands of Russian engineers, railway builders, employees.
Russia, whoa.
I feel like I could be in Russia.
Yeah, it does look like St. Petersburg or something.
There are also a lot of French and Baroque style buildings here, so Harbin is also often referred to as the Oriental Paris.
Isn't Oriental like a bad thing to say nowadays? Is it actually referred to that as Oriental Paris nowadays?
I'm currently walking down Zhongyang Dajie or Zhongyang Street.
Oh, it says Plitza it says Zhongyang Street.
And it's probably the most obvious legacy of Russia's involvement with Harbin. The first thing I'm noticing walking down the street is that every second person is eating an ice cream, which seems a little strange to me.
Let's look it up. Is ice cream a thing in what was the place called? I forgot. Harbin. You can find this ice cream at the City Crowd, but the iconic stall is placed in Zhongyang Street. There are several flavors you can choose from. You know, I ate ice cream when it was cold in Japan, and people looked at me like, what the hell's wrong with you? It tasted good. You see, Harbinians understand how I would be. I wonder how many people get sick in this city, too. Harbin, sick people. That doesn't sound right. I'll look this up on my own time.
But I guess the convenient thing is here, no freezer is needed.
Oh, that's a good point. Bye, Blondie. That's offensive. And she's smiling at that offensive. Jesus Christ. You should punch that woman in the face. She was referring to your hair because she thinks you're dumb. You're just going to take it? You're just going to take it like the foreigner you are? It's messed up. You tell her that you're not just a blondie, that you have a heart, you have a life. Disgusting.
You know what they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Can't help but feel it's a little...
You're not in Rome. No wonder you're blonde. I'm just joking. Oh, that's a Russian guy.
A lovely loaf of Russian bread.
Oh, that looks good. I stopped eating bread and cheese because I was gaining weight from it and I didn't feel that good from it. Now I want it again.
You know what this bread needs? It needs some sausage.
Conveniently, that's not kosher.
Harbin sausage is another notable product. They're known as red sausage or hongchang, and I've heard they tend to be a lot more European tasting than other Chinese sausages. Well, now I got the sausage and I got
It
the
does
bread.
look good. I don't like sausages and it actually looks good.
Let's make this happen. Much better. Match made in heaven. The dryness of the bread complements the moistness of this sausage
Oh, it's moist?
perfectly. It's got a really lovely smoky taste that I'm
Sorry.
enjoying a lot. I'm here in a very unique
yeah.
bar made entirely of ice. Even my little shot glass here is made of ice. And of course, when in the Oriental Moscow, gotta have some Russian vodka. That's obvious.
That's what was in her teeth? Jesus. What's in your teeth? I hope she's okay.
As many of you also know, Harbin is very famous for one other thing, the Snow and Ice Sculpture Festival.
Oh
It's
my
actually
God.
happening at the moment, so join
Bro.
me next video as I go check it out.
That's literally exactly this reminds me exactly of a Hokkaido in Japan. Very Russian influenced, and they have a snow and ice festival. And I've been there. That's actually crazy. I don't know if they eat ice cream, but
Like, comment, and subscribe.
nothing wrong with being gay, bro. Okay. This is part 3 of the cutest Pokemon of Generation 1 tier list. If you haven't watched the first 2 parts, watch those first. And let's get started. First Pokemon we have is Aerodactyl, okay? Aerodactyl got a huge mouth. You know, you could do a lot of things with that mouth, if you know what I mean. But I think for me, it's just gonna have to be like average. He's not really cute. He might be kind of cool looking, but he's not cute. Next, we got Alolan Executor. You can't even see this guy's head. He's ugly. You can't even, and you don't want to see his head. His head is actually nasty. It's actually terrible. So I think we're gonna put him in ugly. I think that's an easy one. Next, we got Alolan Marowak. He looks really cool. Not really cute. I mean, he looks cool, but there's no cuteness in him. I'd say he's like, he's not really cute, you know? The next Pokemon has freaking bird feet. How many Pokemon have bird feet? But surprisingly, it actually looks cool and beautiful and very cute. I'm gonna put it in the very cute category, even with those feet. We got Chansey. Cute Pokemon, without a doubt. But look at those eyes. Those eyes make it like it's staring into your soul, and it's gonna... Actually, it doesn't look too bad. I'll say it's pretty cute. I'll go with pretty cute. I think that's fair. Next, Pokemon. Cubone. I can't lie, Cubone is insanely cute. Like a little cute kid. Like a cute kid. That sounds really weird. What I mean is he looks cute. Probably the cutest that we have so far. Ditto has ugly eyes. It just looks disgusting. Easy ugly. Okay, Dragonair is a very beautiful Pokemon, but since this is a cute list and not beautiful list or cool list, I think he's pretty cute. It has like a Squirtle face. Oh my god. If you put Squirtle side by side with Dragonair, I think they have the same exact face. I just realized that. Next we got Dragonite. Dragonite is freaking super cute, all right? I've used him in countless Nuzlocks and he was just amazing. Next Pokemon is Dratini. Dratini is actually super cute as well. I really have nothing else to say here. Next Pokemon we got Ibui, as they say in Japanese. Ibui is a very sexy, cute Pokemon. Very hot, very sex. No, he's just cute. Okay, he's just a cute Pokemon. I'd put him at very cute as well. We got Electabuzz. Electabuzz pretty ugly. He looks eh. He's not ugly. He looks eh. He's just not cute at all. Execute. I mean, Execute is just a bunch of eggs. It's not even looking cute. Why does this exist? I don't know. Executor just has dumb eyes. It just looks like a dumbass. I'd say he's pretty eh. Maybe average, but no, eh. Okay. Flareon is very cute. Maybe super cute. Galarian Articuno looks just kind of weird. I don't know what to feel about it. It either looks really cool or really dumb. In terms of cuteness level, I can't really say. I'm just gonna put it on average. Next we got Galarian Moltres. Looks very cool. The only time where chicken legs actually looks good. I mean, it doesn't look cute, but it looks really cool. I'm not gonna lie. Doesn't look cute at all, so I'll just say eh. Next we got ugly Pokemon, okay? Galarian Mr. Mime just looks ugly. Okay, this next Pokemon, guys. What the hell is this? They took a top hat and they just went, there's a new Pokemon. And that's what they did. And this is what they made. Like, why? And they made the top hat like 70 feet tall, and the guy has a freaking green mustache. Like, no. This is the ugliest Pokemon so far. We got to Galarian Zapdos. Pretty cool looking Pokemon. Cool looking feet for a bird. I'd put it at pretty average. It kind of looks, nah, it doesn't really look cute. I'll put it next to Galarian Moltres. Next we got Gigantamax Eevee. A really big boy. I don't know, like the whole fur just covers its entire body. Like, does that really make it cute? It kind of just ruins the aesthetic. It's like they got lazy with the art style or something. It just looks weird to me. Okay, we got another Gigantamax Pokemon. Look at Lapras here. Like freaking divine, beautiful, majestic. What the hell did they do to this? They made it look like legit, like a Alolan Executor. Like, why? Why are you ruining these Pokemon? It's not ugly, but it's not cute. I think it's one of the worst Pokemon. Snorlax has a forest on him. Is that supposed to be cute or cool? I'd say it's average, maybe. It kind of looks cute that there's a freaking forest growing out of his stomach, I guess. Goldeen actually looking kind of cute with those lips. Like, I would make out with Goldeen if I was a Pokemon. I'll probably put it at pretty cute. Next we got Gyarados. Obviously not a cute looking Pokemon. We'll probably put him around. He's an average looking guy, cuteness level wise. Okay, Hitmonchan is pretty hot. All right, I would say wow if I saw Hitmon. Like, this man wore a skirt before it became cool to wear a skirt. In terms of cuteness though, not really cute. I'll put him in average. Hitmonlee is not even wearing pants. I'd put it at ugly. Next we got Horsey. Horsey is mad cute, okay? Jolteon looks very cool. Pretty cute, not really that cute. Looks more cool than cute. Jinx is one of the ugliest Pokemon. I think I'm gonna put that at like almost top tier ugly. Next we got Kabuto. Kabuto got them ugly eyes. I'd say it's an L-looking Pokemon, nothing too special. Kind of cute looking for some reason. I guess because of the circular features it has. We got Kabutops as well. Kind of an ugly Pokemon, I can't lie. Kangaskhan looks kind of cool. I mean, the baby sitting in its pouch just looks so cute. Put him in average, maybe high tier average. The baby's not a big part of this. Coughing is kind of what I was talking about before. The dumb kind of cute. It looks pretty cute. I'm not gonna lie. Then we got Lapras, a beautiful looking creature, but not really that cute. Kind of reminds me of Dragonair in a way. I'd probably put this at, I'd have to put it here because I don't know if Jolteon is cuter than Lapras, to be honest. Next we got Lickitung, and if you want someone to lick ya, Lickitung gets it done. I think we'll put him at average. We got Magikarp. He's just the dumb looking dumb. Not really cute at all. Maybe in the category. Next we got Magmar. Magmar looks pretty cool. He got the cool legs like Cubone and Dragonite. So I'm gonna have to put Magmar not that high because everything else about him kind of sucks and he has this chicken face that does not look cute. I'd put him in average. Low tier average I think is fair. Next we got Marowak. Pretty cute. He looks really cool now. You know, he doesn't look as cute because he's like an adult now. What is this, Mega Aerodactyl? I mean, this just looks terrible. It just looks really bad. He looks really ugly. Mega Gyarados looks ugly too. I don't know what the hell they did to his back. Next we got Mega Kangaskhan. Okay, can we just say wow? Because this Pokemon actually looks great. It looks so cute. Like, they should have made a pre-evolution for this Pokemon for the baby, because it just looks super duper cute. I would say it's pretty high tier cuteness level. It's very hard to label which one is the best, but I'll probably put him over there. Next we got Mega Pinsir. I don't know what, I mean, it looks kind of cool. It looks like a bug whose wings are way too big. So because of that, he's Mega X Mewtwo, not cute at all. Mega Y looks really cool, but not cute also. He has like a semen head. Probably put him around the category. I think that's fair as well. Next we got Mew. Mew is a freaking insanely cute, okay? Okay, it's all naked. It flaunts itself. It looks like why would you do that? Why would you go all naked out in public like that? Like, I wouldn't do that. Still very cute. Mewtwo, very cool, not very cute. Its three-fingered hand is kind of weird. Also very naked and showing off its very long tail. Very long tail. So I'll probably put it at like average. Moltres, very cool looking Pokemon. Actually kind of cute. Pretty cute. Mr. Mime looks so much better than Galarian Mr. Mime, okay? It also gets with Ash's mom, and it just looks really freaky to me because of that. So I'm gonna have to put it at average. We got Ammonite next. Ammonite is actually very cute, and Amistar just looks disgusting. I don't know what the hell they did with Amistar, but it just looks ugly as hell. Pinsir is kind of similar with the mouth. I would say he's maybe not very ugly. And then we got Porygon, which is kind of pretty cute for some reason. It just has that innocence look at it, on it. Rhydon this is pretty cool looking, but average. Rhyhorn is kind of similar. He looks kind of cool, but not really cute. Next we got Scyther. I would like to say Scyther looks cute or pretty cute, but it honestly doesn't. It just looks cool. And Seadra is pretty much the same. Seeking is just Snorlax is a cute teddy bear. Who am I kidding? I gotta put him up there. Just, you know, I have to. People would yell at me if I don't. Starmie looks pretty cute, even though it has one eye. And Staryu is similar in that fashion, maybe slightly better. Tangela is whatever. And Tauros is just whatever, average looking guy. Next, we got Vaporeon. Very cute looking Pokemon. This sprite does not make it look cute. I don't know what it is. It looks like a freaking weird ass looking amphibian like creature. You know, maybe average. Then we got Weezing. Okay, Weezing is just a freaking it just looks like a fart. Okay, just another dumb looking Pokemon that doesn't really look cute. That being said, not that ugly. I don't know, something about its farts is just pretty nice. And last but not least, Zapdos, one of the coolest looking Pokemon that is definitely not one of the cutest. And that is our list. From cutest, Cubone, to ugliest, Weezing. Thanks for watching, guys. And I'll see you guys for the next video.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
No pegging or getting pegged on stream. Damn it.
Please stand by. Important public announcement.
Hi, I'm Paris Hilton. Everything on me was found inside the stomachs of sea turtles. So sad. Plastic bottles are poisoning our planet. And that's why I've decided to invent a miracle that will cure the world. Follow me.
Sure you did.
Welcome to the Paris Hilton Institute for Plastic Pollution Solutions, or FIPS. Hi, Phil. Cute shoes. Here at FIPS, along with some really smart scientist colleagues of mine, we came up with a product that will
Wow, she said scientist colleagues of mine. Okay, listen, I don't know how smart Paris Hilton is, okay? She must be some sort of smart. Okay, maybe she's not. I don't know. But are they colleagues or are they employees? Those are two very different things.
reinvent drinking forever. Nano Drop, a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art condensed form of sparkling water. We spent thousands of hours examining human subjects from all over the world, studying the strangest of human behaviors and habits to ensure Nano Drop is the ultimate one-drop solution. 5,000 times more hydrating than normal water. 1 drop of Nano Drop equals 1 glass of regular water. That means less water, less plastic bottles, happy turtles, happy Paris, magic.
What?
Science. All this talking is making me so thirsty.
Oh.
That was so satisfying. 5,000 times more than usual.
It's some, yeah, this is definitely a parody.
Think how stupid and how 2003 you look carrying your sparkling water home from the store. Now with NanoDrop, your hands are free to carry your clutch and you can look fab. And nanodrop.org and get your condensed sparkling.
Are you kidding? Oh, this is so exciting. No way. Where is it? This is not. Where is it? I want my nano drops. This is not the website. She screwed up.
Water now. It's free.
Please stand by. Important public announcement.
What?
Hi, I'd like to start by thanking everyone for your overwhelming support. So, apparently NanoDrop is not 5,000 times as hydrating as regular sparkling water.
No!
Yeah, it's kind of like the same. I became suspicious when my chief scientist Phil became severely dehydrated.
Just give her.
He will be missed.
He died?
But we found the person
Wait, you could have given him nano drop. What are you doing?
responsible, and he's here today to make a public apology.
Ms. Hilton, I wait in car. They tell me come in. Public apology. I don't.
Yes, public apology.
Yes.
Is he
Yes.
sorry?
Yes.
Whatever. I forgive you. Luckily
Aw,
for humanity,
that's so
I already
sweet.
found a new solution to save the planet from
She
plastic
forgives
bottles.
him.
SodaStream. With SodaStream, you can make fabulous sparkling
Soda
water
Stream.
without having to carry.
Wait, SodaStream's actually a thing. My sister buys that, I'm pretty sure. Because she loves sparkling water.
Heavy bottles from the store.
That's actually such a good ad.
It's very, very
It's so long, though. That's what she said.
Oh.
And you can make it in the comfort of each one of your homes. SodaStream.
Each one of your homes.
So cute. Cheers.
What a good ad. She's a genius. Comments. Why are comments turned off? Oh, that was great.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
Happy birthday to you. I'm sorry if this is cringe. Happy birthday to Ciso. Happy birthday to you. Microsoft just bought Activision Blizzard. We're gonna take some Activision games and we're gonna take some Blizzard games and we're gonna combine their characters on Photoshop. While we do this, by the way, you can make some art that's similar to this and post it like on the Reddit. Mods, put the Reddit. I'll just put the Reddit myself. Let's start with Master Chief and Captain Price. All right, so my idea here, since his Captain Price's legs don't really show, I want the legs to be Halo and I want Captain Price to be the upper body, and then I want Master Chief's helmet to be his head. That's what we're gonna try to do here. So what we gotta do first, we gotta isolate his sexy head, okay? You see, look at that. Look at that sexy chin, bro. Don't gotta make it perfect. This is for all them you wanna be YouTubers out there, okay? I know it's hard to become a successful YouTuber like me. Boom! There it is. Alright, how's this looking? Not too bad, right? But that's looking pretty good so far. I actually like it. It looks better than I thought it would look. So we want to bring Halo legs here, okay? The problem here is they're facing the wrong way. First thing we do, we flip it, baby. We flip it. See, the cool thing here is we don't need his top part at all. So we could legit just cut it away. Boom. This is looking like something. I don't know what, but you could barely see Price's body. I don't like that. We got to see his sexiness. So this is what I do on all my thumbnails because people are blind. You gotta add exposure, okay? Gotta see that sexy gun, okay? Then we go to vibrance, okay? That makes it more vibrant and red. Oh my god, this looks so stupid. We gotta make Halo a bit more bright over here. This is our first picture. Look at that detail. Oh, look at that brightness. We're gonna ignore this part. It doesn't look too bad. It actually looks better than I expected, okay? I was thinking Crash Bandicoot's, whatever the hell his name is, Crash, his face kind of is long, like Hello Neighbor. That's why I thought to kind of put them together here.
And we're gonna take just this guy's head. Because we like him giving head. I mean, because we like his head. Sometimes, do you guys ever just fart, but you don't tell the people around you? And then you just look around like, oh, what does that smell? Yo, that actually looks pretty good. What I want to do is I want to make this kind of go in nicely with the rest of his body. Maybe even change the color of Crash Bandicoot's skin. First, we're going to link these so we can move them together here. And what we're going to do here is we're going to take his skin color and we're going to put it on him. Kind of racist, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, this copies the color. We'll take the lighter part of it because light skin. I don't know. I don't want to do all this annoying stuff, okay? So we're going to quick select here. Quick select, as you might guess, quick selects everything. He has so much hair. I mean, skin. Why is he showing so much skin? What is he, a Twitch streamer? What is he, Amaranth? I don't know. Bad jokes, bad jokes. So if we make it one color, the problem becomes that it becomes a bit too bland here. So I kind of want to mix the colors. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a darker bit over here. Maybe not that dark, just so it's not too dissimilar. Okay, that should look decentish. So this is where we actually experiment with the colors. We're going to use a gradient here. That does not look too bad. It looks very stupid. But, let's see. That doesn't look bad. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use a quick selection tool again. Make his body hair a bit better here. There we go. I want to warp it. Warping meaning I want to transform his head so it's actually to the side. Jesus, he looks like a Chad now. That looks so good. That actually looks good. Sea of Thieves, which is owned by Microsoft, and Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Look at his face. Honestly, I don't know how creative I can be with this one. It's Tony Hawk. We could cut off half his body just because. Oh, we make the boat his body. I want to try to take his hand and make it look like he's actually holding the boat. We rotate that hand. Oh my god, I actually feel like a freaking boss right here. Okay, if we could separate his arm and make it look like he's holding it, that would be cool. Oh, look at those gains, baby. That doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad. It looks terrible. Ooh, that's looking kind of sussy baka now. That's looking better. Now, obviously, if you're a pleb, this wouldn't be obvious to you. But obviously, why do we have two arms? Obviously, this arm needs to be extended. We're going to take this. Extend the hell out of it, okay? Why are you touching me, bro? All right, tell me that is not picture perfect. Whoa, that is sexy. Whoa, that is beautiful. This one's gonna be easy. He's just gonna ride him. He's gonna ride him. Oh, you know? And we want to split his legs, okay? Got that sexy legs. So how do we split legs? Don't know, but we're gonna figure it out. I think the best way to split his legs is just to take his legs, bro. And to literally just split it. I'm gonna take the left leg here. Freaking. Oh! That looked weirder than I thought it would. Okay, maybe we just warp his leg. I don't know. He has such a weird leg. Ooh, that kind of looks cool. Now, his other legs, I feel like, should be behind the dragon. It kind of looks dumb like that. Ayo, let's go. That's not bad, guys. That's not bad. I like it. We're gonna have to make these two fit without doing blackface and getting canceled. I want to put heads on heads, arms on arms. I want to do stuff like that. So she's showing more cleavage. I think we'll use her body, which means we're gonna use her face. Now we're gonna use the pen tool here, just to be more accurate, since it's her face. Do her face a favor and make it beautiful. She has a nice face, actually. Should I include her neck? Maybe we think a little here. I usually don't think. Oh! That was a mistake. Bada bang, bada boom. Look at that face. Okay, that that looks so weird. Oh my god, but it's beautiful at the same time. Oh, what if we just add her legs? Oh, this is gonna look so stupid, but I love it. Wait, let's try to do that. Let's see what this looks like, guys. Damn it, why is there a line here? Okay, let's get rid of that line. That looks really sussy baka right here. I don't like how that looks. Maybe if we could make it look like it's behind her. That doesn't look too bad. Look how subtle that is. You cannot lie. That is so subtle. That is so cool. I did not expect that to look that good. What the hell? Maybe warping her face a bit would be good. Let's try that. But that looks pretty good. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Which one you think is the sexiest? Which one you think is the best? And if you want to do some, you do some and send it to the Discord, to the Reddit or the Discord. Links in the description below. Thank you for watching and see you guys next video.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah, your mom has a lot of hair, bro. What do you want me to say? All right, let's get started. What if the world turned to gold? What if the world turned to gold? Let's see.
Ugg Labs, we only work on the most important scientific problems like, what if we nuke stuff? Or how about we make this elephant explode? Or who could forget, look at this thing, it's really big. Continuing this proud tradition, let's explore the scientific mystery of what would happen to you if Earth suddenly turned into gold. The Midas Apocalypse, based on the ancient tale of King Midas, who was cursed.
That's such a random
everything
question.
he touched turned into gold. Before we can explore this scenario with science, we'll first define the premise. Midas's curse is a very special phenomenon called magic, which allows us to modify physics. So what happens when Midas touches something and it turns to gold?
It turns to gold. Wouldn't the weight be added to it and there would be like...
An atom of gold has 79 protons
heavy
and 118 neutrons in its nucleus. The electric force of the protons on the electrons around them shapes the atom and gives gold its chemical properties, like that it doesn't rust and that it's kind of shiny and bendy. So, to make not gold into gold...
What's the purpose of gold? It's just something that looks nice and that's why it's expensive, right? So dumb.
We have to change atoms. Let's say Midas touches a duck. All the light elements like hydrogen, carbon and oxygen gain electrons and protons and neutrons to become gold. Not only is the duck suddenly 33 times more massive, it's also much too
Jesus
dense.
Christ.
The gold atoms are far
That
closer
duck
together
is
than they
dead.
like and repel each other violently, causing the golden duck to explode with the energy of half a ton of TNT,
What?
leaving only gold dust and a very dead Midas. This is clear.
It would make it explode? That's kind of cool.
That are already present and simply rearranges all particles in the matter he touches into gold. No matter is created or destroyed. Instead, atoms dissolve.
Jesus. This man is just gleefully killing animals. Look at his face. God damn. Brown people, am I right? Oh my god.
Electrons are reassembled to make gold. However, gold is very dense, about 20 times
Look at that
denser
happy
than
boy.
a duck.
Yeah.
Without adding any matter, the gold duck would be a very awkward kind of foamy gold with lots of tiny microscopic gaps. This is funky and doesn't explode, which is progress.
Wait, why does the duck not explode and the other animal does?
Gold is very dense, about 20 times denser than a duck.
I don't get it.
Without
The
adding
duck
any
looks
matter,
very
the
happy.
gold duck would be
That's
a very
true.
awkward
That's a
kind
good
of foamy
point. Was the first situation if you're adding matter and the second situation if you're not adding matter because matter can't be created or destroyed or whatever? Is that why the difference? For the other one, all the atoms became gold, which made them too close together, so it exploded. But in this case, they reassembled to become gold too, no? I
A
don't know.
very awkward kind of
I
foamy
don't get
gold
it.
with lots of tiny microscopic gaps.
It's
This
nice,
is funky
nice
and
visuals
doesn't
though.
explode, which is progress.
Progress.
Now that we've
So many
established
British
a
people.
sort of magic that works, what would happen if Midas
Oh, okay. So they just changed the magicness of it, I think.
stumbles? What if he touches Earth itself?
Okay, first of all, technically, if it's touching the duck, okay, this is dumb because if it touches the duck, then
the dunk becomes gold. But wouldn't the floor become gold because the duck is touching the floor, and then the whole earth would become gold? Like it doesn't make sense.
Let's freeze time for just a moment and rearrange all the matter in the Earth. Just like the duck, the Earth is now solid gold, but with many...
How about water, huh? Why is the water still water? These are the questions that humanity never asks itself.
A spongy planet is not a thing that can exist, as gravity compresses Earth, squeezing it together to close up the gaps.
Okay.
As a result, the Earth contracts, shrinking to 2/3 of its radius.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
If you're standing on Earth's surface, you'll suddenly find yourself in freefall, like on a roller coaster, as the ground sinks away beneath you. But since the ground is falling too, it doesn't move away from you. It feels like someone turned off gravity, and you and everything else would begin to float.
What?
But the ride doesn't last forever. It takes only 10 minutes for everything to crash down, and a weird 10 minutes it is indeed.
Wait, so wouldn't like everyone just die?
Then, as abruptly as it started, it stops. The collapsing Earth has reached its desired size, and gravity is suddenly turned back on.
First of all, how would he know that it takes 10 minutes for this to happen? Is it because 9.8 mil per second or whatever for gravity falling? Oh, it's probably that. Why is there a duck chained to a rock? What the hell's going on?
Abruptly as it started, it stops. The collapsing Earth has reached its desired size, and gravity is suddenly turned back on for you. Hopefully you enjoyed your minutes of floating, because the ground and you with it crash into the planet at 30,000 kilometers an hour, making your body splatter like a water balloon.
Jesus.
In one instant, basically all of humanity gets smashed into red puddles.
Wait, how about airplanes? People in airplanes, what would happen to them? Would all of you, how about people in the basement that just get, you know, pushed up to their ceilings, you know? How about people who are chained to their bed because they're with their partner and their partner is, you know, doing the sexy times and they're chained to their bed and they don't go up? How about those people, you know? How about no, not everyone is dead. Stupid video.
This is only the start of our problems, though, since Earth imploded supersonically. The kinetic energy of the implosion is basically equivalent to detonating a planet made of TNT.
Okay, never mind. Everyone dies.
Crushed together under incredible forces, Earth's core reaches 1,000,000 degrees Celsius, a temperature closer to the core of a star than anything we're used to finding on Earth.
Bro, you can tell these guys were bored and had no content to make. Like, this is such a random... Oh, this is pretty cool, though, but, you know, it's random.
As the Earth crashes into itself, it generates an enormously powerful shockwave which plows upwards, catapulting the atmosphere up and off. The Earth's surface temperature reaches hundreds of thousands of degrees, and everything on it is instantly vaporized to a fluffy plasma cloud that starts to expand, but not by much.
Jesus. This is climate change next year.
Many of the atoms that may have been new get mixed into this cloud, while others boil off, escaping from the atmosphere. The golden plasma outshines the sun, while the enormous radiation lifts tons of material off into space. Over the coming days, the plasma cloud cools and eventually freezes into a shiny little golden ball.
That's so cool how when things cool, they're hot and then they cool and they freeze. That's math.
Maybe this type of magic doesn't work. So if replacing atoms made the Earth so overdense that it exploded, and
Monkey do bad. Monkey do
Monkey
very
do
bad.
good. Monkey do very good.
Monkey
do okay. Monkey do pretty okay. I guess.
Let's go.
You can do it!
Wow.
Bing bong.
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
Monkey do bad. Monkey do very bad.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay. I guess.
Wow.
12 hours, yeah. 12 hours. Oh, what happened to the videos? Why isn't Spotify working? What happened? Java update installer? Huh? Huh? It will come at 8:50. Ugh. What's up, guys? What the heck? Where's my stuff? Good morning, guys. All right. What's going on? Why can't I hear anything? Huh? Huh? Maybe I needed to install that thing? That's so weird. Good morning, Starshine. The Earth says hello. Hello, Earth. Bing bong. This is so cute. I hope he's actually streaming. I'm watching you sleep, PP. I see feet. Someone clip it? Huh? Oh no, this is my wiggle wiggle Elliot. Wake up. What the hell? Wake up. Thank you for the follow, Bruno. What's going on? Why is why's my audio not working? Java update? That's so weird. I can't hear anything. I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh, this feels so weird. Day 3. Yay. Why can't you guys can't hear it either? What the hell? Day 3, baby. Let's go. Oh my god. What was I doing? It's been 11 hours. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna change the title to Day 3. I want music to play. I don't know how to go back to that screen. Java, Oracle, Java. I should have installed it. I was just lost. Dude, I just woke up. All right. Well, I hope everyone's doing well. I actually wanted to sleep more, to be honest. My voice feels a little dead, like I was screaming last night. My nails are still here. Let's go. Gonna bite a garlic clove today, probably. But, oh my god, that is so weird. What happened to my audio? Okay, Discord update is ready to install. For Adobe. Nail still on fleek. Woo! Okay, my audio must be working somewhere else, right? Huh? Huh? No audio is going through. What the hell? This should be green. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Oh, this is interesting. My computer's like, shut me off. I've been on for 3 days. Computer, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. You're not doing anything. You gotta put music for everyone. I honestly think it was that update. I feel like someone just broke my computer. This is so weird. Okay. I need to get to the update. Updater. Check for updates. This PC does not. Okay. we'll pretend we don't see that. Oracle. Java. Oracle up. How do I look this up? Java Oracle? I don't know. I don't know this shit. How do I go back to that screen? Alright. Java. The computer has feelings. Exactly. Oh my god. My mouth literally feels. Huh? I feel like someone came in the middle of the night and just freaking messed with everything on purpose. Alright. Wait.